Hello, can I be heard? That's the question. That's always the question. I know I'm mostly being seen, although we do have a glitch ghost today. Hi! Hey guys, welcome. I see that we have newbies here. Hi, sorry about me. I have ADHD and bad time management, and also I have a tech ghost, apparently. But here we are. How is everybody? Hi, Clover. Good to see you. Texas, Pizza, Laser, Patrick, Natty. Hello, everybody. Adriel, hi. It, yay. Was somebody lighting an intention candle? I appreciate that. Usually Avery is able to get the camera to work sooner than later. Usually, yeah. Thank you, Clover. We're all good here. It's never anything seriously broken. It's always just like, I'll do a million tests, and then there's a hair on Winnie's hair. I'll do a million tests and everything will work until, oh, there we go. The camera's still doing camera things. Until it's time to be live, and then it doesn't want to. Hi, Allie. Great granddaughter told me. Oh. Camera gonna camera. Yes, that's a smile. That's my question. Are you an emoji person in chat, or are you a emoticon person in chat? Because usually you can tell if I'm on my computer, I will have the emoticon like that. If I'm on my phone though, I'll use emojis. Hi, misfiring. Ah. Today we have. Sorry, I'm crunching. Sorry. The M&Ms are crunchier than I thought they would be every time I eat them. Hi, Jay. I'm good. How are you? Today we are reading another Nancy Drew book. Those who have been with us know how much I love Nancy Drew. Just so much. Today we've got one of the... not newest, for sure. These were coming out, I think, when I was in middle school. They're, like, from the early 2000s. This is Nancy Drew Girl Detective, which... there's so many subsets of Nancy Drew series. It's kind of like Goosebumps. Every once in a while, every, 20 to 50 books, they'll rebrand into a different kind so that Nancy always stays up to date with the times, I guess. Today we're reading Once Upon a Crime. This jumped out to me on the shelf because we're doing camera. Stop. Please. Okay, so we've been doing Fairy Tale February, so I've been doing a lot of fairy tale stuff. This is kind of cheating because it's not actually fairy tales, I know, but it's called Once Upon a Crime, and so I just thought it would be funny to cover it now. I haven't read this one in a very long time, but when I was... well, I was about to say when I was hyperfixated on Nancy Drew. I'm still hyperfixated on Nancy Drew. But when I was a kid and hyperfixated, I was reading this particular subseries of Nancy Drew books a lot. Camera, please. Don't make me go to the webcam. This book was published in 2006, for anybody who's wondering. The pun works to maintain the theme. Yes, always with the theme. Always with the theme. Nancy is an immortal goddess. Nancy is definitely at least an immortal vampire. Oh, I still have the Nancy Drew Vampire Slayer comic book, so we need to read at some point. We need to do that at some point. Anyway, guys, before we get into this book, can I just say I got a whole bunch of books at Goodwill, and then my cat is yelling at me to get in. Give me 1 second, Perry. Is Lenora? I'm not sure if we've seen Lenora. I'm trying to think if Lenora is in chat ever. Hang on 1 second. My cat is yelling at me. I apologize. All right, Perry. My cat, for those who are new, is Perry, and she is very loud, but she's very sweet. She likes to sit with us while we read. Yes, Perry, I know. She's like, there's a bag of books on the floor, Mother. Why? I'm gonna log them into Goodreads, and then I decided to work on the Discord server instead, and so that didn't get done, but it will. She's 14. She says you're all very kind to her. Oh, sweet goddess of chaos. I'm always glad to hear that everybody's happy in chat. I like to know that it's a calming place. This is Perry, by the way. She's our emotional support cat when things get sad, although I picked out a specifically not sad, hopefully, book. It's a Nancy Drew book today. Sometimes we read books that are just like the California Diaries, and it's very sad. But hi, Perry. Yes, hi. Say hi to everybody in chat. Say hello. That is beautiful, Clover. Thank you for telling me that. Chris, welcome. We're just getting started. Let's see. Goodwill. Oh, right, sorry. So I was at Goodwill. I found a bunch of books at Goodwill. I also got some books in the mail that I found on one of my secondhand online sites. But then I was at the dollar store with my mom today. We stopped there before we went to Goodwill. And I found probably what is the most chaotic thing I've ever seen. I did not know that this existed. Did anybody else know about this? It's a reflective surface. It's going to be blinding everybody. Did anybody know that Anna Todd teamed up with a bunch of other Wattpad writers to write a book called Imagined that's just a whole collection of self-insert Wattpad stories about different celebrities? Because I didn't, and I immediately texted Natasha and Gabe and said, we have to read this on live. I think I found our follow-up to Model Land. It's called Imagines, a celebrity encounter starring you, and all these people and other Wattpad authors. And then on the back, the second story that is advertised is Imagine selfies have been outlawed, making Kim Kardashian a freedom fighter who needs help in bringing justice and good lighting to the people. It was $1 and change. I couldn't leave without it. There was one copy of it. Apparently this tried to retail for $16.99, which obviously nobody paid for it. And then it ended up in the dollar store for $1. And now I own it. Honestly, like an amazing time, doesn't it? I barely know what Wattpad is. Wattpad is just such a strange forest of... I don't even know how to describe Wattpad. It's a lot of fan fiction, but it's a different breed of fan fiction to any other fan fiction. Perry? I know. Hi. Hi, Perry. I also finally found the first book of the Warrior Cat series, so now I think I'm missing just the first one. Or no, the second one, I mean. I found the first one, so I think I'm only missing the second one, because I found 3, 4, and 5 on different occasions, and was like, I know I don't have the first one, so I can't read these yet, but I'm going to wish that I had them if I didn't. Oh, Sad Lump! Yes! Sad Lump is adorable, and we adore her. We all feel like we're her mom friends, and yes, she is the most adorable kid. Thank you for joining us, Clover. If Sad Lump is there, tell her that we appreciate her. Yeah, the adults in chat look out for the kids in chat. Can't wait for you to get the Babysitters Club. I'm so excited. Yeah, we're all like, oh, Sad Lump, we love her. Anytime Sad Lump is here, it's nice. Yes, Perry, why are you chewing on my sleeve? What is that? Oh, it's so cute. We love Sad Lump. Perry. Alright, Perry's fur is going everywhere. I didn't grab a drink, but I did remember to fill my water bottle before I came in here earlier, so at least past me knew that future me would probably forget. Me child who is the sole reason anything in chat ever stays remotely hinged. Yes. Yeah, sometimes I'm not sure if we're parenting Sadlump or if Sadlump is parenting us. Ellery, did you see this? I was just telling them, I'm gonna reach over Perry. Sorry to disturb you, Perry. Did you see this when I was talking about it? This is, Anna Todd headed up a big, giant collection of celebrity-based imagines, and it was in the dollar store, and it's like, why? It's like self-insert, like, hang out with celebrities fanfic? And it's interesting. It's very interesting, and I'm very scared. So that's, you're gonna see that logged on my Goodreads, and I'm gonna try to hoodwink Natasha and or Gabe into reading it after we survive Model Land. Oh, always. We have great mods here. Shout out to Ellery is, I think, our only mod in chat right now, but we also have Paulo and Derprex, and all of the frequent collaborators, I think, are modded at this point, and we try to keep everything... It's unhinged here, but we try to keep it safe. You set it down, but holy crap, I am terrified given Anatod's history with... Yeah, so I flipped through this because, you know, I was an extra on one day on After, and After still terrifies me to this day. From what I can tell from flipping through it, it's not as NSFW. It doesn't seem to be... It seems to be just very fluffy, which is good, I think. I mean, it's good, but I think it's, like, I obviously haven't read it, but just, like, flipping through to try to find it, it seems like they didn't go so hardcore since they're using actual people's names, which, thank God. But yeah, I can't believe that I cannot believe that this exists. I cannot believe that this exists. And it was $1, and there's no way that I wasn't gonna own it, so I do. Perry? Hang on. The cat requires attention once again. Oh, also, you guys, before I get reading, for those of you who are interested in our Discord server that I'm starting up, do you have specific channels that you're hoping to see? Because I'm trying to cover all the bases as we get everything set up. How much is the age appropriate given how old? Agreed. No, totally agreed. This was written, I think this was written, when was this written? This was written fairly recently. Oh my goodness. We're not gonna read this one tonight, but I had to tell everybody because this is just bizarre to me that this exists. Looks like this came out in 2016. Yeah, obviously anything not age appropriate would be skipped over, but I have to, some of the pitches, there's like, imagine you're trapped in a, what is it? You're trapped in an escape house with Benedict Cumberbatch. That was what put me over the edge, and I was just like, okay. What are we talking about? Oh, so I found this book that's a giant collection of self-insert imagines written by a bunch of Wattpad authors and published as a big book. And I found it at the dollar store for $1. Anyway. Tomatoes. Oh, sorry, Patrick. Yes, I did. Sorry, I thought I told you that I got some of the packages, but I didn't specify which one. Yes, that was in one of the ones. Thank you very much. My mom is excited because she's never seen it before, and she's like, now I want to watch it. Don't worry. Anna Todd is the woman who wrote After, which was originally a Harry Styles fanfic about an underage Harry, and then self-insert of the third. Yeah, it was very weird. I did one day as BG on After, and everything seemed so chaotic. And then the internet found out about the movie, and then I was like, but can you see me back there with my violin? Because that's all I really want to know. Oh, Clover, that's amazing. Wattpad and a real book. That's not a good combination. Yeah. Still haven't seen the movie. Favorite match game. Panelist. Flag wrote it. Oh. Alright, let me actually read the synopsis of the book that we're reading tonight. After was a self-insert Harry Styles fan fiction that was written by an author named Anna Todd. And yes, welcome to the chat, family Clover. Basically it got so popular that somebody convinced her to publish it into a book, which it then became a very bulky trilogy of very hefty books that were bad on a literary level, but also just horrifying given the subject matter. Can we get books worse than Monoland? That's the big question. That's why I picked that one out. I texted Gabe a picture of it, of the front and back, and said, I think I found something dumber than Monoland. But I guess we'll have to see. Anyway, the book we're reading tonight should be an actually decent read. We've got Nancy Drew on deck. This is Super Mystery number 2. Once upon a time, in a faraway land known as River Heights. Hi, it's me, Nancy Drew. I thought meeting my hero, mystery writer Hazel Perrault, would be a dream come true as soon as I found out she was joining forces with a local charity to build a community center for wayward teen girls. I knew I wanted to help. But instead of building and decorating, I'm stuck doing all the cooking and cleaning for the other volunteers. Yuck. Definitely sounds like a Nancy Drew game, where they just make you do all the different chores. Worse yet, I have a hunch that someone is trying to sabotage the project camera and the big fundraising gala at the end of it. My fairy tale adventure is turning into a nightmare, and if I can't solve the mystery, I'm not sure any of us will be able to live happily ever after. So that's the pitch. That's the summary on the back blurb. Hair is doing strange things today. Let's see. I'm having a stare down with the camera because I don't trust it. He of me in the 80s. I was a librarian who had 3 cats, a daughter, and a very fun bed husband. He would have loved this. Oh, I take that as the hugest compliment, Clover. Thank you so much. I love books and I love cats, and I always have. And I cover, like, in my main channel videos here, I cover mostly TV shows and movies, but the occasion, there was one early video where we covered some weird WikiHow articles about watching bad movies, but that's ancient history, I guess. The live streams let us cover more, like, video games, which I didn't grow up super into video games, but it's been fun. And then read streams is what I do a lot when I'm on my own. Because I collect books, especially like junior novels for kids and stuff like that, and so I love reading them to chat. Because kids' books, a lot of times, I swear, are just the best books, so that makes me very happy. And I do love my cat so much. And 80s vibe, so that makes me very happy. I specifically bought this sweater because it reminded me of something they would have worn on Stranger Things. I still have a copy somewhere of Stuart Little I got from a public library when I was in, like, kindergarten, which we never took back, LOL. I have a copy of Stuart Little that, I think Patrick sent me in the mail. Someone sent me Stuart Little in the mail. On the subject of is After or Monoland worse, I will say one thing and one thing only. At least Monoland attempts to frame domestic... Oh. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Thank you, Chris. I do like this sweater. It's very comfy. Alright, so... Also, by the way, this Nancy Drew Girl Detective spin on the series, I always liked the covers because it's like there's a cover and then there's another cover, so it's like stylized. Excuse me. I'm always yawning. Alright. I also think this is the sub-series where Nancy is writing for the River Heights Gazette, or special to the Bugle. So she's writing for the newspaper, which she does in several of these. Okay. So here's the beginning blurb. Truth is Stranger Than Fiction by Hazel Perrault, special to the Bugle. That's Nancy's favorite author, apparently. Once upon a time, when my life first became entwined with that of a young Nancy Drew, I knew little of real-life crime. My life to that point had been rather quiet and cerebral, with the decided absence of dark criminal presence anywhere but within my imagination and research. And the pages of my book, of course, I spent much of my time scribbling my humble stories, and the rest occupied in quiet pursuits, such as gardening, cooking, and needlework. I have been fortunate in that my books have been well received, which has allowed me the luxury of such hobbies, with plenty left over for my beloved charitable causes. I suppose one could say that's when Ms. Drew came in. That's our little introduction. Still in a library in town. When she passed, it was given to me in her will. Oh wow, that's amazing. I actually seriously considered becoming a librarian, and then I ended up working in entertainment, and the rest is history. But I always thought, like, I always find libraries and bookstores super calming because I just love being around the books. Where is... I want to make sure that I can... Camera. You gonna make me switch to the bad camera? Let's see. I don't want to give anybody a headache. Alright, now I can see my chat. Being around books is my happy place. Me too. It's just so calming. I've come to terms with how, what's the term I'm looking for? Like, I'm very sensitive to auditory stimuli, so just reading is such a quiet thing that still engages my imagination, so I've always loved it. Alright. I'm gonna keep an eye on this camera, see if it decides to behave, and if it starts getting any worse, we're gonna switch to the less good but not glitchy camera until we figure out what's happening with this. Sorry about that, guys. Hi, Tarfeld Owl. We are literally just getting started. You are just in time. Alright. If you see me give a stern look to camera, that's not to anybody in chat, that's just to the camera itself for glitching. Once upon a time in River Heights, Chapter 1. And as she crept along the dank, candlelit passage, her terrified heart threatened to leap straight out of her body and through the silky fabric of her hand-stitched Parisian gown. The killer could be anywhere within the manor, skulking among the bins of potatoes and bags of flour in the kitchen, peering out through the cloudy, age-worn panes of the North Tower, or perhaps lurking right there in the dim, shadowy passageway beneath the moat. For all she knew, she might as well be watching her at this very moment, with merciless, waiting eyes. The shadows shifted, and she gasped, expecting any moment to feel a warm breath on the back of her neck. Beneath the loose tendrils of her upswept auburn hair, she leapt like a nervous doe as, with a faint, sputtering sound, the nearest candle went dark, even as she assured herself that it was merely the work of a mischievous and unlucky and not an uncommon event in these ancient, drafty corridors. In the sudden sound of footsteps echoed off the stone just behind her. ... When will February end? Also never. February is 2 days. I just thought I would read. Oh no. No, Lenora. We'll miss her. Hi, Rachel. Oh no. I hope you drink water. Alright, I gotta switch the camera. It's gonna be the lesser quality camera, but it's just gonna give me a headache to watch it do this all night. We'll check back in later. See if it's any better. Aha, that's a much worse angle, but there you go. And nobody can see it. Why can nobody see it? That's interesting. Give me a second, guys. The tech ghost has cornered me into using the inferior camera. Yeah, it does happen. Avery does tech support. You don't want me to be your tech support. You really don't. I've got a stupid idea. Well, no, that's not gonna work. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to figure this out because I'm just going to lose my mind. Anyway, how's everybody's day been? Has everybody had a relatively good day? That's not what I wanted. The Texorcist usually. Yeah, the Texorcist is usually here. He's in the middle of something right now. I'm trying... Maybe he can be in a club. Piano club I'm in. Cool. Which club, out of curiosity? That's not what I wanted. Say that. Renora probably doesn't say it because it has a swear in it. Oh God, not what I wanted to do. What's happening? And she's a very good girl. Yay! But it stands for laughing my butt off. It's not butt though. Like what Natty said. Yeah. Laughing my butt off. Oh God. It keeps doing this thing where I'm just like, give me back my camera. Okay. Alright, I don't know if that's actually going to do anything to fix it, but I tried something, so we'll see. Laughing my donkey off, if you will. Yes, that's a... I don't mind. Okay. The biblical word for donkey. That's a very good way to put it. It's a very good way to put it. Yeah. LMAO, I feel like, started like a time saver thing and then just became a way to swear in more professionalized company because you're not actually swearing, so more people are cool with it. I've noticed. Bruh? Okay. Let's see. Hi, Kellen. How's the day? Aside from the camera giving me issues, I'm just gonna plow ahead because I want to keep reading my book. But I'm gonna keep working on it throughout the night. But let me at least get through this first chapter. What are you reading, Nancy? I glanced up at my friend Bess Marvin, startled out of the romantic words of helpless heroines and mysterious chateaus by her question. This, I said, holding up the book so Bess could see the cover. It's Hazel Perrault's latest release. Hazel Perrault, George Fane wrinkled her nose as she wandered toward us from the computers and technology section of the university bookstore. Isn't that the woman who writes those super flowery historical mysteries? I mean, everyone knows Nancy Drew loves a mystery, but that kind of mystery? It was just French laughter. That's funny. That's very funny. Okay. Bess giggled. Bess giggled as George rolled her eyes. They both knew there was nothing I liked more than a good mystery. I'd been solving local crimes and puzzles for as long as I could remember, but being my lifelong best friends, they also knew I wasn't exactly the fantasy and fairy tales type. I'm a practical girl, all the way. If it doesn't make sense, I don't do it, and if it isn't comfortable, I won't wear it. Rules to live by. Next thing you know, she'll be dressing in ball gowns and swooning around town searching for her fairy godmother or something, Bess joked. Thou art indubitably correct, dearest cousin, George replied in a high-pitched voice, dropping into a dramatic curtsy. Okay, I said patiently, and then continued to snort with laughter. I know Perrault's writing style can be a little over the top, but her mystery plots are rock solid, and isn't that the most important part in a mystery novel? I believe that's really why her books are all bestsellers. Not all the romantic fairy tale trappings. Anyway, you know what they say about not judging a book by its cover. Good thing you feel that way, with a smirk. George nodded towards the cover of the book I was holding. It featured a beautiful, moist-eyed young woman dressed in an elaborately pink satin gown running across the drawbridge of a gloomy-looking manor house, or maybe it was supposed to be silk. I wouldn't know. I leave such fashion distinctions up to Bess, who is much more interested in that sort of thing than I am. Bess and George were clearly ready to keep rolling with the jokes, but at that moment, the sound of raised voices interrupted our conversation. I glanced over and saw a dark-haired girl my own age standing in front of the sales counter with a sour look on her pretty face. What in the world is Deirdre doing here? George commented with distaste. I forgot Deirdre Shannon is in these books. You guys remember her from the games? Those of you who were here when we streamed through the games for the first time? I could understand her surprise. Deirdre Shannon wasn't the type of girl to spend much time browsing in bookstores. Expensive clothing stores? Yes. The makeup counter at a high-end department store? Sure. Old River Jewelers on River Street? Definitely. But the university bookstore? Not so much. The only book she might be interested in reading would probably be the one called Everything I Need to Know I Learned at the Country Club. She certainly didn't seem happy about there being one She certainly didn't seem happy to be there at the moment. Her green eyes flashed as she harangued the clerk, a plump young woman wearing a university t-shirt. And if you can't even get the magazine in on time, you might as well not stock it at all, Deirdre was saying irritably. Her shrill voice carried easily through the quiet store. What good does the latest fashion news do me when it's like a week late? I'm sorry, the hapless clerk said, hurrying toward a large magazine rack a few yards from where we were standing. But are you positive it wasn't there? I'm sure we must have gotten it in. Deirdre let out a snort. I'm sure you haven't, she snipped gracelessly, but that's only typical of this dull town. It's going to be totally embarrassing to even attempt to entertain my cousin Ashley when she comes to visit in a few weeks. She's from Chicago. Of the Chicago Shannons, you know. So she's not used to dealing with the limitations of this kind of backwoods burg. I rolled my eyes. Only Deirdre would consider River Heights a booming manufacturing town with a population of about 25,000, a, quote, backwoods burg. It actually is quite diverse of a place thanks to all the people who moved here because of Rackham Industries, which is a huge worldwide supplier of computer parts. The city has a university, several hospitals, a convention center, all sorts of restaurants and specialty shops, and even a small airport. Okay, so it's not Chicago, but it's not exactly Boondocksville either, except maybe in Deirdre's narrow mind. Anyway, I told my friends, raising my voice to be heard above Deirdre's grumbling, Hazel Perrault definitely ranks as one of my favorite mystery authors, but even if I didn't like her books, I'd still think she was cool, thanks to the work she did to bring the Riverside arsonist to justice a few years back. Remember? Oh, right, George said. That was the guy who kept burning stuff down over in the East Bank and Trib Falls and those other little towns downriver, right? I nodded. Ms. Perrault was doing research for one of her novels, Mystery on Misty Moor. I think it was when she stumbled across some new evidence in the case. She followed up on it, and her work helped law enforcement capture the culprit. Jordan Q. Jefferson, George said. That was the guy's name, right? I think so. I glanced at her with respect. Whenever I start to believe that George doesn't think about anything other than her latest practical joke, or where she's going to get the money to buy her next computer gadget, she surprises me. She has great memory for details. That is, when she's paying attention. Meanwhile, Bess was paging through Hazel Perrault's novel, which she'd taken from me. She paused on the back flap. It's so weird, she commented. Her books always seem to be set in old, ruined castles or haunted forests or other fairy tale kinds of places, and yet she turns out to be the one who solves the real-life crime. The inspiration for the mystery sort of sounds like a movie or something. I guess so, I shrugged, but the real-life Fact is, without Ms. Perrault, the crime might never have been solved. And Jefferson might still be out there burning down buildings. Excuse me, but I couldn't help overhearing your conversation. I glanced over my shoulder. The young sales clerk was standing there, smiling tentatively at us. Deirdre was sullenly paging through her magazines nearby. If she even noticed we were there, she hadn't given any indication of it. That was no surprise. My friends and I aren't Deirdre's biggest fans, and the feeling is mutual. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I just heard you mention Ms. Perrault, and I thought you might be interested in something, the clerk went on earnestly. It was just in the university paper. She joined forces with Rags to Riches for a big fundraising project in Tributary Falls. It sounds really cool. What kind of project? I asked, already interested. Rags to Riches was a large local charity group. I volunteered for them from time to time, and my father had done some pro bono legal work for them in the past. Yes, we stand Carson Drew. Carson Drew is the best. Most of the big companies in town have sponsored at least one of the group's fundraisers and other projects. Even Deirdre's father, a wealthy attorney not known for his charitable spirit, is on R2R's board of directors. They're going to refurbish this rundown movie theater, the clerk said. I think they want to turn it into a community center for girls, or something like that. Anyway, they're looking for volunteers to help with rebuilding and redecorating. Then, at the end of the project, there's going to be a big fundraising gala. Hazel Perrault is going to host it along with her son. Bess gasped. You mean Jake Perrault, the actor? He's gorgeous. That guy who stars in Rebel from the Ashes, George snorted. Yeah, right. Since when do you like the bad boy types, Bess? Sounds like he's a similar type to Brady Armstrong, who's another actor that shows up in Nancy Drew stuff. I don't care about type, Bess said dreamily, but I do care about gorgeous green eyes and silky black hair and beautiful long eyelashes. The sales clerk shivered appreciatively. I know, she said. He's a total hottie. The hottest, Bess giggled. Can you imagine dancing with him as some big romantic ball? Total swoon moment. She said fundraiser, not ball, George corrected. I think you've been looking at that Hazel Perrault book cover a little too long, Bess. I wasn't really listening to their bickering. Unlike Bess, I wasn't that interested in fundraising balls or handsome movie stars, but I was interested in the Rags to Riches project. It sounded like a worthwhile way to help people, which was right up my alley. Plus, it would mean a chance to meet one of my literary idols at the same time. I mentioned as much to my friends. I think I'm going to look into volunteering for this. What could be better? It's a dream opportunity. George laughed. Okay, so your idea of dream opportunity is hammering and sawing all day for no money? She said. Call me crazy, but it doesn't exactly sound like a fairy tale come true to me. What about you? I turned expectantly to Bess, figuring she would be easier to sell on the idea. Not only was she already fantasizing about meeting Jake Perrault, but she's also surprisingly handy with tools and carpentry. Sure, Bess said immediately. Sounds great. George frowned. Well, if you're both going, I guess I will too, she grumbled. How long will we be stuck on construction duty? I don't know, I smiled at the sales clerk. You don't happen to still have that newspaper article handy, do you? Sure, she replied. I wish I could go too, but I could never get enough time off work. We headed over to the sales register. The clerk pulled out the day's campus newspaper from underneath the counter. Sure enough, there was a big headline about the R2R project in the front page. Oh no, Bess cried as soon as she saw the dates. George and I can't go. What? I was surprised and disappointed. Why not? That's the week my parents and George's parents are going to that Marvin family reunion vacation in Bermuda, Bess explained as George nodded. The last time we were all in Bermuda was when Ransom of the Seven Ships, the game happened, and anybody who knows that game knows that it's probably best if everybody stays away from Bermuda. That was generally where we were supposed to be. In that region. I vaguely remembered hearing my friend's parents talking about the trip. Bess's father and George's mother were brother and sister. Bess's father and George's mother. Okay. And this was some kind of long-planned get-together for family members of their generation. So, I prompted, not sure why that should interfere with our plans. It's also the week I'm scheduled to get my wisdom teeth out, George said, grimacing. Bess already promised to stay with me, since you all know I don't deal well with that sort of thing. Bess grinned. True, she said, but George is only one of the babies I'm sitting for that week. I also promised to watch Maggie and Scott. Bess's sister Maggie and George's brother Scott were both middle schoolers and thus a bit too young to stay home alone for that long. Oh, times change. The Babysitters Club, the 13-year-olds were babysitting. Well, I said with a sigh. The images of working alongside my friends dissipating as fast as they come. Maybe Ned will go with me. Ugh. Ned is Nancy's on-again, off-again boyfriend, and the chat very much disapproves of him as a general person. I still can't believe you're going to be gone for almost a whole week, Ned Nickerson grumbled. I glanced up from examining the local hardware store's selection of work gloves and smiled sympathetically at my boyfriend. 5 days, I told him. That's all. I wish you could come along, but you'll be so busy with work that you probably won't even miss me. No matter what kind of brave face I tried to put on, though, I knew I would miss him. After my friends had bailed, I'd inserted Ned in their place in my daydreams, and the thought of dancing with him had made me look forward to the fundraising ball almost as much as the project itself. See, he's not a very supportive boyfriend most of the time. That's why we generally disapprove. Unfortunately, none of those dreams were going to come true either. During breaks from his studies at the university, Ned worked for his father, the publisher of the River Heights Bugle. Normally his schedule there was fairly flexible, but he had promised to cover a series of political meetings that happened to be taking place the same week as the R2R project. He reached over and squeezed my shoulder. I'll miss you like crazy. Anyway, this project must be cursed or something. What are the odds that Bess and George can't go that week either? I laughed. Well, I don't believe in curses, I said, but it certainly is bad luck. I wish you guys could come along, but it still is a great cause. And it'll be awesome having the chance to meet Hazel Perrault. I can't wait to ask her about her work, and my voice trailed off as I blinked in surprise. Excuse me, hiccups. At the unusual vision before me. Deirdre had just entered the store, trailed by a tall, slender girl with sleek blonde hair and a haughty expression. If there was one place Deirdre Shannon belonged in even less than a bookstore, it was a hardware store. In her stylish leather bolero jacket and expensive sandals, she stood out among the saw, blades, and hammers like a proverbial sore thumb. Ned blinked at the pair in obvious surprise. Do my eyes deceive me, or is that Deirdre? Do you think she's lost? He wondered. Excuse me, Deirdre called loudly to the general direction of the store's front counter. We need some help over here. It's very important. That must be the famous cousin Ashley, I murmured to Ned, nodding towards the other girl. Yeah, Ned agreed, and she doesn't exactly look like the handy type either. That was true enough. Both Deirdre and her cousin were dressed to the nines, complete with stylish handbags and full makeup. Maybe they get lost on the way to some hip new restaurant and they're just here asking for directions, I whispered, only half kidding. I really couldn't imagine why else they would be in the hardware store. The work gloves are right over here, a sales clerk said as he led the girls toward the aisle where Ned and I were standing. Deirdre's eyes lit up as she approached us, though it had nothing to do with the store's wide selection of sturdy work gloves. She had just spotted Ned. I hid my smile by leaning down to pick up another pair of gloves. Deirdre had had the hots for Ned for as long as any of us can remember. She seems to take his politeness for encouragement. She never gives up on trying to charm Ned, not even when I'm standing right there with him. Hello, Ned, Deirdre cooed. I don't think you've met my cousin Ashley. She's visiting from Chicago for a couple of weeks. Ash, this is Ned Nickerson. He's the most promising young newsman in River Heights. He could probably get a job in, like, Chicago or New York, even. As I straightened up again, she shot a dismissive glance. Oh, and that's Nancy. She went to school with me. Charmed, whatever. Cousin Ashley sounded bored. Come on, Deirdre, let's get the stuff we need and get out of here. I need to get a pedicure before we leave town. Okay, Deirdre was smiling beguilingly at Ned. So, Ned, what brings you in here? Are you planning some kind of home improvement project or something? Nope, nothing like that, Ned replied mildly. I'm just helping Nancy shop for a few building supplies. She's volunteering for a project down in Trib Falls. R2R is going to be fixing up an old movie theater this week. Deirdre traded a smug smile with her cousin before turning back to Ned and me. We know, she said. We're going too. Oh boy. And here we have a little blurb from, I guess, what is the River Heights Gazette? Or what did they... I keep forgetting what it's actually called. I have terrible memory. Sorry, I have ADHD for anybody who doesn't know. Oh, they just said newsmen of River Heights, so... River Heights, whatever. Bugle, Gazette. And one of the last spots to fill victim... Let me try that again. And one of the last spots to fall victim to the River Heights arsonist flame was the venerable Chateau Theater of Tributary Falls. Located on a spit of land just across the creek from the main part of town, the theater dripped with old-world style from its lush red velvet seats to the real butter on the popcorn. Alas, the arsonist spark put an end to that legacy. However, the brave and noble volunteers of the local fire company managed to save the shell of the building, and experts had since declared it safe and good, and a good candidate for refurbishment. When I had heard about it, I simply couldn't resist the romance of the majestic old place, or the opportunity to give it a second chance at useful life. It was most gratifying to find that so many people were willing, even eager, to put their lives on hold for a week to lend their strength, expertise, and enthusiasm to the project. The Rags to Riches group, based in River Heights, advertised for volunteers, and before I knew it, the generous souls were gathered together, ready to meet the challenge. Their only reward would be hard work and the satisfaction of a job well done, and their only motive was generosity, or so I believed at first. All right, that gets us through our first chapter. She can have him. Ned isn't good enough for you, Nancy. Ned is really, like, the whole, like, oh, you're gonna be out of town? What am I gonna do? It's like, she's doing charity, Ned. Yes, Patrick, thank you for the Stuart Little copy. Mystery being well planned sounds like a very important part of a mystery novel. Yeah, she does have a point. Down with Deirdre. Everyone I know called Deirdre is terrible, so I don't trust her. There's gotta be some nice Deirdres out there. Oh, that is cool, Clover. And someone who grew up in a small town, airport. You ain't that small of a town, right? Yeah, I used to. When I grew up north of the city in Canton, we used to have to drive like an hour just to get to the airport. The biggest airport in the busiest airport in the world. Very big airport when you get there, but we didn't have any closer airport than that. All right, camera. Oh, that would be why. I fixed one of my problems, so that's good. Whoop. It's like, why isn't it letting me edit this asset? And then it was like, oh, well, because you cut it, you locked it off from everything else. Alright, let's see. I'm back in my anti-Deirdre era. My hometown has an airport, the time that can only handle the smallest of planes. Yeah, my dad flies small planes, and so he deals a lot in those airports. And he finds them very calming, but if you're a traveler, it's not really super ideal. Like half an hour to get to the closest airport. Oof. There are only 1,789 people in my hometown. Ooh, I don't know how many people were in my hometown, but it was very, very small. I know about 27 people in my town, and it feels like those are the only people here sometimes. I know that feeling. We used to... There were smaller towns in my small town, but I thought about it as very, very small. Like when I was in high school, right before we moved away, we got a Target, and that was like big news. Everybody was like, yo, we got a Target. This might look like funky framing for a second, but I did not think this was gonna work. I thought the glitch would be happening under, like, in the bottom part of whatever the cropping was, but apparently the camera just doesn't like that bottom part of the crop, so it's... Whoop. Maybe I spoke too soon? We'll leave it there for a second. Talking about sending... Bad idea. Oh. Not Ransom of the Seven Ships. For anybody who was not there, we played this game. We played all of the Nancy Drew games because there's a lot of PC games in the series. We played one called Ransom of the Seven Ships. It is my least favorite game in all of the games that they made. It's just a really not fun game at all. It's not well thought out. The puzzles are bad. The story is bad. Everything is bad. And we just had, like, a horrible time trying to beat it on stream. And so, it's just, something that gives us all flashbacks in a not like, warm, fuzzy way. Secret Files Hardy Boys book at a Dollar Tree. Yay, I found a few of those, too. I think I found, like, 1 through 4 at a Dollar Tree one time. Ned, boo, go away, Ned. Went to the hospital via Whirlybird 24-hour observation at least. You would think. Oh, I'm sorry, Texas. They should keep her 48. That sounds stressful. I'm really sorry. Not Ned. Ned is the worst. Nancy. Why does you think Ned is swoon-worthy? Yeah, Nancy, like, out of obligation tells us that Ned's cool. You can tell that every writer who's ever written for the series does not like Ned. You know, he just serves no real purpose. Questionable. It does sound questionable. But I'm not a doctor, but I do have questions. Good night, Clover. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight. It's been really fun. She won't. Trigger warning, Ned Nickerson. I mean, yeah. Being summoned to dinner. Have a good dinner, Tex. It's alright to be little bitty. Look, I mean, it feels like a really stupid fix, right? Because I was like, there's no way this is going to work. This feels like, as soon as I crop it, it's just going to start glitching whatever the bottom part of it is. But if you notice, it seems to be working. So, I'm just gonna keep being thankful for that. All right, let's keep going. And keep drinking my drink. So I guess I lied. It is a little bit more fairy tale theme than I thought. From the summary, I couldn't really tell that there was anything fairy tale about the story at all. But I guess they are, like... I guess the books are pretty, like... excuse me, fantasy mystery, I guess. Which honestly doesn't sound bad. It sounds like those books that I was obsessed with for a little while. Hi, Ollie! Where it's like Lady Sherlock Holmes in the 18th century. Or 1800s, so 19th century. Alright, Chapter 2, What's in a Name? I leaned back against the seat of Ned's car, staring out at the passing scenery. We had just entered the Tributary Falls, a sleepy little town about a third of the size of River Heights, whose claims to fame were its old brick clock tower, but an odd preponderance of shoe stores. Ned and I had spent most of the hour-long drive chatting about the project, George's oral surgery, and other topics. I bet George is having more fun in oral surgery than talking to Ned for an hour in the car. With a shiver, I realized we were almost there. This is going to be so cool, I murmured, watching the stores and restaurants of the shopping district slide by outside the car window. Then I sighed the sight of an expensive boutique bringing me back to reality. Just too bad Deirdre's the only person I know who's going. And Cousin Ashley, Ned reminded me with a slight smile. Don't forget about her. I groaned. I was trying to, I muttered. I still can't believe these two are actually doing this. My guess is that Mr. Shannon has something to do with it. It's not like Deirdre to volunteer for physical labor like this. You're probably right. Then again, maybe Cousin Ashley is a paragon of charitable spirit, and this was all her idea, Ned argued with a smile. Even though I knew he was joking, I answered seriously. That's true, I said. We really shouldn't judge by appearances. Just because Cousin Ashley looks like a shallow, self-centered Deirdre clone doesn't necessarily mean it's true. I shrugged. But I still think the most likely solution is this little mystery is that Mr. S still thinks it'll look good for his business if his daughter and niece volunteer. He probably convinced them to go along with it by promising to buy them each a new car or something. I'm sure the chance to meet a movie star had something to do with their willingness too, Ned said as he eased to a stop in a traffic light on Prince Street. Good point, I agreed, especially a hunky one like Jake Perrault. The three of them will probably get along great. They can all discuss the newest hair conditioner and the latest Hollywood gossip. Ned didn't answer. The light had turned green again, and he was slowly driving down the next block. There wasn't much traffic at the house on a Monday morning, and he was able to take his time to look for the address we needed. I think this is it, he said, peering up to the left. I leaned across him to look. Ned had just stopped in front of a large gray stone building with a neon sign reading Palace Hotel in old-fashioned fancy script letters. Staring up at the facade, I felt a shiver of excitement pass through me. This was going to be a once-in-a-lifetime experience, and I wasn't about to let Deirdre Shannon ruin my fun. After saying goodbye to Ned, I entered the hotel's hushed, carpeted lobby. A doorman took my bags and pointed me towards the open doors of the main conference room, where a handful of people were clustered near the small stage set up on one side of the large open space. I entered and spotted Deirdre and her cousin, or rather I heard them, almost immediately. The shrill sounds of giddy laughter echoed through the nearly empty room, immediately turning the cousins into the center of attention. The two of them were standing with a very tall, very slender woman dressed in elegant linen pantsuit. She was in her mid-30s, looked vaguely familiar, though I couldn't place her face right away. I wondered if I'd encountered her on previous R2R projects. Glancing around, I took in the rest of the faces in the ballroom. A 50-ish looking man, dressed in overalls and work boots, was standing alone near the wall, while a much younger but similarly dressed man picked over the offerings of a refreshment table. A trio of girls, probably about 14 years old, were giggling amongst themselves near the restrooms. My heart sank slightly as I realized Deirdre and her cousin were the only people my age in the room. Somehow, I'd been imagining a big project with dozens of volunteers of all ages. Were more people still on the way, or was this it? Oh well, either way, if I was going to be stuck with them, I figure I might as well try to play nice. Taking a deep breath, I headed towards them to say hello. Just then I heard footsteps hurrying from into the room. Turning, I saw a petite 60-something woman entering. I gasped. Hazel Perrault looked just like she did on her book jackets, from the unruly gray curls to her flowing purple shawl and sensible shoes. Forgetting all about Deirdre and company, I hurried over to introduce myself. Ms. Perrault, I said, feeling a little breathless all of a sudden. It's not often that I get to meet one of my heroes. It's so great to meet you. My name is Nancy Drew. I'm one of the volunteers for this project. The older woman's smile put me at ease immediately. Of course, she said, reaching out and grasping one of my hands in both of hers. Her skin felt soft and wrinkly like the worn pages of a favorite book. Miss Nancy Drew, I have read of your wonderful mystery-solving skills and the papers many times, my dear. I'm honored to have you be here. I feel like she should have, like, a really southern accent. I blushed a little, surprised that the mystery writer as famous as Hazel Perrault had heard of my modest small-town exploits. Nancy, you've solved cases all over the world. What are you talking about? The honor's all mine, Miss Perrault, I said. I adore your books. Blood in the Moat was one of the best mysteries I've ever read. Oh, and I thought it was so cool how you helped the police capture the Riverside arsonist. She modestly waved away my praise. That was pure chance, she said. But I'm so pleased to hear that you enjoy my writing. I always feel the younger, more modern people are likely to have little interest in my old-fashioned tales of moats and castles and such. You write good stories. That's what counts for me. Like I tell my friends, your mystery plots are great. I smiled, thinking back to how engrossed I'd been in her latest paperback a couple of months ago. Besides, even a modern girl can identify with people in your books. Everybody knows how scary it is to be somewhere all alone and cut off from everything familiar. When they're in some isolated castle in the middle of the moors, or in a parking garage in the bad part of town. She chuckled. Thank you for your kind words, my dear. I can't decide what kind of southern accent she should have, so it's all just jumbling together. But I do hope you won't find the project too frightening. The old theater we'll be working in is a bit isolated. Then, just like the tower in my latest book. Her intelligent gray eyes twinkled behind her wire-rimmed glasses. I trust that won't scare you off. It takes more than that to scare me, I replied playfully. But I thought the burned-out theater was right here in town. I didn't realize it was out in the middle of nowhere. It's not really, she sighed. The Chateau Theater was once the first movie house in the country. People came from far away as Silver Creek or River Heights to enjoy a special show there. It's located in a narrow island between two smallish branches of the big river. These twin tributaries meet up at the rapids at the bottom of the island, which is how the town got its name. Interesting. I've only been to Trib Falls a few times. I don't think I've ever seen that part of town, or been to that Chateau Theater. She nodded. That doesn't surprise me. Sadly, even before the fire, the chateau was only a shadow of its former glory. It had turned into a cheap place to go see third-rate films. The only other business still operating on the island just prior to the fire were a couple of second-hand stores and a betting parlor. Shortly before the arsonist struck, the Carltons, they're the owners of the bed and breakfast where we'll be staying, were hoping to buy up the chateau and a couple of other properties and maybe take a shot of gentrifying the whole area, and gave up on that plan after the fire, of course. Is this woman based? She's, like, aware of gentrification? Just barely. That's too bad. Did the B&B escape the fire, then? Just barely. She shook her head. It was the only thing on the island that wasn't at least partially burned. Mostly thanks to the pond behind it. Even the bridge connecting the islands into the same side of the river was destroyed. Nobody ever bothered to repair it until now. Like the chateau, all of the other businesses just gave up and left, so it's now a 20-minute drive back to civilization over the bridge on the far side of the island, which has, until recently, made it difficult to drum up much support for this project. But the new bridge should finally be finished by the end of the week, just in time for the big grand opening of our new girls' community center. She smiled brightly, clearly happy to think about all the good we'd be doing that week. Well, it sounds like a great project, I said, and what's more, I bet the fundraiser and there's a dash in between fund and raiser. That's interesting. I've never seen that before. At the end, we'll raise tons of money for R2R's other projects. She hesitated briefly before answering. Yes, she said slowly. That will be nice. I blinked, wondering if I was imagining things. Even though I'd just met her, I would have sworn that at that moment Ms. Perrault's smile suddenly looked a bit forced. Before I could figure out what that was all about, she spoke again, her voice brisker and brighter now. So, Miss Drew, she said, I'm fascinated by your amateur detective work. I do hope you'll tell me all about some of the mysteries you've solved. Do you find them, or do they usually find you? Some of each, I replied, half of my mind still focused on her odd expression a moment earlier. And please, call me Nancy. All right, Nancy. And I'm Hazel. She glanced around the room. Nobody else had noticed her arrival yet. Deirdre and Ashley were still chatting with their new friend, and both men and all 3 teen girls were now gathered around the refreshments table. I suppose I should bring this little meeting to order so we can get started. Excuse me, Nancy? Of course. Moments later, she was calling for attention from the small stage. As the others gathered around, I found myself standing next to the older guy. Other than offering a quick nod, he ignored my presence along with that of everyone else in the room. There was something about him. He was one of those people who seemed to have sort of a force field around them, warning other people to stay away. Still, his eyes looked kind, and his hands showed the evidence of many years of hard physical labor. I had a hunch there might be a kind of soul beneath those gruff exterior. I didn't have time to check out anyone else before I got caught up in what Hazel was saying. She welcomed us to the project, reviewing the information she just shared with me. Then she explained the details of the project in more detail. We would be responsible for finishing some light construction work, as well as cleaning and decorating the interior spaces and fixing up the surrounding yard and parking lot. I'm afraid we'll be working you quite hard this week, she went on, and I'll be ducking out of most of it. She grinned as we all chuckled. But in case you need further inspiration, I want to introduce you to 3 very special girls who will be working right alongside you. Megan, Lacey, and Audrey, please say hello to everyone. The trio of teens looked bashful as everyone else turned to look at them. Hey, said the boldest of the 3, a petite girl with tight braids, giving us a jaunty little wave when the other 2 giggled. These girls live right here in Tributary Falls, Hazel continued. They'll be among those using the new center when it's finished. Wait, Cousin Ashley spoke up, sounding slightly bored. I thought we were supposed to be building some kind of home for troubled youths or something. Hazel pursed her lips. We prefer to call it Community Center, she said. It's a place for girls like our 3 friends here to gather and have fun without the temptations of the street or risking trouble with the law. Deirdre raised her hand. At Hazel's nod, she stepped forward. Let me get this straight, she said. I'm trying to remember. I can't really do Deirdre's voice very well at all. You're expecting us to finish building this place and decorate it and everything, and it's just me and Ash and 4 other regular people and a bunch of juvenile delinquents? Oof. Deirdre! The 3 teens shot her nasty looks, and I hid a smile. That was typical Deirdre, making new friends everywhere she went. I suppose I should be honored that she actually thought of me as a, quote, regular person. Normally, I suspected she thought of me in much less polite terms. Hazel answered the question seriously. I realize you're a streamlined group, she said, but I'm confident that you can do it. You each have wonderful skills that should help make things go smoothly. For instance, I understand that Ms. Alney has some experience with interior design. I nodded to myself at the name. That was why the tall, thin woman looked so familiar. She was Cindy, spelled Synndi, a way that I've never seen Cindy spelled. Alnoy, a former Miss Midwest and a successful local fashion model. She'd contacted my father recently, wanting him to represent her in her divorce from a wealthy local real estate magnate. Dad was too busy to take the case, much to fashionista Bess's disappointment. So I'd never actually met Miss Alnoy, but I'd seen her photos in catalogs and newspapers. I gazed at her curiously, taking in her long, almost bone-thin limbs, and perfectly coiffed black hair, and a red dress that Bess probably would have recognized as some kind of designer original, but that, to me, just looked tight and sort of itchy. Meanwhile, Hazel was introducing the two overall-clad men. The younger one was named Wayne and had been working at various construction jobs for several years. And here we have our other construction expert, Hazel continued, turning to smile at the older man. He was generous enough to take time off for him from... I think this is supposed to be from his own, but it says from him own. We found another typo. Yay, typo bell. From his own construction company to come and help us out. I'm sure we'll be grateful to have his expertise and work ethic. I'm pleased to introduce Mr. Jordan T. Jefferson. He prefers to be called JT. For a second, I wondered why that name sounded so familiar. Then my eyes widened, and the answer came to me. The construction worker had almost the same name as the Riverside arsonist. Ooh, and that's where we leave off on chapter 3. I'm picturing in my mind, when I read for the writer, Ms. Perrault, I'm picturing the lady from, I'm picturing Renee from Nancy Drew Legend of the Crystal Skull, which maybe is why I don't trust her, but that could just be me. All right, I've missed a lot of things in chat. Hold on, let me catch up. Hello, Derp Rex. I loathe Ned Nickerson with my whole hypothetical. That's funny. Sweet, sweet fantasy baby. Nice to know that even in the books, all women in Deirdre's family have the exact same face. Yes. What I miss, Nancy's helping out with a charity thing, headed up by her favorite author. And there's arson alluded to so far. We're only 2 chapters in. Bye, Natty. I'm sure you're already gone, but if you're watching this back, bye, Natty. Sorry, I'm just seeing it. Eating a marble slab ice cream, cotton candy flavored with brownie. Ooh. Sprinkles. That sounds nice, Cameron. Welcome back, Clover. I know that feeling. I do declare. Yeah, that's the voice that I'm picturing for. Like a very, like a very southern grandma. Yeah, y'all become pretty, colloquial everywhere, hasn't it? Eventually, whenever it gets made released, as well as cover the later films. Yeah, that'll be fun. We're gonna have to have Gabe, because Gabe is the Jurassic Park guy, for sure. Karen Valentine from Monster High. I've never seen Monster High, but now I want to see it even more. I'm gonna try and convince her mother to let her be here. Aww. Aww. You're a good grandma. Let Sad Lump be here. We really do love Lenora. She is genuinely such a sweet kid. Even I say y'all and I'm Irish. Y'all, it just rolls off the tongue, you know? Everybody says it. Mom tonight and I still not okay with the idea. I don't blame you, Tex. I would be nervous too. And yes, thank you, Ellery, for always looking out for the young folks in our chat. Yay! Grandma for the win! Cameron, it's still possible to be timed out, so keep that in mind. Ellery will go dad friend on Cameron. Sorry, I was trying to talk and then there was too much chocolate. We know, Cameron, just giving a reminder to all people in chat. Be good. Yay! Welcome back. We're glad to have you. Jax. Her grandmother busted her out of grounded jail. I'll come back a minute before and I'll do it again. Welcome back, child. I saw a nightlight that just had a picture of Baby Yoda on it today at the dollar store, and it said "the child," and it made me think of Sad Lump. Another 6 a.m. shift. Night, everyone. Stay safe. Stay safe, Chris. Good luck tomorrow. Thank you for being here. We love Grandma. We absolutely do. Grandma Clover is adorable. She's super great. Reminds me of my grandma. I'm not that crazy. Oh. Don't call your grandma crazy. All right, here we go. Let's do chapter 3. The chapters are a little longer in this book than some of the ones we've been reading, but you know what? I will take Nancy Drew in any Nancy Drew media in any form I can get my hands on. Let's see. Chapter 3, To the Chateau. The name was an odd coincidence, but I didn't think about it for long. After all, Jefferson wasn't exactly an unusual name. Besides, there were much more interesting things to think about as Hazel finished her introductions and then herded us out to a waiting van. The hotel porters had already loaded our bags into the back, so we all piled in for the ride to the site. As I mentioned to some of you already, we have a little bit of a drive to get to the theater. As I mentioned to some of you already, we have a little bit of a drive to get to the theater, Hazel warned as she settled herself into the front passenger seat. With a smile, she reached forward and rapped her knuckles on the faux wooden finish of the dashboard. At least that's what they tell me. Redirect, that's not the word, brain. Deirdre looked up from fastening. My brain doesn't even want to read her name. That's how much we don't like Deirdre. From fastening her seatbelt. She and Cousin Ashley had snagged the first seat along with their new friend, Cindy Alnoy, leaving me to squeeze into the middle seat with Wayne and JT, while the 3 teens climbed into the back. Wait, Deirdre said. I thought we were going to our hotel first. Ashley glanced out the side of the window as the van's driver pulled away from the curb. I don't see why we can't stay here at the palace, she complained. It seems decent enough, like, you know, for a small town place. Oh, I think you'll like the B&B, Hazel said, not seeming to notice her whiny tone. It's a lovely place. It's been in the Carlton family for generations. That's why they kept up all these years, even though they haven't gotten much business since the fire. Carlton, Cindy spoke up, sounding interested. Would that be Alexander Page Carlton? I know him. He's a friend of my ex. Very rich guy. Yes, the Carltons are quite well-to-do. If Hazel was taken aback by Cindy's rather crass comment, she didn't let it show. That's what has allowed them to maintain the B&B despite its lack of business. They spend most of their time at their home in Chicago, but they keep this place for family holidays and the occasional customer. I think they hoped the island might someday recover from its former glory. She smiled. Perhaps our little project will help with that. Yeah, some recovery, Deirdre muttered, staring out the window at the van as the van made its way through the sleepy little town. Bringing a bunch of juvenile delinquents sounds fabulous. In any case, Hazel went on, ignoring Deirdre's sarcastic comment along with the resulting snorts from the teens in the back. The Carlton family has been kind enough to turn over this place for us for the duration of the project. Whatever, Ashley sounded bored. As long as there's cable TV and maid services, I can make do. Hazel cleared her throat. Was it my imagination, or was there a glint of amusement in her eyes? I'm sorry, my dear, she said. On both counts. There has been no cable services on the island since the fire, and I'm afraid you will be in charge of your own cooking and cleaning this weekend. I didn't mind the idea at all. It sounded kind of fun to play house in a B&B for a week. But I couldn't help being amused at the matching expressions of shock and horror on the faces of Deirdre and her cousin as they turned to stare at each other. You would have thought they'd just been told they were expected to kill their own dinner with their bare hands every night. Jeez. Hazel quickly changed the subject, talking about all the good work Rags to Riches had done throughout the years. The conversation continued for the next 10 minutes or so when we found ourselves bouncing over a wooden bridge spanning a narrow but fast-moving river. Is this thing safe? Cindy asked, sounding nervous as she peered out the window. Been the only crossing of the island since the fire, JT spoke up gruffly. Oh, that wasn't the whatever, but, you know, we'll give him a southern accent, too. Suppose it'll hold out a few more days. He seemed to be right as the van made it safely to the other side. I stared out the window, curious to see how we would be spending the week. The island was small, probably not more than a mile from end to end and a bit narrower across, and the whole place looked like the aftermath of a war zone. The road we were on was pitted and cracked and charred, and the charred ruins of a dozen or so buildings, which may have been houses, lined either side. Chunks of debris were scattered everywhere. Old drywall, burned out cars, piles of bricks, or stones. Nature had reclaimed much of the mess throughout the past few years, while any large trees had once grown in the island had burned along with the buildings. Nearly every open space was a riot of weeds and wildflowers and slender saplings poked out of skeletal structures and shaded mountains of old trash. It wasn't hard to spot the Chateau Theater, since it was the only building on the main road still in one piece. While the basic structure appeared to be sound, from what I could tell, the place was a mess. The small overgrown yard in front was littered with debris, that drifts of ash and most of the parking lot at one side of the theater. After just one look, I could tell it was going to be a challenge to get in shape in less than a week. I splashed myself. Ugh, Deirdre said. Don't tell me that we're supposed to fix up. That's it, Hazel replied cheerfully. Beautiful, isn't it? Deirdre shot the older woman a look, clearly uncertain about how to take that comment. That kept Deirdre silent long enough for us to leave the theater behind. Glancing forward, I saw what could only be the Carlton place. Located about a quarter-mile across the open field from the theater, the bed and breakfast was a charming three-story Victorian-style home, complete with gables and shutters and pretty hedges of roses. Its clean, well cared for appearance really stood out in the midst of burned-out desolation of the rest of the island. Cute place, Cindy commented, as the van driver pulled into the circular driveway. Doesn't look very big, though. Are we all going to fit? You should be fine, Hazel assured her. JT and Wayne live right here in town, so they'll be communing in each day from their own homes. I already figured out how to divvy up the rest of you in what I think is a fair and workable way. There are 4 nicely sized bedrooms. 4, Ashley exclaimed, obviously doing some rapid math in her head. Hold on, 4 bedrooms and 7 people? What is that, summer camp or prison? Not at all, Hazel replied calmly as the van pulled to a stop. The girls have already told me they'd like to stay together. They'll be in the largest room, the sunrise suite. She nodded towards the young teens who were already pushing at one another as they clambered for the door. I understand that you and Deirdre are cousins, so I thought the 2 of you wouldn't mind sharing the coaching room. That leaves the remaining 2 rooms for Cindy and Nancy. Oh, okay. Cindy seemed satisfied with that, though Deirdre and Ashley were once again looking dismayed. Come on, what are we waiting for? Yes, let's go, Hazel agreed, reaching for the door handle. I should have just enough time to give you a tour of the place before I need to head back into town. We all climbed out of the van. Deirdre, Ashley, and Cindy headed straight for the front door, but I walked around the back to get my bag. The driver, a genial-looking older man, shooed me away. Go on, he said with a wink. I'll get your bags. You don't want to miss the tour, or those other girls might decide to switch rooms and stick you with the basement. I laughed and thanked him, then hurried to catch up to the others. The 2 construction workers here were talking with each other on the front porch, but the rest of the group was clustered in front of the wide double doors. Hazel pulled out a brass key, and a moment later we entered a beautifully decorated front hall, dominated by a gorgeous carved wooden staircase. Wow, I said, it's lucky that this place didn't burn. These stairs are amazing. Yeah, great, Deirdre said sourly, showing little interest in the architectural wonders of the house. Let's go see the bedrooms first, okay? I want to know what I'm supposed... Oh, wait, sorry. Let's go see the bedrooms first, okay? I want to know where I'm supposed to sleep for the next week. Hazel led the way up the stairs. 3 of the rooms are on this floor, she said. The sunrise suite is on the 3rd floor. We get our own floor? One of the younger girls didn't have their names straight yet, spoke up. Cool, one of her friends added with a giggle. Ashley shot them a slightly sour look. Yes, well, I hope you're not going to make me too much noise up there. I'm a very light sleeper. Hazel was opening the first door. This is the garden room, she said. I thought Nancy might like this one. She smiled at me. I stepped forward to look. Wow, it's beautiful, I exclaimed. The room was small but bright, dominated by a pair of large windows looking out onto the back garden. It was decorated in shades of pink and yellow. The furniture all appeared to be antique. From the comfortable-looking canopy bed to the cozy armchair in front of the tiled fireplace, in one corner, framed botanical prints lined the walls. When I turned to smile at Hazel, I saw Deirdre peering into the room with a smirk. Are you sure you'll be all right in here, Nancy? She said. This room is a little girly for you, isn't it? I rolled my eyes. Funny. Come on, after seeing this, I can't wait to check out the rest of the place. The next room in the hall was identified by a little brass plaque outside the river room. It was furnished in soothing shades of blue and green with decor featuring sailing prints, bottled ships, and similar objects. I hope you'll be comfortable in here, Cindy, Hazel said. Thank you. I'm sure I will be fine. Finally, we reached the large room at the front of the house, known as the coaching room. At least twice as large as others. It was decorated sort of like an old-time men's club with burnished mahogany paneling, hunter green wallpaper, and lots of leather. A harness adorned the wall between the double beds. Equestrian prints hung here and there, and a collection of antique riding crops and hunting horns filled out one section of the bookcase lining one wall. Ashley wrinkled her nose when she saw the large oil painting hanging above the fireplace mantel, which showed a team of prancing white horses pulling an old-fashioned black carriage. Ew, she said. I can't stay in here. I'm allergic to horses. Even Deirdre laughed at that one. I'm sure you'll live, Ash. Ashley pouted prettily. Whatever, she muttered. Is this tour over yet? Just one more room to go, Hazel said, but you can stay here in your room if you're too tired. No, I want to see the rest of the place, Ashley sighed, glancing around once more around the carriage room as we left. We headed up another narrower staircase to the 3rd floor. Hazel pointed out the door and the attic storage space at the back, then led the way to the sunrise suite. Way to the storage space. Okay. As she opened the door, Deirdre blinked in surprise. Wow, she said. It looks like a pumpkin exploded in here. The large space had clearly earned its name thanks to the huge picture window facing east, which probably offered an amazing view of the sunrise over the river. The walls and fabrics were all in warm shades of orange and yellow to reflect the theme. The walls really did have a nice pumpkin-y sort of glow, though I doubted Deirdre hadn't meant her comment as a compliment. Aw, my childhood bedroom had a pumpkin orange on the walls, and it always just makes me happy to think about. What do you think, girls? Hazel asked the trio of teens with a smile. There are only 2 beds, but we had a cot brought in for you. She pointed to a fold-away bed that had been set up near the window. Cool, one of them replied, while the others nodded. I guess I should do like a younger girl voice for those, but I don't know. Gabe isn't here. Gabe's the one who's good at doing voices. As we headed down the stairs, we met the driver bringing the bags up to the 2nd floor, assisted by JT. I'll get that, I said, reaching for my own suitcase and duffel bag. Thanks, guys. No problem, the driver said cheerfully. Have a nice day, ladies. I lugged my bag into one room and dumped them at the foot of the bed, figuring I could unpack later. At the moment, I was more interested in seeing the rest of the house and finding out the schedule for the afternoon's work. When I had emerged into the hall, I noticed that Hazel and the younger girls had disappeared. Deirdre and Ashley and Cindy were huddled together near the doorway to the coaching room, deep in conversation. They all stopped talking and stared at me when I appeared. I'm going to go check out the 1st floor, I said, doing my best to be friendly. I figured it was probably a lost effort with Deirdre and Ashley, but maybe Cindy would turn out to be nice. Want to come? We'll be there in a minute, Cindy replied with a sweet smile. Downstairs, I found Hazel chatting with the construction workers in the kitchen, which was sunny and spacious. The 2 men wandered off together, discussing something about drywall tools, and I joined Hazel by the window in the breakfast nook. Glancing out, I saw that it offered a view of the theater across the open field. Ready for this, Nancy? Ready for this, Nancy? Hazel asked. I hope so, I replied with a smile. I'm really looking forward to it, she sighed. I only wish I could stay and help, she said. But I look forward to seeing the results of your hard work at the end of the week, and seeing you at the fundraiser, of course. That should be fun, I said politely, not wanting to let her know that the big gala fundraiser sounded a little boring to me now that Ned wasn't going to be there. You don't need Ned. Come on. You're fine. Now, Frank Hardy not being there, that's sad. Just then, we heard the sound of footsteps on the stairs. A moment later, Cindy entered the kitchen, followed by Deirdre and Ashley. Nice, Cindy glanced around the room. The pantry and fridge are fully stocked for you, Hazel told her. If you need anything, I'm sure one of the men can pick it up on his way from town. Right, guys? Sure thing, Miss Perrault, Wayne replied from across the room, where he and JT were still talking. Speaking of JT, I thought we'd catch a ride with you and head home to clean up before dinner. I don't know who's talking. Then we'd head back. I'll drive my truck in. JT doesn't mind walking when he's ready. Hazel nodded. Sounds fine to me. Just then, the driver strode in. Ready to go, Miss P? He asked. We'd better get on the road soon or you'll miss your flight. Ready, Charles. Hazel clasped her hands together and smiled at all of us. Oh, I do hope you'll have fun this week. I nodded and smiled. Nearby, I noticed Deirdre and her cousin exchanging a dubious glance. I want to thank each of you for volunteering your time, energy, and enthusiasm for this place, Hazel continued, and I'll see you all in the fundraiser in a few days. Your son Jake will be there, right? Deirdre spoke up. Yes, of course. Yes, of course, Hazel smiled at her. He's looking forward to it. Deirdre nodded, looking satisfied. She and Ashley exchanged another glance, making me wonder what they would have done if Hazel had said Jake couldn't make it after all. Hazel finished her goodbyes, and Charles hustled her out of the room. JT and Wayne in tow, sorry. She hadn't been gone for more than 2 minutes when Cindy clasped her hands and called for everyone who was staying in the house to gather in the sitting room, a cozy space at the front of the house that was dominated by a large brick-lined fireplace. Cindy stood in front of the mantel, impatiently tapping her foot as the rest of us found seats on the overstuffed sofa or the wicker arms chair. The pleasant smile she'd worn throughout the tour was gone, replaced by a steely expression. Okay, she said abruptly once she had our attention. I guess I'm in charge here now that she's gone. A few things are going to change right away. Oh boy. This is another excerpt from the newspaper. Another clipping. I forgot that these books in this particular arc did this. What is it that makes some people believe in fate, chance, or luck, while others see only coincidences or bad choices? It's a question that may never be answered. As for myself, my heart lies somewhere in the middle. In the end, most events, whether good or bad, can be traced to a person's actions or inactions. A decision made or deferred, series of choices, leading inexorably to a certain result. Then again, there are times when life seems unfair and bad things happen to good people or good places, as in the case of the Chateau Theater. Is bad luck random? Do some people draw it to themselves like a magnet, though no ill deed of their own? Or is it all part of some larger purpose or celestial plan? All right. Chapters are longer, but it means that we get through the book in bigger chunks. Hi, Anton. I'm the captain now. You had me scolding you in Spanish. I don't speak Spanish. Dad friend, please, if you respect me even a little, never ever. Yeah, please don't harass my mods. I will ban you for that one. Express excitement or surprise or even happiness. That's a good way to put it. Children are exes. Oh no, I hate that. Dealing with medical stuff is so awful. I'm ready for February. I'm ready for February to be over. I'm ready for spring. Even though I have terrible allergies, I will brave the allergies. The unpredictable weather is a lot. Very bad. Oh yeah, the arson. Yeah, arson sounds very, very bad. Right, Dex? I live in a multi-gen household, and it's just like, yeah, you make it work. You from the South? Why isn't this your accent already? I mean, so my accent, I always joke it comes out more when I'm tired or stressed. I don't know. I really don't know. I feel like there are times when I say things, and there are times when I say things to my friends, and they're like, you just sounded like an old Southern grandma right then. And I was like, yeah, it comes out sometimes. Or, you know, if I'm around people that all have the same accent too. I don't know. Accents are weird. But as far as, like, imitating the accents, I feel like I can do it pretty well. Because, like, I've lived in Georgia pretty much my whole life, so I have a tinge of it, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I think I think a lot of people subconsciously repress their Southern accents just because there's a stereotype of them being associated with people being uneducated. That's the way I've heard other people talk about it. I have no idea what my brain does, what it does. Probably from working in TV and film. I haven't actually taken, others that I know, like Natasha is classically trained at singing, so she kind of says her accent has been mostly trained out of her. And some people I know take lessons to focus more on their voice, like voice actors and stuff. I haven't taken too many in that world, but honestly, it could have something to do with it. I feel like once you, like, if you make content or whatever, especially if you edit for yourself, your voice kind of becomes more, I don't even know what the word is. Your voice changes a little just because you're so used to, like, I listen to my voice back when I'm editing all of the time, so I feel like it's had some sort of an impact too, in that way. Cantonese accent comes out when I'm speaking jokingly with my parents, same with them. Yeah, when I speak to other people that have, like, really intense Southern accents, it'll come out almost jokingly, but then almost just because it just I don't know what it is about accents and it coming out stronger when you're around people. It's a something assimilation, I don't know, empathy, humans wanting to relate to each other. All right. Chapter 4, Banished. Later, my head was still spinning from Cindy's changes. The woman had done a Jekyll and Hyde type of transformation upon Hazel's departure, turning from the sweet, polite beauty queen she'd seemed at first to the wicked queen of the castle. There are going to be a few changes in the room. Assignment, she'd announced. I'm sure Hazel meant well, but her plan just isn't going to work. For one thing, I really think someone needs to stay on the site at the theater to keep an eye on things. I wondered why Sydney was so worried about guarding the theater. Who did she think was going to bother the old abandoned place? Nobody else lived on the island anymore, and the Riverside arsonist was in prison. All such questions flew out of my head at her next words. I've decided the best person to stay over at the theater is Nancy, she announced. My jaw dropped as Deirdre and Ashley glanced at me with smug smiles. The teen girls just looked amused. I've also decided I'd better stay upstairs in the Sunrise Suite, Cindy continued, not giving me a chance to respond. I need as much morning light as possible for health reasons. So where are we supposed to sleep? Demanded the boldest of the teens. Don't worry, Audrey, Cindy said smoothly. You three can bunk in the river room instead. There was some muttering from the girls who'd spoken. I couldn't blame her. The river room was less than half the size of the Sunrise Suite. It didn't make sense for the three of them to cram in there while Cindy... Oh my god, the way that this name is spelled is catching me up every single time. Had the whole third floor suite to herself, but then one of Audrey's friends leaned over and whispered something in her ear, and at that she fell silent immediately. Cindy had already moved on. Since Ashley doesn't like horses, she'd better take The garden room, she said. That leaves Deirdre in the coaching room. I tried to protest, of course, but it didn't do any good. I was voted down vigorously by the others. Even the teens suddenly seemed suspiciously supportive of the new plan. That was how I found myself sitting on a cot in a tiny windowless room that had once been the ladies' lounge and restroom of the movie theater. A single bare bulb lit up the, quote, lounge, half of the space, which was now my bedroom. It was a far cry from the cozy, comfortable garden room. The floor was dingy, heat-curled linoleum. There were spiders in the corners, a layer of dust and ash covered everything. I could only hope that JT had been right in saying that the plumbing in the bathroom portion of the space had already been repaired. I was just sitting there on my pathetic, lumpy little cot, staring at my suitcase and wondering how, of all people, she had been so bulldozed when Deirdre hurried in without bothering to knock. She had changed clothes since the last I'd seen her and was now dressed in a polo shirt and a pair of designer jeans. She's Cinderella, you guys! Welcome back, Clover. That's fine. I am the queen of all technical issues. And I understand. Nice place, she said with a quick glance around. Listen, Cindy sent me over to tell you that she just made up the work assignments for the rest of the day. I suddenly felt a little less glum. What did it matter where I slept? With any luck, I'd be so tired from each day's work fixing up the theater that I'd be asleep before my head hit the pillow. The cause was what mattered, not the accommodations. I glanced at my watch. It was a little before 4 p.m. Plenty of daylight left for getting started. Okay, I said, what's the plan? Are we starting out in the yard or tackling the interior first? Neither, Deirdre shot me a smug little smile. At least as far as you're concerned. Your task for tonight is to go back to the B&B and fix dinner for everyone. What? It wasn't exactly what I'd been expecting. I'd signed up to help refurbish the theater, not play chef. Dinner, Deirdre pronounced as slowly and carefully. You know, it's that meal people eat in the evening. You heard the old lady. We're on our own. So Cindy figured, why should everyone waste a lot of time cooking for themselves when we can just have one of us make enough food for everyone? I had to admit that made sense, and if I got my turn at cooking duty out of the way early, I'd be free to focus on the interesting stuff later. All right, I said, I'm sure I can rustle up something edible. Tell everyone that dinner will be served at, I checked my watch again, 6:30 or so. Make it 6, Deirdre was already turning to go. Oh, and Ashley's allergic to onions and dairy, and don't forget, I don't eat red meat. All right, so we're having onions battered steak and milk. Kidding. Just then I heard the front door slam. I'm back, JT said. Wayne's not far behind. I'm getting out of the truck. Great, 2 more to cook for. I shook my head, wondering how I was supposed to forget Deirdre's aversion to red meat when I hadn't known it in the first place. But I didn't worry about it for long. It usually doesn't pay to think too hard about anything Deirdre says. Miss Drew, one of the girls, I was pretty sure it was Lacey, said shyly and reached for a second helping of spaghetti with marinara sauce. You're a good cook. I chuckled. Don't let my friends hear you say that, I joked. They'll probably die laughing. Lacey giggled and then turned her attention back to her food. All 9 of us were seated at the big oak table in the dining room, which lay between the kitchen and sitting room. Cindy was at the head of the table with Deirdre and Ashley on either side. JT had taken the chair at the opposite end of Cindy. I was sitting between Deirdre and Wayne with the 3 teens across from me. So Deirdre, Cindy was saying, are you going to type up the minutes from the decorating meeting? Sure, Deirdre shrugged. I think I saw a computer in the little room from the sitting room. I could type in that and print out a copy for each of us. Good, Cindy said. Oh, and I saw the computer, too. It looks a little out of date. I hope it still works. Speaking of computers, Did I tell you guys about the cool new laptop my boyfriend bought me last month? It was super expensive, all one word. But he says nothing's too expensive for decorating meeting, I interrupted. When did that happen? When do you think? Ashley turned and stared at me as if I'd suddenly sprouted an extra head. We had it while you were cooking. Duh. I took a deep breath, trying not to let her snotty tone get to me. This whole project would go a lot more smoothly if we could all manage to get along. Okay, I said, forcing a smile. I'd really like to get involved in the decorating too. I have some ideas, and excuse me. Cindy's voice was sharp and looked up from her plate. You seem to think this is some kind of democracy. That's not how this project works, okay? Sorry, I'm the one who's in charge of assigning the jobs, and I've already decided that Deirdre, Ashley, and I can handle the decorating just fine on our own. Your job is to help Wayne and JT with the other stuff. Audrey spoke up. What are we supposed to do? You three are floaters, it's Cindy, but it's spelled like it's gonna be Sydney, but then it's not. It's Cindy. Cindy told her. You get to help wherever you're needed. There should be plenty of variety to keep you entertained. I like to think of myself as a pretty even-tempered person, but Cindy's impetuous behavior was wearing on my last nerve, and I was already getting tired of hiding it. We're all supposed to be working together on this project. Remember, Hazel didn't say anything about, Hazel's not here anymore, Cindy shrugged coolly. That's why she left me in charge. You ought to be glad I'm here instead of complaining about it. I used to help my ex organize huge parties and galas all the time. I'm definitely the most experienced person here at that sort of thing. Yeah, Deirdre spoke up with a smirk. What's the last gala you organized, Nancy? Backyard barbecues with your little friends don't count. I opened my mouth to protest further, but Cindy cut me off before I could speak. I'm finished, she announced, pushing away her empty plate. That sauce was a little salty, Nancy. I certainly hope there's something sweet for dessert to take the edge off. Gritting my teeth, I stood without answering and headed for the kitchen, wondering rather peevishly how someone as rail thin as Cindy could eat so much. Grabbing a container of ice cream out of the freezer, I clutched it in both hands and took a few deep breaths, trying to let the cold surface of the carton cool my frazzled nerves. This project wasn't going to be any fun at all if I couldn't find a way to peacefully coexist with my coworkers. I didn't mean to speak that into the bottle, but there you go, sorry. I wish Bess was there. She could get along with just about anybody, even though Deirdre was far from her favorite person. Bess could usually charm her if necessary. I was sure she could do the same with Cindy and Ashley. Then again, if Bess were here, that would mean George would be here too. I thought with a hint of a smile, and if George were here, she would have strangled Deirdre within the first half hour, then tossed Cindy and Cousin Ashley into the river for good measure. The thought made me a little homesick for my friends, but also made me chuckle a little. That gave me the strength to swallow down my irritation and also face the others again. I grabbed a large spoon from a drawer and headed back into the dining room. JT had disappeared while I was in the kitchen. So I set the ice cream in front of Wayne. Here you go, I said, forcing as much cheerfulness as I could manage into my voice. Why don't you start us off, Wayne? That's okay, Wayne said, his voice eager and overloud. Why don't you let Sydney have the first scoop? I blinked at him in surprise. So far, I hadn't been paying much attention to Wayne. I had my hands full with Cindy and her little cronies, but now I noticed that he was really rather handsome, in a nerdy sort of way. He had broad shoulders, a quick smile, and nice blue eyes. Nancy will literally find anybody attractive because I'm convinced that she wants to dump Ned. And right now, those eyes were trained on Cindy with an expression that could only be described as lovesick puppy. I hid a smile as he half rose from his seat, offering the carton of ice cream in Cindy's direction. Cindy didn't even bother to look up. None for me, thank you. I changed my mind about dessert. If she noticed that Wayne was still staring at her adoringly, and there was little chance she could miss it, she gave no indication of it. It didn't take a detective to deduce that Cindy's pretty, angelic face hid a selfish personality. No wonder she seemed to be bonding so quickly with Deirdre and Ashley. Okay, then, Wayne seemed undaunted by her reaction. If you change your mind, let me know. I can scoop it for you if it's too frozen or whatever. Some pride, dude, one of the teens muttered just loudly enough for everyone at the table to hear. Her friend snickered. What was that, Lacey? What was that, Lacey? Ashley demanded, shooting the girl an irritated look. It's Lacey, the girl retorted. Deirdre rolled her eyes. Whatever, she said. Just pipe down, would you? The grown-ups are talking. Grown-ups? Audrey spoke up. What are you, like 18? Just be quiet, would you? Cindy said irritably. Hey, Wade, why don't you take these children to the other room and, you know, play a board game with them or something? Sure, anything you say. Wayne jumped up out of his seat as the three girls snickered again. What should we play? Monopoly? Battleship? I sighed, feeling a little sorry for Wayne. He was so swoony over Cindy that he didn't even seem to notice that the girls were laughing at him. Suddenly, I was so sick of the selfish ex-beauty queen and most of the others in the room that I didn't think I could sit there for even one more minute. Besides, I wanted to call home and see how George's teeth extraction had gone. Despite my less than luxurious lodgings, I was almost grateful for the chance to escape from the B&B for the night. Excuse me, I said, rising from the table, faking a yawn. I think I'm going to turn in early for tonight. Ashley raised one eyebrow as she glanced at her watch. Early is right, she said. It's not even 8 o'clock. She glanced over at Deirdre. You weren't kidding when you said people around here go to bed early. Yeah, Deirdre was busy digging into the ice cream carton. What can I say? I told you this was the Boondocks. Wait a second, Nancy, Cindy said. What about the dishes? Someone has to clean up after dinner. You're right, someone does, I said firmly, but that someone isn't me. Good night. I hurried from the door before she could protest. Outside the bed and breakfast's wide, wood-planked front porch, I paused and took a few deep breaths on the warm evening air. Despite the highlight of meeting Hazel Perrault, overall it had been a tiring and rather confusing first day, and I wasn't sure what to think of it. All I could do was remind myself that I was here to help, not necessarily to have fun, and I hoped that tomorrow went a little better. Realizing it was getting dark and I didn't have a flashlight with me, where had I put my pocket flashlight? I headed down the porch, steps across the field toward the theater. Nobody had bothered to leave the lobby lights on for me, but enough of a fading daylight trickled in through the big double doors to allow me to find my way across the debris-littered floor and into my little room. I flicked on the light switch just inside the door, bringing the single overhead bulb to life. Sitting down on the cot, I dug my cell phone out of my duffel and clicked power. But instead of the usual cheerful chirp, it remained silent. Oh no, I murmured, trying to remember the last time I'd charged it. Then I switched to trying to remember if I'd packed the charger. I dug into my bag again and breathed a sigh of relief when my hand closed around a familiar hard plastic object. Glancing around the room, I saw the electrical outlets were in short supply. There was one located near the floor beside the lounge door leading into the bathroom, half of my quote-unquote suite. I hurried over and blew on the outlet to chase away most of the dust and cobwebs. Then I plugged in the charger's cord and the outlet before I could insert a phone into the charger. There was a sputtering sound, then a muffled click. A split second later, the bulb overheated, went out, plunging the room into darkness. I groaned, realizing the charger must have shorted out the circuit. God forbid anyone should try to use a blow dryer or something in here, I muttered, making a mental note to mention the problem to JT and Wayne the next day. Almost done with this chapter. It was pitch black in the windowless room, but luckily I remembered the flashlight I'd tucked into my duffel along with my work gloves and the other equipment I thought I might need for the project. A few minutes of blind digging turned it up. I held my breath as I clicked the switch, hoping it would turn out to be as dead as my cell phone. I couldn't have that much bad luck in one day, could I? Phew, I breathed aloud as a strong white beam shot out from the flashlight, illuminating the fat black spider busily spinning its web near the foot of the bed. Now, if I were a circuit box in an old movie theater, where would I be? Light in hand, I ventured back out into the dark and the darkened lobby. I'd only taken a few steps, sweeping the flashlight beam over the walls in search of a basement or utility room door, when I heard a soft thunk behind me. I froze, straining my ears. Hello, I said softly, feeling slightly foolish at the thought that I was probably talking to a rat or something. Hello. I jumped, spinning around and aiming my flashlight in the direction of the voice. The beam caught a squinting JT, who was standing near the door leading into the main theater area. Well, what are you doing here? I cried, startled by his unexpected appearance. Just checking on things before I head out for the night. Sorry I startled you. Oh, I already felt silly for my reaction. Trying to quiet my racing heart, I smiled apologetically at him. Sorry, guess I'm just jumpy. I accidentally shorted the light in my room. With JT's help, the lights were soon on again. If you want to plug something in, use the outlets in the bathrooms, he told me. Wiring's better in there. Thanks. After he left, I went to the bathroom. It wasn't much bigger than the lounge area. There was just space enough for a line of 3 stalls facing a countertop containing 3 sinks. I plugged the charger into the outlet above one of the sinks and inserted the phone. It would take a couple of hours to fully charge, and by then it would be too late to make my calls. As much as I didn't feel like facing Cindy and her minions again that night, I figured I might as well suck it up and head back to the B&B to use the phone there. Night had come over the island in earnest during my little circuit shorting escapade, and I was happy to have my flashlight to augment the weak light of the new moon peeking out from behind the clouds. As I crossed the field at a brisk walk, I could see that the lights were already out on the first floor of the bed and breakfast, though most of the windows upstairs were still lit. I quietly let myself into the house. The sitting room was empty. The only evidence of the recent occupation were the embers of a fire. Wayne had lit the fireplace just before dinner. Wondering if I could possibly get away without running into anyone, I tiptoed across the room without turning on the lights. There was a phone on the end table beside the sofa, and I picked it up, already trying to figure out how to describe Cindy to my friends. I put the phone in my ear and heard voices. Oops, someone was already on the line on another extension. My hand was already moving to hang up the phone when I froze, my attention captured by the words coming over the line. And I already know the perfect way to sneak it out right under everyone's noses, a whispered female voice was saying urgently. Now all we have to do is figure out a good way to make the switch, and all that money will be ours. Uh-oh. Dun, dun, dun. All right, chat, what's going on? Hey, Milo. I haven't heard of that particular subreddit, but I can imagine, Rex, from living in Georgia my whole life. I imagine it involves a lot of duct tape. Who are we burning in effigy? Oh. Yeah, Deirdre's the worst. Deirdre is terrible. I almost ate the Hershey's Kiss wrapper. That was not good. Didn't want to do that. I got a mild Canadian accent after like 5 minutes in Canada. I feel like I would be the same way. I'm told by my doctor that people who are neurodivergent, like especially with, you know, people with ADHD or people who are on the autism spectrum, tend to assimilate to other people's cadence and tone of voice more easily. Haven't really researched that, but that's just what I've been told. Filet mignon and butter onion sauce for every single night, yes. The vegan teacher was behind it all along, yup. Took a significantly longer period of time to drop when I got home. Yeah, we're gonna fist fight on behalf of Nancy Drew. DC's Peacemaker. The girl's gonna die tonight. 2 girls gonna die tonight. There's kids like them. My soul burns like a furnace just seeing them exist. Yup. Where's the handle of them? Oh gosh. Oh no, I'm glad. I'd rather actual children read the books. I just take the ones that no actual children are reading and I read them to you guys. Hi, Chris. Got the dentist tomorrow. I think I gotta get my wisdom teeth. Ooh, I'm so sorry. Wisdom teeth extractions are never fun. Work on me now. He's laying on the floor. Oh. Mad look on his face. He's like, how dare you? Chocolate bar my dad got me for Valentine's Day because I've earned this week. Go do it, Ellery. Sorry about the ads, guys. Lots of chocolates I forgot to tell you. Oh no! Is he alright? My dog has gotten into chocolate before and he's been perfectly fine, but he always scares us. And I'm just like, dude, come on. Alright. I feel like I'm losing my voice more than usual this week. Is it because I've been reading all week? At least tomorrow, we'll have Daniel read the first half. I've never, no, that's not true. I did have these 2 teeth extracted, my first molars, just because my teeth were so overcrowded and painful in my mouth that my dentist was like, yeah, well, those gotta go. So those went. So if you ever see little tiny gaps here, it's because they had to take those teeth out and then fill in most of the space with the other teeth that needed space. Yeah, I was gonna say, Rex just had his wisdom teeth out too. We need like a support group. Yeah, sorry, Texas. The ungrateful hound is fine. Oh, dogs just don't know what's good for them. Cats tend to know. Cats might, like, my cats don't really have more than, like, 3 brain cells in between the 4 of them. But they at least know what stuff is dangerous for them. Same cannot be said for my blessed dogs. Alright. That felt like a longer chapter, didn't it? Yeah, it was a longer chapter. Okay. Good night, Anton. Good luck with all the things everyone. Thank you, Anton. Chapter 5, Questions and Discoveries. I pressed the phone to my ear, listening intently, but the other person on the line must have heard the click when I picked up. Did you hear that? A male voice whispered. The line isn't safe. I silently replaced the phone before I could hear any more than scurried for the door. A few dozen yards from the house, flashlight off, and feeling hidden by the darkness, I stopped and turned to look back at the house. My heart was pounding as I tried to figure out exactly what I just heard. Who had that been on the line? All I could tell was that one voice had been female and the other male. And what was meant by that comment about the money? Even as I tried to recollect exactly what I'd heard, part of me knew that it could have an innocuous explanation. Maybe it was just Deirdre plotting to sweet-talk her father out of more money, or one of the teen girls concocting some sort of scheme with a boyfriend. But another part of me wasn't convinced. My friends say I have a nose for a mystery, a sort of sixth sense or instinct that starts pinging when something isn't quite right. And it was pinging right away like crazy at the moment. I wasn't sure what to do about it, though. Glancing around, I found that lights were still shining out from the front windows of both the second and third floor, indicating that Deirdre and Cindy, at least, were still awake. The construction worker's truck was still parked in the B&B's driveway, where it had been from the time the van dropped us off. That meant Wayne was probably still around somewhere too. For a moment, I thought about going back inside to snoop around a little, or at least walk around the side of the house to check for lights in the other windows. But all of a sudden, the exhaustion of the day caught up with me. I needed to get back to my humble little bed before I collapsed. Whatever mystery I just uncovered, if it was a mystery at all, could wait until morning. Look, I told you, no whispering while I'm in charge, okay? I wiped a bead of sweat from my brow and glared at Audrey. What do you care if we whisper? The girl challenged, sticking out her chin. Why can't we do what we want? I sighed and leaned on the handle of my broom. For the 5th time, because I said so. I was trying to be patient with the girls, but whatever patience I'd started out with was quickly running out. Sydney, Deirdre, and Ashley had left for town right after breakfast to shop for fabric. Don't ask me why that task required all 3 of them. It was just another facet of Sydney's master plan. Meanwhile, JT and Wayne were busy dismantling the bolted-down theater seats. That left me to supervise 3 rambunctious teens who seemed more interested in sneaking off to whisper and gossip than in sweeping the ash and dust out of the lobby and adjoining areas, which was what we were supposed to be doing according to Sydney's orders. Hey, you don't watch out, Lacey warned with a smirk, or we'll sick the theater ghost on you. Megan giggled. Yeah, in the movies, the ghosts always go after the mean people. I rolled my eyes, biting my tongue to keep from snapping at her. The 3 of them kept joking around about the theater being haunted, claiming they'd felt ghostly breezes or sensed unseen eyes watching them. Too late the night before, while they worked. I suspected they'd have been up way too late the night before, swapping spooky stories. Still, despite all their attempts to goof off, we were actually getting a lot of work done. We'd already cleaned out the projection room, and we were making good progress on the lobby. When they weren't getting on my nerves, the girls were actually sort of fun and interesting. All 3 of them had lived pretty tough lives so far, with histories of family problems, vandalism, petty theft, and various other issues. But they were smart and funny and seemed ready for the fresh start of the community center we were creating was supposed to provide. For them, it made the project, even the aggravating parts of it, seem all the more worthwhile. Look, I said, I'm going to start cleaning out that closet behind the snack counter. Can I count on you guys to keep sweeping and not run off somewhere? They all shrugged, which I decided to take as a yes. I headed for the closet, which was located at the far end of the area behind the glass-topped snack bar counter. I'd glanced into it earlier while sweeping and noted that about 3 closets worth of junk was stored in there. Now I saw that my first impression hadn't been wrong. The closet was stuffed to the gills with all sorts of random items. Old register receipts, mops and buckets, long stale boxes of candy, dusty rolls of paper towels shoved in together willy-nilly. Well, it's all gotta come out, I mumbled to myself. Once I started digging in, I realized that among the cleaning supplies and empty popcorn boxes were some interesting stuff. I found an old-fashioned manual cash register, a few rolled-up movie posters from long ago films, a set of hand-carved wooden poles connected by velvet ropes, several anonymous film reels. The whole history of the old theater seemed to be contained within this closet. I reached for something on the top shelf when my elbow hit a stapler, sending it flying. It fell to the bottom of the closet, bouncing off something near the back. Ringing like a bell from the impact, I brushed aside some rags and papers and uncovered a large, dusty glass jug with a narrow opening at the top. Curious, I decided to drag it out into the light for a better look. That was easier said than done. The rounded surface of the jug was smooth to start with, and a slick coating of years-old grime made it even more difficult to get a handhold. I finally managed to pull it out of the closet by wedging one hand into the narrow opening of the top of the jug to get a grip that way. My fingers almost ended up stuck in there, but I yanked them loose and then tipped the jug on its side, rolling it from behind the counter and across the lobby into the beams of sunlight illuminating the floor just inside the wide open front doors. What's that? Megan glanced up from her sweeping. I'm not sure, I said. Looks like it's some kind of antique jug. I wonder what it's used for. The jug was about 3 feet tall and 2 across. Its rounded body tapered smoothly to the bottleneck, which stuck up a few inches at the top and was a little too narrow for me to fit my entire hand all the way through. I was chipping at the coating of the dirt on the outside, wondering if there might be any kind of identifying mark on the glass, when I heard voices chatting and laughing outside. A moment later, Cindy strode into view, trailed as usual by Deirdre and Ashley. How's everything going in here, people? Cindy called out cheerfully. You'll all be glad to hear that our trip to town was wonderfully successful. We found some fantastic fabrics for the curtains, and hey, what's that? She was staring curiously. Sorry, I thought the camera? No, camera, you were behaving. Wait, what's happening? What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? Oh no. Oh, is the audio cutting in and out? Oh no. Can everybody hear me right now? Sorry guys, I see you. I hear you. Make chat move faster. Can you guys not hear me at all? I'm getting levels. What's happening? What's happening? I'm so confused. Sorry. What's happening? Video is being bad. Do you want me to switch to the less good video? Tech ghost. I saw somebody say something about the audio. Stream was lagging. Mostly just very slight skipping on occasion. Choppy video. It's going in and out. Okay. Hang on. Like my internet is being mean to me, which would explain what's happening. It looks like the internet just got weak for a second, which is what started happening. We hear you now. Okay, do I need to go back? Like, how far back should I go? Thank you, chat. I had no idea. Yeah, no, it's my internet going weak. Just give it a second. It'll come back, hopefully. Okay, let me just make sure. Yeah, YouTube is like, did you know that your internet sucks? And I'm like, yeah, I've got the now. Oh, I see. I see. That's a problem. Spur was playing a prank. All right, let me give it a second just to see, just to make sure that it's fine now. And if it is, I'll keep reading. Do I need to go back? Let me pull it up on my phone and just make sure. Oh, tech ghost. This should work on his prank game. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, it's telling me I have a stronger connection now, so it should be better, chat. Let's hope, anyway. Sorry about that, guys. Thank you for getting my attention. I'll try to keep one eye on chat better from now on. Casper meets Wendy. Yes, eventually. Not sure when, but definitely. Definitely will do that. She was staring curiously at the jug. I'm not sure, I said. I found it in the supply closet and brought it out here for a better look. Kind of interesting looking, isn't it? I expected her to roll her eyes or to say something snotty. To my surprise, she nodded and stepped closer. It's pretty grimy, she murmured, but if we get it all cleaned up... Don't know how far. Let me just go back. What's the last thing anybody really heard? Good night, Texas. For the beginning. Let's see. Seems better for me, but it wasn't particularly bad on my end in the first place. Let me just go back. What if I go back to... Yeah, definitely let us know, Texas. Liking 1.5. Yes. Yes, I remember. Let's see. Did you hear me talking about Nancy and the 3 girls sweeping? Does anybody remember that? Just trying to figure out how far back to go. Chat should have a mic so we can tell Avery when computer and internet does stupid stuff. Yes, the shopping channels. And then we will switch the money. Oh, you guys hadn't heard the entirety of that chapter? Okay, let me just go back to that chapter. Sorry, guys. I pressed the phone to my ear, listening intently, but the other person on the line must have heard the click when I picked up. Did you hear that? A male voice whispered. The line isn't safe. I silently replaced the phone before I could hear any more, then scurried for the door. A few dozen yards from the house, flashlight off, feeling hidden by darkness, I stopped and turned to look back at the house. My heart was pounding as I tried to figure out exactly what I'd just heard. Who had that been on the line? All I could tell was that one voice had been female and the other had been male. And what was meant by the comment about the money? Even as I tried to recollect exactly what I'd heard, part of me knew. Before the girls sweeping. I'm just going back to the beginning of that chapter, and hopefully that's far enough. Part of me knew that it could have an innocuous explanation. Maybe it was just that Deirdre plotting to sweet-talk her father out of more money, or one of the teen girls concocting some sort of scheme with a boyfriend. But another part of me wasn't convinced. My friends say I have a nose for mystery, a sort of sixth sense or instinct that starts pinging when something isn't quite right, and it was pinging away like crazy at the moment. I wasn't sure what to do about it, though. Glancing around, I saw that the lights were still shining out front in the front windows of both the second and third floor, indicating that Deirdre and Sydney, at least, were still awake. The construction worker's truck was still parked in the B&B's driveway, where it had been from the time the van had dropped us off. That meant Wayne was probably still around somewhere, too. For a moment, I thought about going back inside to snoop around a little, or at least walk around to the side of the house to check for lights in the other windows. But all of a sudden, the exhaustion of the day caught up with me. I needed to get back to my humble little bed before I collapsed. Whatever mystery I'd just uncovered, if it was a mystery at all, could wait until morning. Good night, Chris. Look, I told you. No whispering while I'm in charge, okay? I wiped a bead of sweat from my brow and glared at Audrey. What do you care if we whisper? The girl challenged, sticking out her chin. Why can't we do what we want? I sighed, leaning on the handle of my broom. For the 5th time, because I said so. I was trying to be patient with the girls, but whatever patience I'd started out with was quickly running out. Deirdre and Ashley had left for town right after breakfast to shop for fabric. Don't ask me why the task required all 3 of them. It was just another facet of Cindy's master plan. Meanwhile, JT and Wayne were busy dismantling the bolted down theater seats. That left me to supervise 3 rambunctious teens, who seemed more interested in sneaking off to whisper and gossip than in sweeping the ash and dust out of the lobby and adjoining areas, which was what we were supposed to be doing according to Cindy's orders. Hey, you better watch out, Lacey warned me with a smirk, or we'll sick the theater ghost on you. Megan giggled. Yeah, in the movies, the ghosts always go after the mean people. I rolled my eyes, biting my tongue to keep from... camera? Hi. Remember being a camera? Oh my god, hang on. Alright, sorry, we're going to this camera for a little while. Why can nobody... Why is this like this? Hang on, guys, sorry. There we go. That's better. The camera was like, hey, you're cool to just see like 4 pixels from the far right corner, right? There we go. All right, where was I? I rolled my eyes, biting my tongue to keep from snapping at her. The 3 of them kept joking around about the theater being haunted, claiming they'd felt the ghostly breeze or sensed an unseen eyes watching them while they worked. I suspected they'd been up way too late in the night swapping spooky stories. Still, despite all their attempts to goof off... Oh no. We watched the OC with Natasha. Oh, Natasha has some actual medical experience, so I'm sure that would be very fun. Or wait, OC isn't wait, I think I'm mixing up different shows. Sorry. Still, despite their attempts to goof off, we were actually getting a lot of work done. We'd already cleaned out the projection room, and we were making good progress on the lobby. When they weren't getting on my nerves, the girls were actually sort of fun and interesting. All 3 of them had lived pretty tough lives so far, with histories of family problems, vandalism, petty theft, and various other issues. But they were smart and funny and seemed ready for the fresh start that this community center we were creating was supposed to provide for them. It made the project, even the aggravating parts of it, seem all the more worthwhile. Look, I said, I'm going to start cleaning out the closet behind the snack counter. Can I count on you guys to keep sweeping and not run off somewhere? They all shrugged, which I decided to take as a yes. I headed for the closet, which I was located at the far end of the area behind the glass-topped snack bar counter. I glanced into it earlier while sweeping and noted that about 3 closets worth of junk was stored there. Yeah, I mixed it up in my brain with something different. The OC isn't... Never mind. I've just never watched it. So all of those all of those shows just kind of run together in my mind. Now I saw that my first impression hadn't been wrong. The closet was stuffed to the gills with all sorts of random items, old register receipts, mops and buckets, long stale boxes of candy, dusty rolls of paper towels shoved in together willy-nilly. Well, it's all gonna come out, I mumbled to myself. Once I started digging in, I realized that among the cleaning supplies and empty popcorn boxes was some interesting stuff. I found an old-fashioned manual cash register, a few rolled-up movie posters from long-ago films, a set of hand-carved wooden poles connected by velvet rope, several anonymous film reels. The whole history of the old theater seemed to be contained within the closet. I was reaching for something on the top shelf when my elbows hit a stapler, sending it flying. It fell to the bottom of the closet, bouncing off something near the back. Ringing like a bell from the impact, I brushed aside some rags and papers and uncovered a large, dusty glass jug with a narrow opening at the top. Curious, I decided to drag it out into the light for a better look. That was easier said than done. The rounded surface of the jug was smooth to start with, and a slick coating of years-old grime made it even more difficult to get a handhold. I finally managed to pull it out of the closet by wedging one hand into the narrow opening of the top of the jug to get a grip that way. My fingers... Why is it still this? Sorry, guys. It's doing a thing. It's just doing a thing. Oh, well, I guess it was just, like, not having the thing for a while there. I finally managed to pull it out of the closet by wedging one handhold into the narrow opening at the top of the jug to get a grip on the way. To get a grip that way. My fingers almost ended up stuck in there, but I yanked them loose and then tipped the jug on its side, rolling it out from behind the counter and across the lobby into the beams of sunlight illuminating the floor just inside the wide open front doors. What's that? Megan glanced up from her sweeping. I'm not sure, I said. Looks like some kind of antique jug. I wonder what it was used for. The jug was big, about 3 feet tall and 2 across. Its rounded body tapered smoothly at the bottleneck, which stuck up a few inches at the top and was a little too narrow for me to fit my entire hand all the way through. I was chipping at the coating on the outside, wondering if there might be any kind of identifying mark on the glass when I heard voices chatting and laughing outside. A moment later, Cindy strode into view, trailed as usual by Deirdre and Ashley. How's everything going here, people? Cindy called out cheerfully. You'll all be glad to hear that our trip to town was wonderfully successful. We found some fantastic fabrics for all the curtains and... Hey, what's that? She was staring curiously at my jug. I'm not sure, I said. I found it in the supply closet and brought it out here for a better look. Kind of interesting looking, isn't it? I expected her to roll her eyes and say something. To my surprise, she nodded and stepped closer. It's pretty grimy, she murmured. But if we get it all cleaned up, she glanced up at me with a pleased smile. Good eye, Nancy. That will make the perfect container for collecting cash donations on the fundraiser. Hazel asked me to come up with something that would work, you know, in case people want to give more once they arrived. Oh, well, yeah, I guess this should work pretty well for something like that, I agreed. I suspected that Cindy was planning to take credit for my find, but I didn't really care about that. It was nice to have contributed to the cause, even anonymously. Do you want me to try cleaning it off? No, Deirdre and Ash can do that. Cindy had a hand, waved a hand towards the pair, not seeming to notice their matching looks of dismay at her words. You keep working on the cleanup. It'll be time to start dinner soon, so you don't want to get distracted. I nodded, then turned around quickly to hide my grimace. For some reason, Cindy had decided I was to remain the group's designated cook. She ordered me to make every meal so far, except for the first dinner last night. I had been expected to clean up afterward, too. It was already getting old, but I wasn't sure what else to do other than do as she said. For one thing, I was still doing my best to get along, since it wouldn't do the project any favors to start a war over something so petty. I have not yet, Patrick, but I will keep an eye out for them. I think I'm going to the post office tomorrow. Yeah, that is funny, Rex. Besides, if I didn't do the cooking, I wasn't sure who would. Deirdre and Ashley probably couldn't even make toast, and the teen girls rolled their eyes at every vegetable and nutritious item I'd presented so far. I couldn't imagine what they would come up with as a meal. The two men had more to do than the rest of us, since they were responsible for all the hardcore construction work that had to be done, so it didn't seem either fair or prudent to take them away from that to cook for the rest of us. They left me and Cindy, except according to Queen Cindy, that left just me. I tried not to let it bother me too much. Cooking wasn't my favorite activity in the world, but I don't really mind it either. So I didn't say a word as Cindy leaned over the jug. I just looked around the lobby. At first I couldn't see the girls anywhere, and I let out a sigh, certain that they'd crept off for another attempt at gossip. Then I spotted them. They were clustered together at the lobby's only window, which overlooked the field between the theater and the bed and breakfast. All three of them had their noses pressed against the cloudy glass, staring intently at something outside and whispering to one another. I stepped closer. "Hey," I said when a few feet away. "What are you looking at?" They immediately jumped back and spun around, looking much more guilty and sheepish than they had at any of the times I'd caught them huddled together. "Nothing," Audrey said quickly. "Just taking a break, no big." "Oh." As they scurried away, I walked to the window and peered out. The only person in sight was JT, who was tossing some scrap metal into a dumpster in the parking lot. "Weird," I murmured, confused, as if it had been Wayne out there. I might have assumed the girls had a crush on him or something, but JT was far too old for them to be drooling over him. Glancing over my shoulder, I saw that the three of them were already hard at work, sweeping and dusting. Whatever they'd been doing, it probably didn't mean much of anything, unlike certain other behaviors I'd uncovered lately. With that, my mind drifted back to the mysterious phone call the night before. Yes, I definitely had more interesting things to talk about than mysterious behavior of a bunch of 14-year-olds. No, they don't withhold stuff if there isn't enough room in the box. I have a smaller box. They either give me a key to a locker, which is bigger, and they put stuff in there, or they just give me a note that says, "Hey, come to the front desk, we have stuff." But I'm sure it'll be there. All right, again, from the newspaper clippings. "A big project always full of surprises. Things go awry at the last minute. Materials fail. Or people fall behind schedule. It's all just part of the game. Countless intricate parts must fit together, interlocking perfectly in order to form the whole. The Chateau Theater project was no exception. From the late discovery of wiring problems to the unexpected quantity of ash and still coating every surface inside and out, it looked doubtful for a time that the process would ever come to its desired conclusion. But neither myself nor my intrepid volunteers ever lost heart, for it's only through challenges that our will is tested, and it's the end result that really matters. 6. Food for thought. I'm getting a candy really quick. Should I be snacking on something more nutritious? Yes, I should. Am I doing that? No, I'm not. Guys, we are at 6,250 subscribers. Uni. Wheel Spin Part 5 is coming out next week. Yay! Alright, guys. I'm going to do this. I do want to switch back. I do want to sit back. This is the time of night. Camera. Hang on one second, guys. Trying to get back to full screen just because my back is hurting me. I'm an old woman. Just kidding. So that's, whoops, that's not what I wanted. Alright, we're going full cam for a second, guys. Hopefully that'll give the processor a break. Whoop. Or do I have to just unplug the camera from the top-down cam? Is that what we're doing? That might be what we're doing. Ooh, hang on. Texorcist has already been put on alert that if this channel starts making enough money to justify it, we're hiring him on as our full-time Texorcist to deal with all of this in real time so that somebody who knows more about it than I do can do it. All right. Luckily, there are no pictures in this one tonight, so we can just get away with this camera, I think. Chapter 6, Food for Thought. After dinner that night, I finally got a chance to call home on my fully charged cell phone. I called my father first to let him know I was okay. So how's the project going? He asked. I sighed, shifting my weight to avoid a particularly lumpy spot on my cot. Mostly okay. Mostly? My father is no dummy. He could tell I wasn't as enthusiastic as I could be. Nancy, what's going on down there? I'm having trouble getting along with the woman who's sort of in charge, I admitted. You mean Hazel Perrault? Dad sounded surprised. What's the problem? No, I corrected quickly. Hazel's awesome, but she had to leave for most of the week because of other commitments, and the person she left in charge isn't quite as awesome. Did you remember Sydney Alnoy? Dad chuckled. Who could forget her? He said, she's quite a character. What's she doing on a project like this? Volunteering doesn't seem up her alley. She seems kind of bitchy, is what Carson Drew just said. I don't know, I shrugged, even though I knew he couldn't see me. But she's taken over the whole thing, and it's not pretty. She's like a drill sergeant on steroids, and I'm her favorite private. Well, I'm sure you'll figure out a way to... Oops, hold on a second, Nancy. That's my other line. The line went dead for a moment, and then clicked back on. Sorry, honey, I have to take this call. Are you going to be okay? Sure, I'll be fine. I'll call you in a couple of days. I pressed the end button to hang up, then dialed George's cell number. It rang several times before there was a click or something, or someone picked up. Oh? A muffled voice answered. George, is that you? It's me. There was another mumble, then a pause, then Bess's voice came on the line. Nancy, hey, how's it going? I keep telling George to just let me answer the phone, but you know how stubborn she is. Ow! Hey, stop it. I grinned. Bess's voice was like a welcome breath of fresh air in my dank little bedroom. Sounds like the patient is kind of feisty, I said. Definitely, Bess replied with a giggle. She's more trouble than the two 12-year-olds combined. The only good thing that her mouth is still too sore to complain much. Unfortunately, the oral surgeon said she should be back to normal in a few days. That's good. I take it the surgery was a success? Yeah, I guess. So how are things down there? Is Deirdre driving you crazy yet? Sort of, I admitted, and she's not the only one. Have you heard of Sydney Alnoy? Of course, Bess responded immediately. Why? Is she part of this project too? I can't believe I couldn't go. It would have been so cool to meet her. Don't be so sure, I said grimly. I went on to summarize Cindy's irritating personality along with my cooking and cleaning duties. Hang on, Perry. Bess relayed the information to George, reporting back that her her mumbles sounded outraged. I don't really mind doing it. I went on with a sigh, but it's pretty annoying when Cindy criticizes the food I make. She keeps saying even her boyfriend is a better cook, and she barely knows how to make cold cereal. I rolled my eyes as I thought about her comments that evening at dinner. Of course, she spends like half her time bragging about her fabulous new boyfriend. Hang on, guys. I'll be right back. I'm going to let Queen Perry in, so give me 1 second. Okay. You cannot steal my chair. You can't read. Like I could read if I want to. Oh, sorry, Perry. 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 Please lay down. I'm begging you. Don't knock anything over. There we are, Pear Bear. Talk to chat while I do this, okay? I'm gonna keep reading. Bess chuckled. I guess she's trying to convince herself she traded up after her divorce, she said. Didn't Deirdre's father handle that? Cindy must be totally sucking up to her about now. Really? Mr. Shannon was Cindy's divorce attorney? I didn't know that. I just knew Dad turned down the case, I said. In any case, it's not really working that way. If anything, Deirdre is sucking up to Cindy. Her cousin Ashley, too. They're like a pair of adoring little groupies or something. I guess they just automatically admire anyone who's even richer than they are. Richer and thinner and more expensively dressed than they are. I immediately felt a little guilty for such a petty thought, but Bess just laughed. Probably, she agreed. So aside from that, how's everything going? Okay, I switched the phone to my other ear. Well, except that there have been a few set of, odd moments here and there. Perry, our god, demands pets and attention. Perry, give us your wisdom. Perry has one brain cell to her name, and she loses it all of the time. But she is here to grace us with her presence and allow us to pet her for emotional support. And offer us an egg in these trying times. What do you mean, odd moments? In between playing cop all afternoon with the girls who kept gossiping. Perry, don't step on anything important, please. Hi, Perry. You can sit here. Hi. Hi, Perry. So this is her new thing. She just sits here and just stares at you like, pets. I need pets. I'll finally be able to work on Perry merch. Thank you, Toonie. It's no worry. I haven't even gotten any merch up on that site. I haven't even finished customizing the site yet, so it's all good. All right, Perry. Please don't bite the book. No, don't bite the book. It feels like Belle when she's reading to the sheep and they're trying to eat the corners of her pages. I had plenty of time to ponder that phone call I'd overheard, along with a few other things that had been nagging at me. At the back of my mind. Nothing big, I said, but I overheard someone in the house on the phone. The conversation was all in whispers, and it was something about sneaking something out of somewhere and making a switch in money. Who was on the phone? I don't know. I stood up and started pacing from one end of the room to the other. Perry. Oh, Perry. She didn't know where to jump down because there's a bunch of books on the floor. Alright. Sorry. I know I get fidgety this time of night. It's the ADHD. Just ignore me. I don't know. Perry. I stood up and started pacing from one end of my room to the other. It only took about 6 steps each way. All I could tell was that it was a man and a woman talking, but that's not all. At the introductory meeting yesterday, there was a sort of weird moment with Hazel Perrault. We were talking about the fundraiser or something, and she sort of hesitated and got a funny look in her face. I'm not sure, but it sort of seemed like she switched the topic over to my detective work right then. It may have been nothing, but it was definitely odd. Plus, one of her construction workers has the same last name as the Riverside arsonist. His name is Jordan T. Jefferson. Pretty weird to be a coincidence, right? I guess. Bess didn't sound particularly convinced, but she dutifully repeated all of it to George. Jefferson's a pretty common name, though, and the other stuff, well... She trailed off tactfully, not saying what she was obviously thinking. That it all sounded pretty weak. I know, I said, confirming her doubts, but I just have a hunch that there might be something going on. Bess laughed. Uh-oh, a patented Nancy Drew hunch, she teased. Are you sure spending all that time with Deirdre and her buddies isn't just making you desperate for something else to think about, like a nice mystery? Not that we would blame you. She paused for a moment. George is nodding at that, by the way. I know, I admitted. It might all be a big bunch of nothing, but if George feels up to it, can you ask her to look into the name thing a little? You know, see what she can find out online about J.T. Jefferson? Sure, hold on. In the background, I could hear Bess passing on my request. Then she came back on the line. She rolled her eyes and sort of snorted, but she said she'd try. Thanks. Under the circumstances, that was the most I could ask for. I'll call you guys tomorrow. The next morning, I was yanked out of a sound sleep by an annoying pain in my shoulder and the sense that someone was hovering over me. I opened my eyes and blinked groggily at Cindy, who was leaning over my cot, poking me with a long, thin finger. Rise and shine, Nancy, she said. We have a long day ahead of us, and we'll need a good breakfast to get started. I groaned and pushed her finger away. All right, I mumbled, too tired to argue over or complain about her method of waking me. I'm coming. She hurried out of the room as I sat up and glanced at my watch. At first, I thought my sleep-blurred eyes were deceiving me. It couldn't really be 5:30 a.m., could it? It could, and it was. I groaned again, mumbling a few uncomplimentary comments under my breath about Cindy and her obnoxious job assignments. But I was awake by then, so I figured I might as well get started on the day. Breakfast was ready and waiting by the time Deirdre, Ashley, and the girls wandered downstairs around 7, and I'd already eaten, so Cindy sent me over to get started at the theater. I was using a scythe to chop down some of the tall weeds in the overgrown yard when the men arrived a few minutes later. "Where's Cindy?" Wayne asked eagerly as soon as he hopped out of JT's truck. I wiped the sweat off my brow with the back of one hand and glanced at him. "Over at the house," I said wearily, "making up more chores for the rest of us to do." Wayne laughed uncertainly as if he wasn't sure whether I was joking or not. "Oh, okay," he said. "Guess we'll just get started then." I'm playing a game called 2 Point Campus. It's basically a university management game, and I'm having a very chill evening as a result. Nice! I like to hear that. Chill evenings are good. Like, because of the little square corners indicating each beginning of the chapter, I can tell exactly how far I am from the next chapter. Nice. He turned and hurried after JT, who was already heading for the door in his usual silent fashion. I leaned on the handle of my scythe and for a moment resting and staring after the older man. My friends thought I was making up mysteries where none existed. Were they right, or could JT possibly have some connection to the old Riverside arsonist? And even if he did, what did it mean? Could he have been the male voice on the phone the other night? Just then I spotted Cindy marching across the fields with the 3 teenagers behind her. I quickly hoisted my scythe and got back to work on the weeds. "Lunch is here," Cindy announced cheerfully from the direction of the front yard. As the word lunch, my stomach let out an audible growl. We'd all spent the past few hours hard at work. Once I'd finished with the weeds out front, I'd tackled the grimy floors of the main theater. The men had removed all the seats from the front half of the room the day before, so I was able to mop and scrub in preparation for putting down new flooring. It was satisfying work, but difficult and exhausting as well, and I was more than ready for a break. I ran into Deirdre in the lobby on my way to answer Cindy's call. "Does this mean someone else cooked for a change?" I wondered aloud. She shot me a snotty look. "Don't be stupid," she said. "Cindy ordered sandwiches. No offense, but we're all getting a little sick of your so-called cooking." I rolled my eyes and ignored the comment. It wasn't even worth the energy to respond. "Sandwiches sound great," I said. "I could eat about 3 right now." Cindy was on the front lawn passing out food when I reached her. "There you go, Audrey. Chicken salad with no crust, just like you ordered," she was saying. "Oh, Deirdre, there you are. I have your seared tuna wrap right here." "Good, I'm starved." Deirdre reached for the sandwich Sydney had just pulled out of a bag printed with the logo of a local deli. When she looked up to hand it to her, Cindy spotted me and blinked. "Oh, dear," she said. "Nancy, I knew I forgot someone." "Huh?" I said hungrily, eyeing the large, mostly empty deli bag. She shrugged elaborately. "I guess I counted wrong when I was taking the lunch orders," she said, her voice sickly sweet. "It seems I completely forgot to order you a sandwich at all, so I'm afraid there's nothing here for you." I just stared at her for a moment. Maybe it was the overwhelming hunger, but for a second I really didn't understand. "You mean I didn't get any lunch?" I asked in disbelief. "There were plenty of leftovers from those gross pancakes you forced us to eat this morning for breakfast," Ashley spoke up as she carefully laid out her grilled vegetable wrap on her lap. "Maybe you can eat that." I glared at her. "Very funny," I said, fed up. No pun intended. With the terrible trio's snarky little comments. "Maybe if someone else would volunteer to cook once in a while." "Look, Nancy, there's no need to get snippy," Cindy broke in sanctimoniously. "Accidents happen and I've already apologized, so you might as well head back to the house and find yourself something to eat instead of taking it out on us." "Yeah," Deirdre piped in with a smirk. "No need for that." The gruff male voice took us all by surprise. JT spoke so seldomly that I think it always startled the rest of us a little when he did. I turned to see him breaking his large submarine sandwich in half. "Oh, here you go, young lady," he said, holding it out to me. "You can share mine. I hope you like roast beef." "Sure," I blurted, so taken aback by the unexpected gesture that I wasn't sure Perry? Oh my goodness. That I wasn't sure how to react. I love roast beef, thanks. Deirdre and Ashley rolled their eyes at each other, and Cindy just shrugged. That seems to be the end of that. For the next half hour, I sat in the shade that was cast by the building, enjoying a hearty sandwich and the chance to rest. I also listened as Cindy, Ashley, Deirdre, and Wayne discussed their decorating plans while they ate. The three younger girls sunbathing on the grass nearby, paying no attention to any of us as they talked and giggled among themselves. JT gulped down his food quickly, then disappeared back into the theater. According to my schedule, if we all keep working hard, we'll be definitely done in plenty of time, Cindy said as she crumpled the wrapper from her sandwich. Maybe we'll even have a few extra hours to get ready for the fundraising party. Cool, Deirdre said eagerly. If I'm going to meet Jake Perrault, I definitely want to look my best. Ashley wrinkled her nose. Don't bother, she said confidently. As soon as Jake lays eyes on me, he'll be totally in love. The rest of you won't even be on his radar. Whatever, Deirdre said with a giggle. I hope you'll let me be in your wedding at least. That way I can meet all his movie star friends. No problem, Ashley replied. No problem, Ashley replied. Sorry, my energy to do the voices is draining. Ashley replied generously. You can be my maid of honor. Sydney just rolled her eyes, but I couldn't resist. Perry, what you doing? Speaking up, after the obnoxious things Ashley had said to me over the past 2 days, it was just too tempting to tease her a little. Don't be so sure about that, Ashley, I said with mock seriousness. Some others of us might have our sights set on Jake, too. Yeah, right, Deirdre said with a snort. Ashley turned to glare at me. Very funny, Nancy. She snapped, as if Jake would ever be interested in someone like you. Don't be so sure, I waggled my eyebrows suggestively. I clean up better than you might think, and Jake's mother already likes me. That might give me the edge I need to land him. Shut up, Ashley cried, her cheeks going red. You better not get in my way or you'll be sorry. She looked so upset that I was sorry for starting with her. I opened my mouth to admit it was just kidding around, but Cindy spoke up first. Enough, Nancy, she said sternly. Quit trying to stir up trouble. It's not very mature. If you're so bored that that's all you can think of to do, maybe it's time to get back to work. You can start by cleaning out the area behind the old movie screen. It's a mess back there. Yeah, Ashley snapped, a mess. Just like your dreams of ever getting a guy like Jake to even look at you. I like doing the Valley Girl voice. Perry... Hang on, I gotta let Perry out. For a second, I was worried Perry had, like, hit something. I was like, oh boy, what if Perry, like, ended the stream because she just, like, rolled over on the desk? That would actually be kind of funny. I'd be mad about it, but I would forgive her eventually. I was more than a little tempted to tell Cindy exactly where she could stick her orders, but I bit my tongue, reminding myself for the umpteenth time that I was here to help. I could put up with much worse than Cindy, Ashley, and Deirdre for such a good cause. Nancy's a better person than I am. Can I just say that right now? Sorry, I disappeared from chat. My phone died. No, you're good. No, don't be sorry. I just can't, while I was letting Perry out, I was just like, wouldn't it be funny? Because I wasn't looking at chat for a second. I was like, wouldn't it be funny and also heartbreaking if she just, like, accidentally ended the stream? Or muted me? So I kept quiet, merely rolling my eyes at the ridiculousness of the whole conversation as I got up and went inside to do as Cindy said. I'd noticed the grungy piles of ash, dirt, and trash behind the screen too, and I figured it was time to tackle it. When I got back there, I found that one of the overhead lights had burned out, leaving the narrow, musty area dim and shadowy. Once I'd pushed past the heavy, dusty velvet stage curtain and then the edge of the stiff movie screen, I had to squint to see more than a few feet in front of me. As I started sweeping up the nearest pile of ash, there was a sudden, faint rustling noise in one corner. I paused in mid-sweep, my heart pounding a little faster as I tried to pinpoint the source. It was kind of spooky back there in the near dark cut off from the rest of the theater by the huge pale expanse of the screen and the sound of muffling curtains. It came again, a sort of skittering sound, as if crumpled paper cups and scraps of newspaper were coming to life in shadowy corners. I wet my lips, suddenly more nervous than I liked to admit. Warning myself not to freak out over nothing, I took a cautious step towards the source of the sound. The younger girl's talk of ghosts popped into my mind, and I shook my head in irritation. The creepy atmosphere was getting to me a little, and I didn't like it. Rustle, rustle. This time, I don't know how to make a rustling sound. This time I saw definite movement in one of the piles of paper scraps. I leaned forward, squinting against the darkness, and jumped back, startled as tiny grayish figures suddenly zoomed out and across the room. I laughed, surprised by how relieved I was to recognize the fast-moving little shape of a mouse. I murmured, duh! It wasn't the first time I'd caught a glimpse of one of the furry little creatures in the theater. She really is Cinderella. In fact, I was pretty sure I'd spotted one peering at me from the foot of my cot late the night before, but mice didn't scare me. I feel like that's a nod to the slogan of her interactive games for girls that aren't afraid of mice, which it took me literally into my adulthood to realize meant mice. It doubled as like mice, like computer mice. Under the circumstances, they almost seemed like friendly visitors. Taking a deep breath to clear my head, I focused once again on my task, banishing all the thoughts of ghostly intruders. I squatted down to brush the mouse-chewed pile of papers into my dustpan. There was another louder rustling sound from nearby. I glanced up just in time to see a shadowy figure, much bigger than a mouse, lurking over, lunge out from behind the screen and loom over me. Yikes, yikes, yikes. Hi, Paulo. Don't be sorry, Paulo. Thank you for having the stream on from the start. That's very sweet of you. I appreciate the watch time. Chapter 7. Suspicious and Suspicions and surprises. Well, I guess I should probably log that we started reading in Goodreads so that it automatically knows that we started today. Once upon Paulo, since you're just coming in, Nancy is helping one of her charity cause headed up by one of her favorite authors, but her favorite author isn't there, and so she's being treated like Cinderella. So it was a better pick than I even imagined for Fairy Tale February. I thought just the title would be on brand, but there you go. Yeah, nice to have you here, Paulo. Always glad to see you. My drink. I screamed at the top of my lungs and leapt to my feet, sending the contents of my dustpan flying everywhere. Whoa, a familiar gruff voice said. Settle down, miss. It's just me. JT, I stared at him in panic, subsiding into my embarrassment. Sorry for screaming like that. You just startled me, that's all. Sorry, JT shrugged. Didn't mean to. It's okay. But I wasn't quite ready to let go. Despite his nice gesture with our sandwiches earlier, I still wasn't quite sure what to think about JT. There was something about him, something just a bit too silent and mysterious, especially compared with the chatterboxes that made up the rest of our little group. Was he really just here to help out and do a good deed, or was there something else going on behind those quiet eyes of his? Cindy is looking for you, JT said as I stared at him thoughtfully. She's got a job for you outside when you're finished in here. Thanks, I brushed off my knees and then bent to pick up the dustpan I dropped. So, JT, we haven't really had a chance to talk. Are you originally from around here? Yup, didn't seem inclined to elaborate any further. That's nice. I tried to think of a polite way to phrase the next question. So how did you come to be part of this little project? He shrugged. Seemed like a worthy cause. Yeah, me too, I agreed. He was already turning to leave, but I wasn't quite ready to let him go yet. So you must have been around town at the time of the Riverside arsonist was doing his thing, huh? He stopped short, glancing back at me. No, he said shortly. As a matter of fact, I wasn't. Really? Why not? Did anybody ever tell you that you ask a lot of questions? He asked with a growl. Everybody tells Nancy that. With that, he stalked out of the room, muttering something I couldn't quite hear under his breath. Interesting. I couldn't tell if he'd been trying to evade my question or was just annoyed to be questioned, but it was the biggest reaction to anything I'd seen from him so far. I headed outside to find out where Cindy wanted. She was shouting instructions at Wayne as he stacked lumber. Despite the way she ordered him and the rest of us around, his crush on her didn't appear to have abated. He seemed willing to do anything she ordered, no matter how menial or capricious. It only proved there was no accounting for taste. Cindy spotted me approaching. There you are, she said sourly. I love when Nancy gets snarky. When she becomes a sassy girl detective. Reminds everybody of that fact. Took you long enough to get here. Listen, forget about the stuff inside for now. Ashley just heard on the radio that it might rain tomorrow, so you'd better sweep up piles of ash and stuff in the back parking lot. Okay, whatever. I wasn't really looking forward to going back into the dark little area behind the screen anyway. Then again, I'd seen the back parking lot. It looked like the surface of the moon. Most of the ash and soot from the entrance aisles seemed to have blown into the lot and stopped by the back wall of the building. They now formed peaks and valleys of dirty black gunk. Cleaning it up definitely wasn't a job for one person. If I wanted to get anywhere near finished before it was time for me to start fixing dinner, I needed help. I knew better than to ask Deirdre and Ashley to pitch in. Chapter is longer, isn't it? Oh, no, it's not that bad. Just couldn't see. They still hadn't gotten over the strenuous task of cleaning out that glass jug the day before, though. Surprisingly, they'd done a pretty good job. I glanced around. JT was nowhere in sight, and Wayne was still busy being ordered around by Cindy. That left the three younger girls. The last time I'd seen them, they were scraping old paint off the walls of the projection room. Figuring they were probably ready for some fresh air by now, I decided to enlist their help. Finding them turned out to be harder than expected. When I reached the projection room, I found the paint scraping equipment abandoned and no sign of the girls anywhere. Uh-oh, I murmured, images of procrastinating girls dancing through my mind. I headed back outside. As soon as I rounded the back corner of the building, I spotted them. The three girls were huddled together in a grassy area a short distance beyond the edge of the parking lot. They appeared to be passing something around amongst themselves, but I couldn't see what it was. My first thought was that they were sharing a cigarette, but there was no sign of smoke. I sighed, relieved. Cement parking bumper and hunching down behind a scraggly bush at the edge of the parking lot. I tried to hold back a twinge of suspicion. I'd been trying not to assume the girls were up to no good all the time just because of their troubled past. Night, Ellery. Yeah, go get some sleep, Ellery. Thank you for hanging out and keeping Knights of Bot rep 4. We appreciate you. Oh, I hate that, Paulo. I'm sorry. I hate when I forget my meds. But their antics so far weren't giving me that much reason to trust them either. As I watched, Megan peeled away from the other two and rushed off towards the building, passing within a few yards of me without noticing me. She disappeared a second later, though, through the back door. Audrey and Lacey turned to walk more slowly in my direction, not wanting them to catch me spying. I quickly jumped back, planning to wait for them around the corner of the building. But I never got that far. I'd forgotten all about the cement bumper half hidden in the ash pile right behind me. My foot caught it as I stepped back, sending me flying backwards into the parking lot. Right into one of the biggest piles of ash and soot. A huge black cloud billowed up around me as I landed flat on my back with a whomp. I squeezed my eyes shut just in time to avoid the flying soot. Coughing at the explosion of dusty, smoky-smelling particles, I covered my face with my hands and struggled to sit up. As I did, I heard giggles from very close by. "Check it out," Lacey cried. "Nancy's been out in the sun too long. She's got a wicked tan." Oh no. Audrey stifled a laugh. I carefully opened one eye, just enough to squint at them. "Very funny," I said with a cough. "Mind helping me out over here?" They each reached down and grabbed one of my arms, dragging me to my feet. Then I looked down at myself, still coughing. I was covered from head to toe with soot. My t-shirt, my shorts, socks, and sneakers were all dingy shade of ashy gray. Not to mention my skin. I could only imagine what my face and hair looked like. The younger girls were still grinning at me, seeming quite amused at my condition. "Oh well," I said weakly, realizing I couldn't blame them. I looked ridiculous. "At least maybe this way Cindy will believe I've been working hard." Audrey let out a loud snort. "Cindy's one to talk," she said. "Ain't like she's been doing anything around here except order us around." "Yeah," Lacey rolled her eyes, "especially us, and you." She nodded towards me. "It's like she hates you or something." "Yeah, I know," I smiled at them, suddenly liking them more than I had a few seconds ago. "So what do you say? Would you guys help me out? I'm supposed to be cleaning up this parking lot." They glanced at each other and shrugged. "Sure," Audrey answered for both of them. "Good, so where's Megan? Maybe she can help too." Lacey's eyes widened as she glanced quickly towards the theater. "She's, busy," she offered. "I'm sure she'll be back soon, though." "Yeah," Audrey smirked. "She wouldn't want to miss cleaning up all these ashes." Lacey grinned at her friend. "Yeah, totally." They were obviously sharing some kind of inside joke, which suddenly made me feel very left out and old, but I shook it off. We had work to do. "I feel that, Nancy." I know what it's like to feel left out and old. You don't have to be that old to feel old when you're around teenagers. A few hours later, the parking lot looked a lot better, leaving the girls, including Megan, who'd showed up a few minutes after we started, behind to keep working. I dragged my exhausted self across the field to the B&B to start dinner. My sneakers left sooty prints on the clean boards of the porch, and I realized I needed to get myself cleaned up before I did anything else. I knew Cindy would probably want me to use the sink in the theater bathroom to wash up, but I was feeling rebellious. I figured the others probably wouldn't be back in the house for at least half an hour. That left me plenty of time to sneak upstairs to one of the bathrooms to have myself a nice hot shower. The second floor bathroom, shared by Deirdre, Ashley, and the younger girls, was a mess. Damp makeup, stained towels hung over every available surface. Toiletries and cosmetics were scattered across the countertop, and the floor was littered with clothes as well as more towels. I decided to keep going. Cindy's third floor suite included a spacious bathroom with a separate tub and shower. I shook my head, thinking how ridiculous it was that she had the whole place to herself while the other 5 people in the house were crowded into the smaller bathroom downstairs. Then again, when I thought about my own humble lodgings, I couldn't feel too sorry for any of them. I relaxed as the water hit the tired muscles of my back, enjoying the clouds of steam rising around me. It felt good to rinse the ash and grime off me and spiral down the drain. After scrubbing myself from head to toe, I borrowed a tiny dab of Cindy's shampoo to wash my hair. Feeling refreshed, I stepped out of the shower and checked my watch, which I'd left on the countertop. It was time to get a move on if I didn't want to be caught. I hated to put my ashy clothes back on, but I didn't have much choice. I was pretty sure Cindy would notice if I borrowed one of her fancy designer outfits, especially since it would be about 4 sizes too tall and 3 sizes too tight. So I shook my shirt and shorts out the window, doing my best to get most of the dirt off. It would have to do for now. Once dressed, I did my best to cover my tracks. I used a towel to wipe away the ashy handprints I'd left on the doorknob and shower door and my wet footprints. As I reached for a stray sooty spot on the mirror, I noticed a small pile of receipts and and loose pieces of paper at the counter. A business card sticking out of the pile looked oddly familiar, and a closer look showed why. It was Deirdre's father's distinctive burgundy gray and white card, which I'd seen many times. I picked up the card and stared at it. I guess Bess was right then, I murmured, remembering her comment about Mr. Shannon handling Cindy's divorce. Just then the phone rang in the next room. Since nobody else was in the house, I hurried to answer it. "Hello there," a cheerful voice said when I picked it up. "It's Hazel. Who's this?" The old lady voice. I like the old lady southern voice. "Oh, hi, Hazel. This is Nancy." "Nancy, how are you, my dear? I was just calling to see how everything was going. Are you having fun with the project?" I hesitated, not sure how to respond. To answer her question honestly, I would have to complain about how Cindy was acting like a tyrant, though I would hate to sound like a whiner. Then there was the mysterious phone call. If my hunch was right and there was some funny business brewing at the bed and breakfast, shouldn't I warn Hazel about it? Then again, what would I say? I wasn't even sure yet myself if there was anything to it. Besides, and improbable as it might seem, what if Hazel herself was the female voice on the phone? I hated to think she might be involved in something shady, but I'd learned long ago that the least likely suspect sometimes did turn out to be the culprit. Yeah, we learned that with the games a little bit, didn't we, chat? So I just said something vague about the project going well so far. Hazel asked a few more specific questions about the construction and decorating plans, which I answered as best I could. Then she cleared her throat and paused. "Are the others with you?" she asked. "The other volunteers, I mean." "No, they're still at the theater. Why? Did you need to talk to someone?" No, nothing like that. I just wondered." She paused again, so long this time, for a second I thought we'd been cut off. "I just wondered what you thought of them, Nancy." Once again, I wasn't sure what to say. Something about Hazel's tone made me think it wasn't just a casual question. "Oh, I don't know," I said nonchalantly as I could. "They seemed fine. Was there someone in particular you wanted to hear about?" "Oh, no," she answered quickly. "I was just curious. You're probably an excellent judge of character, being such a talented sleuth. I'd enjoy hearing your impressions of anyone." "Sure, I'd love to tell you what I think," I said. "Who should I start with?" "Whoever pops into mind first," she replied. We were going in circles, and I suspected we both knew it. That made me more certain than ever that there was more to Hazel's curiosity than she was letting on. Feeling a bit frustrated, I was trying to figure out a way to make her open up when there was a beeping sound. "Oops," Hazel said. "That's my other line. I'm afraid I have to go. I'll try to call again later. Perhaps we can talk more then." After hanging up, I sat there for a moment, staring at the phone. I was convinced that something was going on now. But what? I picked up the phone again and dialed George's number, but there was no answer. Hanging up, I tried Ned. He picked up on the second ring. "Hey," he exclaimed when he heard my voice. "Ugh, Ned's your best choice. That's pretty rough." "I was hoping you'd call. Having fun being a do-gooder?" "Sort of. I have to fill you in later, though. I don't have much time. Do you know where George is? I asked her to look into something for me, and I need to know what she found out." "Oh, is this about the Riverside arsonist name thing?" he said. "I don't know where she is right now, but I spoke to her a couple of hours ago." "Did she tell you what she found?" "Yeah," Ned replied. "She Googled the name." "Ooh, Google." "J.T. Jefferson, just like you asked. There's only one person who's around the right age with that name living in the Tributary Falls area. And get this, he just got out of prison like 6 months ago." I gasped. "Really? Wait, that's not all. She also found out that J.T. Jefferson is the Riverside arsonist's uncle." Dun, dun, dun. We have another little snipping from the newspaper. While scientists and philosophers can spend lifetimes arguing about nature versus nurture, I myself am constantly amazed and amused at the ways of people are shaped by their experiences, for better or for worse, and often in quite surprising ways. One ordinary person can take a difficult youth and use his or her hardships as the inspiration to grow stronger, more principled, kinder. Another can emerge from the same type of situation and use his or her past as an excuse to mistreat others, or perhaps to burn down houses. Why? Despite all those scientists' lengthy treatises on the matter, I believe that still no one really knows. Perhaps it goes back to the subject of my earlier musings. Fate, luck, chance. Perhaps it involves some sort of inherited family trait, similar to the genes for blue eyes or long legs, or perhaps it's merely that each human on Earth is born an individual, and a leopard doesn't, after all, change its spots. I'd type more, but I didn't want to throw you off your rhythm. No, you're good. Type as much or as little as you want. I'm just reading. I'm just going to finish this book, and then I have a late night block for my Sailor Moon project that I'm working on to catch, so I'm just vibing. I read this book a very long time ago, and I don't remember any of it, and I'm just having fun reading. Chapter 8 does not compute. I was stunned by the revelation. All this time, somehow, I'd convinced myself that JT's name was just a coincidence. No, you didn't, Nancy. A red herring that could only get in the way of whatever real mystery might be. But now, when I pressed Ned for more details, he couldn't provide much information. Sorry, he said. George still isn't talking too well because of her teeth, and she's in kind of a grumpy mood when I talk to her. She had her wisdom teeth out for anybody in chat who wasn't here for the beginning of the book. That's okay. I was already distracted. My mind trying to fit puzzle pieces together, make connections. Maybe I can look into a little more here. There's a computer downstairs. We said goodbye, and I hurried down in the computer alcove off the sitting room. I hadn't spent much time in there since I was usually busy in the kitchen. Now I found that it contained not only a computer, but also a fax machine, a fancy printer, a scanner, and all sorts of other bells and whistles. It wasn't at all out of date. As I booted up the computer, I was vaguely aware that someone had entered the house, but I stayed where I was, hoping the others would leave me alone for a few more minutes. I was just logging into the internet when Cindy burst into the room, her face red. "What were you doing in my room?" she demanded angrily. "I knew you were in there. You made a huge mess of the place. Did you take anything?" Oops. Belatedly, I remembered the mirror smudge that I'd never quite finished cleaning up, and I'd been so distracted by Mr. Shannon's card, and then by Hazel's phone call, that I hadn't really finished checking for other signs of my presence. "Sorry," I said, deciding to come clean, so to speak. "I just popped in to use your shower. Didn't want to drop ash in everybody's dinner." I chuckled apologetically, but Cindy didn't crack a smile. She was still glaring at me suspiciously. "Are you sure that's really what you were doing? I heard you think you're some kind of detective." "She is a great detective. You weren't snooping around or something stupid like that." I was surprised at how upset she seemed. Obviously, she'd heard about my reputation, probably from Deirdre, but even so, why would she be so freaked out that I'd been in her room, unless, of course, she had something to hide? Had her in my nose, sorry. "Nope, nothing like that," I assured her mildly. "The only thing was I was after your hot water. See?" I patted my hair. Cindy blinked, focusing on my still damp hair. I guess that convinced her I was telling the truth, because her shoulders suddenly relaxed, and she shrugged. "Oh, okay, whatever," she muttered. "You know most people ask permission before they go barging into other people's private spaces. Anyway, shouldn't you be cooking dinner by now? Well, you stole the room from somebody else, so... and then gave her room away to somebody else, so..." Sorry. I have like some kind of allergy cough or something tonight. I hope that's not too annoying to people. Why do you have to wait till 2 for the Sailor Moon thing? I'm part of a Sailor Moon watch party group that's doing it in blocks, and I was busy for the first and second blocks today, so I just have the late night shift, which is fine. It actually works out for me because I've been kind of on a late night schedule lately with the streaming and stuff, so it all works out. Hopefully I can finish the rest of this book in time. And so we can finish up this book, because tomorrow we have another Animorphs book to read. Shouldn't you be cooking dinner by now? Sure, it was really kind of amazing how Cindy's little bit of power had gone to her head. I couldn't help wondering if she bossed around her fabulous new boyfriend as much as she did all of us. If so, I had a hunch that their relationship might be headed for the same end as her marriage to Mr. Real Estate. As Cindy stomped out of the room, I switched off the computer, realizing my search would have to wait. Then I headed into the kitchen to start dinner. The next morning, I planned to keep close eye on JT and also observe Cindy, Wayne, and the teen girls for any suspicious comments or behaviors. The week was going fast, and I needed to figure out what was going on. Unfortunately, Cindy had other plans for me. We were all sitting around the table finishing breakfast. Ashley was picking at the French toast I made, wrinkling her nose and making snide little comments about it. She'd been acting noticeably cooler towards me ever since our ridiculous quote-unquote fight about Jake Perrault the day before. I tried to apologize a couple of times, but she'd been so childish in return that finally I'd just given up. I didn't really care if she wanted to hold a grudge about something so stupid. What could she do about it? Little did I know. You know, this whole home is a total sty, she spoke up suddenly, pushing her plate away and glancing around the room with an expression of disgust. Cindy, don't you think maybe someone should clean it up today? She wagged her eyebrows in my general direction and said it. As she said it, Cindy glanced from her to me. Excellent idea, Ash. She said, let's see, who should do it? Nancy, I think you're the best person for the job. You can stay here at the house today. You should be able to get it cleaned up by the time the rest of us get back for dinner. Good call, Cindy, Deirdre put in smugly, glancing up from her cereal. After all, Nancy made the most of the mess with all her cooking and stuff. Nancy doesn't even stay there, bitch. No, it's not on YouTube. It's on, private, it's on a Discord, channel. They invited me after I did my other Sailor Moon video. And so I'm doing this really big overview video of Sailor Moon, and I'll probably do some videos on some of the smaller, like, random episodes or, offset things. So yeah, I've just been doing that. What's the name for our Discord? I think I'm gonna call it the Archivist's House, I think. Feels kind of fitting. I'm just working out the last bits of channels and stuff and getting everything set up, and I'm sure we'll tweak everything once we get more people on there, but I just wanted to get it generally set up before anybody else dealt with it. What was I? Where was I? I'll send out a thing on the community tab once it's ready to go. My jaw dropped at the outrageousness of the comment, not to mention the unfairness of Cindy's latest decree. What? I cried, but the kitchen is the cleanest room in the house. Anyway, don't you think working at the theater would be a better use of my time? I mean, we still have tons of work to do over there before the deadline. Even as I protested, I knew it wouldn't do any good. Maybe if you could all just clean up after yourselves, I added weakly. Now, Nancy. Cindy made a little tut-tut noise with her tongue. You're making a fool of yourself, sweetie. Can't you at least try to be a team player? I gritted my teeth. For a moment, her condescending comment felt like the proverbial last straw, teetering on the camel's back of my tolerance for the whole situation. For a moment, I was ready to get up and walk out, wash my hands of the whole project, and leave Queen Cindy and her willing little covey of admirers to try to finish on time without me. But I took a few deep breaths and held my tongue. Maybe cleaning up after a bunch of spoiled princesses wasn't why I signed up for this project, but it needed to be done and nobody else was likely to do it. Hazel was the one who would get in trouble if the others trashed the B&B. I didn't want that to happen. Besides, I was pretty sure it wouldn't really take me all day to get to the place spick and span. If I finished cleaning by lunchtime, that still left me the whole afternoon to work at the theater. Most of the cleaning and construction work was finished, so that meant it was almost time for the fun part. Painting, decorating, moving the new furniture, and turning the place into a real home away from home for Audrey, Lacey, Megan, and other girls like them. Thinking about that made me feel much better. As soon as the others left, I threw myself into the work. I didn't have to do much housework at home. Aside from keeping my room neat and setting the table now and then, Dad and I mostly counted... Oh my gosh. Dad and I mostly counted on our longtime housekeeper, Hannah Gruen, to take care of the rest, though we did our best to pitch in wherever we could. Now that I had a whole house to clean all by myself, I found it was actually kind of satisfying work. Well, except for the truly disgusting parts, like tossing Ashley's half-eaten containers of yogurt or picking Deirdre's lipstick-stained tissues up off the wad, out of the wad of damp towels on her floor. When the two other rooms were clean, I dragged the vacuum cleaner down the hall to the river room. The youngest girls weren't much neater than the older ones. Remembering that their sometimes odd behavior over the past couple of days, I kept a lookout for anything unusual as I cleaned. While I was trying to be careful not to accuse them of anything, only because of their past, I didn't want to excuse them because of it either. But aside from finding a couple of hand-decorated old empty matchboxes, maybe used for jewelry, and a few candy wrappers under a pillow, nothing in the room seemed out of place. What was I expecting to find, anyway? I asked myself as I glanced around the room one last time. A suitcase full of unmarked cash, automatic weapons, passports with fake names. I sighed, realizing I still had no idea what the mystery, if there was one, was even all about. Maybe my friends were right. Maybe I was just making it all up, desperately looking for something interesting to distract me from the drudgery of being Cindy's unpaid servant. I'll send the link out. Sorry, no, you're not distracting me, Paula. Sorry, I'm not paying as much attention as I could. I'll send the link out. I don't have a link yet, because it's not finished being set up, but I will soon, hopefully. Just need to judge a couple of things. If you've got any specific channels that you want on there, like, different specific subcategories to have conversation in, let me know, because I'm trying to cover all the bases. That reminded me, I still had work to do if I wanted to get over to the theater by lunchtime. I tossed the girls' wrappers in the trash and then headed upstairs, steeling myself for another big mess. But when I reached the top of the steps, I found the door to the Sunrise Suite locked tight. I tried it again, surprised. Nice, I muttered, certain that my sneaky shower had something to do with this turn of events. Cindy's reaction seemed a little over the top and suspicious, or maybe just mean-spirited. Either way, it seemed I wasn't going into her room that day. Oh well. That just meant she'd have to clean it up herself. I'll be the first time. I'll be a first-timer on there. I use it. I feel old when I go on Discord too. I'm not super native to the app, but it's pretty straightforward. Mostly just reminds me of IM messaging back in the day, but like more organized. It's a very old reference for some of you. Messaging me this late. Let's see. All right. I headed back to the first floor. The kitchen and dining room were already pretty clean, so after loading the breakfast dishes into the dishwasher and turning it on, I headed out to the sitting room. The others had left so much junk all over the room that I soon resorted to dragging a black plastic garbage bag behind me. As I vacuumed and dusted, I found candy bar wrappers on the coffee table, somebody's dirty socks under the sofa, and even an empty soda can in the ashes of the fireplace. By the time the room looked decent again, my garbage bag was more than half full. That left the powder room, the computer room, and a couple of smaller rooms at the back of the house. I tackled the powder room first. then moved on to the computer alcove. I noticed during my earlier visit that there were crumpled papers all over the floor and the wastebasket was full to overflowing, so I brought my garbage bag with me. Almost done, I muttered aloud, glancing around the small room. The satisfying part of my cleaning task had already worn off, and I was itching to get back to work at the theater. So why did I let myself get stuck with all this work anyway? I wondered as I automatically started dusting grubby fingerprints off the computer keyboard and surrounding surfaces. I'm not usually such a pushover. It's just not cleaning up today either. Hang on, what? It's not just cleaning up today either. It's everything. Cooking all the meals, doing exactly what Cindy says, and especially sleeping in the ladies' lounge. It's kind of crazy now that I think about it. I'm not their servant. I'm supposed to be their fellow volunteer. Feeling sorry for myself, I dropped the paper towel I was using into the garbage bag and then leaned down to grab the wastebasket. I paused just before tipping it into the bag, surprised to see that it appeared to be full of crumpled up pieces of plain white computer paper. What a waste, I muttered as I stared at it. Who would toss so much perfectly good paper away? Was it Deirdre looking for the perfect sheet to print out those minutes for Cindy the other day? Or maybe they did it on purpose, I thought. With another flash of self-pity, filled the wastebasket to the brim just to create even more work for me. Almost immediately, I shook my head, realizing I was getting a little too melodramatic about my situation. No, you're not, Nancy. It was unlikely anyone from the brain trust at the bed and breakfast would think of such a thing. Nancy. On the other hand, it wasn't at all hard to believe that any of the terrible trio, Cindy, Deirdre, Ashley, could be just that wasteful. I upended the wastebasket, dumping its contents. The bits of paper tumbled out and into the garbage bag. Mixing with the trash already inside, I salvaged as much paper as I could for recycling and shook the wastebasket to make sure everything came out. Suddenly, as the last of the paper poured out, a flash of color caught my eye among the white I blinked, wondering if I'd imagined it. Even if I didn't, who cares? I thought dully. It's probably just the spot where Deirdre was testing her new Baja Blue toenail polish, and I still have to finish this room and the rest of the first floor before I can get out of here. I don't have time to go digging around in the trash. But I couldn't resist the twinge of curiosity. It probably didn't have anything to do with anything. Still, the detective in me couldn't let it go without taking another look. Sitting down on the floor, I dug into the garage bag. It was disgusting work. I'd forgotten just how many wads of chewed gum and used tea bags I'd already tossed in there. For a while, I thought I'd imagined that flash of blue. Every piece of paper I uncrumpled was the same, plain white. But I finally found it. Aha! I muttered as I straightened out the paper on my lap. I stared at it, not sure what I was looking at. For a moment, right in the center of the sheet was the printed image of a dollar bill. It was a bit blurry around the edges, but it was life-size and otherwise realistic in every detail except one. It was printed with blue ink rather than green ink. Weird, I mumbled. If someone in the house is trying to become a counterfeiter, they're not doing a very good job. Just then I heard a sudden muffled commotion and the screams and shouting. It sounded like it was coming from outside in the direction of the theater. Dropping the paper back into the trash, I'd get to it later. I'd get it later. I hurried out to the front door. As soon as I looked outside, I gasped in horror. The theater was on fire. Uh-oh. My dogs are barking at something. Let's hope it's just a passing car and not, like, an intruder. Although if it was an intruder, this is probably going to get massive views on the back end of the pod. Sorry. Anyway. Hello, people just coming in. I see you and appreciate you. We are reading Nancy Drew, Girl Detective, Once Upon a Crime. Nancy is helping out at a charity project and being turned into Cinderella, and I didn't realize this when I picked it out, but it's an even better pick for Fairy Tale February than I thought. Not like we've been only keeping theme, but I've been trying to celebrate it as much as I possibly can with the content. Where There's Smoke, Chapter 9. I raced across the porch, leaping down 4 steps in a single bound. I took off across the field. Thick black smoke was pouring from the lobby window, and I could still hear screams and shouts coming from inside the theater. You remember, I wanna scream and shout and let it out. You guys know that song with the one with all the auto-tune and will.i.am and Britney Spears? It's a bop, actually. I can't even attempt to sing it for real. My voice is too shot today. Thick black smoke was pouring from the lobby window, and I could still hear screams and shouts coming from inside the theater. As I got closer, I saw Deirdre and Ashley running around in the yard in front of the building, shrieking and acting generally useless. And Megan was standing off to the side, looking worried. My heart pounded as I wondered who might still be trapped inside. I also wondered if I should have alerted somebody. Hazel, Cindy, the local police. When I'd found out JT was related to the Riverside arsonist, I knew I'd never forgive myself if anyone was injured, and I could have prevented it. I mean, being related to an arsonist it's not genetic. Arson isn't really like a genetic trait. I think you're fine, Nancy. As to push such thoughts aside, I put on a burst of speed. What happened? I shouted when I got close enough to the others. Fire! Fire! Ashley screamed. I can see that, I said, with as much patience as I could manage. Did someone call 911? Deirdre was on her cell phone. I called, she cried, sounding on the verge of hysteria. But they'll never get here in time. The stupid bridge is out, remember? We're doomed. Every time Deirdre's around, there's arson. Coincidence? I realized she had a point. There was no telling how long it would be until a fire truck could get there. That meant it was up to us. Coughing as the smoke poured into my lungs, I rushed past the pair and headed into the lobby. The lights were still on in there, which seemed like a good sign. Following the sound of shit to the main theater area, I saw JT and Wayne hard at work, beating back the flames that were eating their way up the heavy stage curtain. Lacey and Audrey were rushing toward the men, carrying buckets sloshing over with water. I didn't realize Cindy was in the room until I heard her coughing and yell out, "Higher! It's getting away from you!" Glancing over, I saw her standing just inside the doorway with both long, slender arms wrapped around herself and a look of horror on her face. I raced down to help, realizing that the fire wasn't as bad as the smoke made it look. The flames were leaping dramatically as they ate through the ancient fabric, but so far they were confined to the lower half of one side of the curtain and a small section of the carpet nearby. If we could stop them there. Girls, I shouted, reaching the front at the same time as Audrey and Lacey. Give the water to the guys and help me with this. I gestured to the flames licking at the carpet, which appeared to be gaining strength. My eyes watering from the heat and smoke, I ground my shoe onto one of the smoldering spots on the rug. Beside me, I could hear the girls coughing as they stomped at other tendrils of flame. We may have looked like a bunch of weird avant-garde dancers hopping around in the haze of the smoke. We must have looked. For a long moment, I thought it wasn't going to work. The fire continued to gain strength, both the curtain and on the ground, but then JT scored a direct hit on the strongest part of the fire with one of the buckets. It sizzled angrily, sending the steam everywhere. He and Wayne attacked the curtain with renewed vigor, and beating it with their shirts and an old drop cloth until every spark was gone. At the same time, the girls and I were making headway against the carpet fires. I could feel the heat burning through the soles of my sneakers, but I kept at it. Once the men joined us, we soon had the part of the fire out as well. Woo! I said in a shaky voice when it was almost over. When it was all over. That was pretty scary. What happened? Before anyone could answer, Cindy came storming down toward us. Thank goodness, she exclaimed, sounding more angry than relieved. Now, would someone like to explain how this fire got started? Audrey shrugged. It has something to do with the oxygen, fuel, and heat. We learned that in science class. Very funny, Cindy crossed her arms over her chest and glared at the girl for a second before turning her suspicious gaze on the rest of us. I think we'd better all go out and get some fresh air and get to the bottom of this. I couldn't help agreeing with her about the fresh air. My lungs were burning and there was an annoying tickle in my throat that was making me cough. And as much as I hated to admit it, the whole situation did seem kind of suspicious. Sure, accidents happened. Fires started, but what were the odds that this particular theater, once the victim of the Riverside arsonist, would just spontaneously go up into flames again? Imagine Perry being... like, intruders? Ugh, I'll be in the closet. Be quick about it. Yeah, right? Perry would probably just be like, do you have pets for me? Then we're good. We're solid. All of that stuff is Avery's stuff. You can take it. Once we got outside, Cindy didn't waste any time. Okay, people, she snapped her hands on her skinny hips. Fires don't usually start themselves, so who did it? I winced. That wasn't the way I would have gone about investigating the mystery, but I hung back to see what the response would be. I didn't have long to wait. She did it, Ashley shrieked melodramatically. It was her. To my surprise, when I turned and looked at her, I found she was pointing at me. Huh? I said blankly. How could I have done it? I wasn't even here. I don't know. Ashley narrowed her eyes at me, but you've had it in for me ever since you found out I was interested in Jake Perrault. I never thought you'd try to burn me alive, though. Cindy just shook her head at that. Even Deirdre rolled her eyes. Chill, Ash, she muttered. The smoke must be going to your head. Glad to see that Deirdre was acting as the voice of reason for once. I turned to Wayne. So what happened? Anyway, I asked him, who first discovered the fire? I was helping Cindy carry those rolls of carpet inside when we smelled smoke, Wayne replied. We followed the smell to the theater and found JT and one of those girls already in there trying to beat it out. He waved a vague hand in the direction of Audrey and Lacey. Who were sitting on the grass nearby, bemoaning the charred state of their shoes. I walked over to them. Which one of you guys got to the fire first? I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. We're trying to figure out how it started. The pair glanced at each other and shrugged in unison. We got there at the same time, I guess, Audrey said. I don't remember. Before I could try to get more information out of them, I noticed JT standing a dozen yards away talking to Megan. Their voices were too low for me to hear what they were saying, though I could see that JT looked angry. As I watched, he reached forward, grabbing the girl by the shoulder and shook her vigorously. My eyes widened in alarm. Hey, I blurted out, hurrying toward them. What's going on over here? JT glowered at me as he backed away from the girl. Nothing, he muttered. Then he spun on his heel and stomped away. I let him go, turning to focus on Megan. Are you okay? I asked with concern, putting a hand on her arm. What was he saying to you? When Megan looked up at me, I saw that she was in tears. Nothing, she whispered, her voice hoarse and barely audible. It was nothing. Don't worry about it. This is sus. She pulled free of my hand and raced away, disappearing around the corner of the building. Her friend saw her go and followed. I sighed, feeling worried and uncertain. It seemed almost certain now that something fishy was going on. My fellow volunteers and I were the only people on the island. That meant there were only two possibilities. One, that the fire had started by mistake, perhaps due to faulty wiring or some such. Or two, that someone in our group had set it. But who? I glanced thoughtfully around the yard. Deirdre, Ashley, and Cindy were huddled together near the theater entrance. Remembering Ashley's accusation against me, I wondered if she might be trying to frame me to thwart my imaginary quest for Jake Perrault's attention. I almost immediately shook my head. Ashley might be even more shallow, competitive, and ridiculously histrionic than her cousin, but she certainly wasn't quite that stupid. Besides, it wouldn't really explain everything else that had been happening. Wandering slowly across the grass toward the theater, I tried to come up with some more realistic scenarios. My mind kept returning to JT, the arsonist's relative, the silent mystery man. Perhaps Megan had seen him set the fire, and he was threatening her to keep her quiet. But why would he want to burn down the theater over the past couple of days? I'd seen him put a lot of hard work into the place. Why try to destroy that? What's more, why would he have worked so hard to put out the fire if he just started it? Maybe he was an incurable arsonist just like his nephew. Was that why he'd been in jail, as George had discovered? If so, that would be enough to explain the fire, but it still wouldn't really explain the money comment I'd overheard on the phone that first night. All we have to do is figure out a good way to make the switch, and all the money will be ours. What could that mean? What switch and what money? And speaking of money, there was also the matter of the fake dollar printout I'd found in the computer room. Did that tie into all this somehow? I wasn't sure. It seemed pretty random. The printout wasn't a good enough fake to pass for real money, even if the color were corrected. I sighed, pressing the heels of my hands to my forehead. Inhaling all the smoke just now had given me a pounding headache. Trying to puzzle through my brief list of unlikely suspects was only making it worse. The trouble was, nobody seemed to have a motive either for the money comment or for the fire. Deirdre and Ashley certainly didn't need the money thanks to their wealthy families. Neither did Cindy, considering she had both a recent, probably very healthy divorce settlement and a new boyfriend, so amazingly clever and successful that she couldn't stop telling us about him. The three younger girls might want money, but as far as I could tell, they would be the last people who would want to burn down the theater. I barely knew anything about Wayne other than the fact that he was all moony-eyed over Cindy. I like that we have Cindy and Ashley both plays on Cinderella. In fact, he was so completely distracted by her that I had a hard time imagining him finding the time to plot against the project on the side. Then there was JT. So far, he was the only one with suspicious past. I wished I'd been able to speak with George directly. She might have been able to give me more details about JT's connection to him, his notorious relative. She's like, I don't trust Ned to be able to relay all this information. I need George. There was just one solution to that. Everyone else was still pretty distracted by the fire, so it was no trouble to sneak into my room inside the theater and grab my cell phone. The whole place reeked of smoke, but I ignored that as quickly as I dialed George's number. Rats, I muttered as I heard the familiar start of my friend's voicemail message. I tried George's house number next and then Bess's house, but there was no answer on either place. Bess doesn't have a cell phone? Poor Bess. Oh well, that just meant I would have to do my own research. Tossing my phone, or do they share a phone like the Hardy Boys? Tossing my phone on the cot, I headed for the door. By a stroke of luck, all the others had disappeared while I was inside, so I was able to hurry over to the B&B without being questioned. She's like, leave me alone, people. But my luck ended there. I'd barely sat down at the computer when I heard Cindy calling my name. I leapt to my feet, grabbed the dust rag I'd abandoned there earlier, just seconds before she strode into the room. There you are, she snapped when she saw me. Look, there you are. Look, there are much more important things to do right now than dusting this place. I need you to get over to the theater and help clean up from that fire. This is going to put us way behind schedule unless we all work extra hard. I bit my lip and glanced longingly at the computer. Talk about being behind schedule. The big fundraiser was the next night. If I didn't figure out this mystery in the next 24 hours or so, it might never get solved. But I couldn't tell Cindy that. I would just have to let her keep bossing me around for a while longer. because as far as I was concerned, everyone on the island was still a suspect until I proved otherwise. We have another little cutout from the newspaper, and it says, and of course, as any reader of my novels could point out, one of the most important parts of solving mysteries is finding all of the keys to the puzzle. Until one knows all the facts, it can be next to impossible to sift true clues from false ones, or make the right connections. Even one missing piece can shift the whole picture out of focus. Take a snacky for a second. How's everybody in chat doing? You guys good? I'm all right. I'm tired, but I had a good day. I found a lot of good books at Goodwill, and I found an absolutely ridiculous book at the dollar store, as some of you saw at the beginning of the stream. And yeah, it's been a pretty all right day. I didn't get as much work done as I wanted to today, but it wasn't a bad day. I'm glad you're all good, Paulo. Oh, dollar stores can have some incredible finds sometimes. I love peeking into the dollar store, just like I love going to Goodwill and finding cheap books for the stream collection. Which I have to log on Goodreads, so sorry that I just post books in like big batch waves. Like, Avery talks about stuff shelved 300 books this afternoon. And fashion victims. Back at the theater, I found almost everyone pitching in at the cleanup efforts. That was a relief. Considering my track record with Cindy, I was afraid she would order me to do it all by myself while she took the others into town for manicures. I threw myself into the work, helping Wayne, Ashley, and Deirdre take down the charred theater curtain and drag it outside. While my body threw itself into the physical labor, my mind was busy pondering the events of the past few days. The more time passed, the more desperate I was to figure out exactly what was going on and who was behind it. The trouble was, I had almost nothing to go on except a few weird clues and events, all seemingly disconnected. I wasn't even sure which were part of the mystery and which were just coincidences. Even the fire might have been an accident, not to mention that I had a whole house full of suspects but few plausible motives. As I collected another armload of burned fabric and carried it out to the dumpster, I found myself wishing my friends were around. Usually when I got stuck on a case, they were there to talk it over with me and help me get unstuck, but this time I was on my own. Heads up, Drew. Deirdre's sharp voice broke into my wistful thoughts as I hurried back into the narrow hallway just inside the back door. Watch where you're going. I've got a whole load of stinky, cheap, charred velvet here, and I don't need you crashing into me to make me pick them all up again. Sure, sorry. I stared at her, a sudden thought popping into my head. Deirdre, I'd known for a long time, too long, as George would have said. She might be kind of a jerk, but I felt pretty confident in saying that Deirdre Shannon was neither a thief nor an arsonist. That made her the only other person on the island I was sure wasn't involved in whatever was going on. They're frenemies, yeah. $1.25 tree? Yes, $1.25 tree is where I went. And I found this book, which I promptly texted Gabe and Natasha and said this might be the next thing we read after Model Land as a group. It's this giant book of collection of stories where it's like reader self-insert stories about meeting different celebrities, and it looks wild. And it's also over 600 pages. And I got it for $1.25. I was sure wasn't involved in whatever was going on. I gulped, not sure if I was desperate enough for someone to talk over the case with to resort to Deirdre. Then again, what choice did I have here? I mean, she was helpful in, when we did, what was that one game? The Nikola Tesla one. Deadly Device? She was helpful there. Great deal. Oh, yeah. There was only one copy, too, and I was like, I have to own this book. No, nobody else, can have this book. It's mine now. Gabe is gonna stop hanging out with me. Then again, what choice did I have? I was certainly getting nowhere fast on my own, and time was running out. Besides, while Deirdre was as shallow and selfish as they came, she wasn't nearly as stupid as she liked to let on. In fact, I had to admit that her rather devious brain had actually been helpful now and then in past cases. Yeah. Deirdre, Brenda Carlton, both characters that show up in Alibi and Ashes, coincidentally, also about arson, are River Heights characters who are reoccurring on and off in the Nancy Drew series in multiple versions of it. I followed her out of the hallway and across the parking lot, walking as she hoisted her load of fabric into the dumpster. The dumpster is capitalized. I don't know why dumpster is capitalized, but maybe that's just me. She looked startled when she turned around and saw me standing there. What? She demanded. Why are you staring at me like that? Do I have ashes on my butt or something? Oh god, it's model land. We're talking about butts. Nothing like that. I glanced around, making sure nobody else was in sight. Listen, Deirdre, I wanted to talk to you about something. Is this about Ashley's stupid Jake obsession? She rolled her eyes dramatically. Because I don't want to hear about it, okay? If you think you have it bad, you should try being me. I mean, she's only talks about him nonstop 24/7. She totally unhinged. And she keeps me up until like 1 a.m. She kept me up until like 1 a.m. last night debating about whether she should go by Ashley S. Perrault or Ashley Shannon Perrault when they get married. I shook my head, smiling. No, that's not what I want to talk about, I assured her. It's just, you notice anything suspicious going on around here? What, you mean the fire? You're starting to sound like Cindy now. I couldn't believe she was so freaked out by a stupid little fire. I mean, look at this place. There are fire hazards everywhere. Well, yeah, I'm partly taken aback by the fire. I'm partly talking about the fire. Sorry, my brain messed that up. I said, biting my tongue to stop myself from reminding her how freaked out she'd been acting during the fire herself. After all, it was Cindy who'd been running around screaming her head off while the curtain went up in flames. But also other stuff, I went on. I just have this hunch that something weird is going on around here. Oh, give me a break, she snorted loudly, brushing off her ashy hands on her jeans. Don't tell me you're trying to turn this trip into one of your stupid detective games. Look, this woman solved so many cases. Why do people still downplay it? She's like a national hero at this point. Some imaginary mystery is the last thing we need right now. It's not going to be hard enough. It's going to be hard enough getting everything finished before the ball tomorrow night. It's not an imaginary mystery, I said, feeling a little defensive. I'm telling you, there's something fishy going on. And look, the only mystery around here is the mystery of how Ashley ended up on the smallest room in the how Ashley ended up in the smallest room in the B&B. Deirdre interrupted. Not that I'm complaining, of course, she smirked slightly. Oh, and then there's the mystery of exactly what was in that slop you forced us to eat for dinner last night. And of course, the mystery of why someone as supposedly fashionable as Sydney would decide to wear a dress for a fancy ball that hides her figure instead of showing it off. Wait until you see what she's wearing. Even someone as clueless about fashion as you won't believe it. It's a special dumpster? I guess it is a special dumpster. I don't know. It is the author's very favorite dumpster. Hello, people. I just saw a couple people jump into chat. We're reading Nancy Drew, Once Upon a Crime. It says Once Upon a Time, because Nancy's being forced into being Cinderella by the rest of the people she's volunteering with. And then it's crossed out and it says crime, because it's the crime. Yeah, you got it. You got it. I picked it out thinking that the title kind of put it tangentially related to celebrating Fairy Tale February, and then started reading it and realized how good of a pick it was, because it's kind of just like a Nancy Drew-ified remake of Cinderella. Okay, fine, I broke into a rant. Maybe if you just listened to what I overheard the other night, she didn't even seem to hear me. I mean, doesn't she know the hoop skirts are Totally beyond dorky and only excusable on women with big hips, she exclaimed, seeming completely scandalized by the very thought of it. Judgy. Is she trying to start some lame new trend or something? She could wear absolutely anything and look good, and yet Deirdre, I said loudly, desperate to get back on track. Focus, okay? I'm trying to tell you something important. I found out there's a connection between the Riverside arsonist and someone here, and whatever, Deirdre broke in with a shrug, clearly already losing interest in the whole conversation. Look, there's Ashley. I promised to help her pull up the rest of that stinky old carpet. Gotta go. She rushed off into the building without waiting for a response. I could tell she had to be bored with our conversation if she was so eager to get back to work to avoid it. As I turned away with a sigh, I noticed JT standing at the edge of the parking lot about 20 yards away. Hey, Laser. Nope, don't be sorry. I'm glad you're volunteering. That's a good thing to do. I need to get involved volunteering somewhere in my community because I haven't done it in a little while and I feel bad. He was staring in my direction with a quizzical expression on his face. I gulped. Had he overheard what I just said to Deirdre? Even the possibility made me uneasy. It was definitely time to do a little more research on J.T. Jefferson. No, make that way past time. Starting to feel bad every time Avery looked at the screen. I felt like I needed to type something. No, it's cool. I've got this book to get through and, you know, I love chatting with chat, but some nights people are either just trying to go to sleep or just having it on in the background, and that's totally fine. I'm just happy to sit and read the book and, you know, chill. I just keep checking. If I look like I'm checking obsessively, it's not because I'm you know, wishing that the chat was moving faster or anything. It's just that before you got here, we had an issue where all of a sudden nobody could hear me and I had to like start the whole chapter over. So I'm just trying to make sure that nothing like that is going on and everything seems to be working normally. Anyway, sorry if it looks like I'm staring at you. Okay. The next time I sneaked away to my room to call George, I got through on the first try. Finally, I exclaimed when I heard her familiar, still slightly mush-mouthed voice answer. Where have you been all day? Bess took us for ice cream, she replied. That's about the only thing I can eat. I was starving to death. Sorry to hear that. I bet they went to Scoops. Or Scoop. I think it's just called Scoop singular, but I can't remember. Sorry to hear that. Isn't your mouth feeling any better? Not really, she grumbled. Remind me never to have my wisdom teeth out again, okay? I could tell she was feeling sorry for herself. George doesn't deal with pain very well. It seemed like a good time to change the subject to the real purpose of my call. Ned told me you found out that JT is the Riverside arsonist uncle and that he spent some time in prison. I dropped my voice and said the last part, my eyes darting around the room as if expecting to find JT standing in one of the corners. I guess his sudden appearance back by the dumpster is capitalized again. Hi, Tony. Good to see you too. We are reading Nancy Drew, Girl Detective, Once Upon a Crime. This is Super Mystery 2. I don't know what makes the Super Mystery super. I think it's just that they're a little bit longer than the normal books in Nancy Drew, Girl Detective. This was published in 2006. It's kind of like a Nancy Drew retelling of Cinderella almost, where she's solving a crime and being forced to do all the cooking and cleaning for this one group that she's working with. And my sinuses are acting up today, so my voice probably sounds very hoarse. Because Nancy's super cool. Well, obviously. All Nancy's mysteries are super mysteries when you really think about it. It spooked me a little. I was hoping you could fill me in on any other details you found out. It could be important. He's not an arsonist like his nephew, she said. He went to jail for robbing a convenience store and holding up the owner, which he supposedly did due to debt from a bad gambling addiction. Gambling, I repeated slowly, already trying to make that new piece of the puzzle fit with the rest. Interesting. What else? Well, all this took place more than 15 years ago, way before the Riverside arsonist thing. George said. The robbery, I mean. I guess they threw the book at him in a big way, though, because he just got out. I nodded, still turning over the new information in my mind. The gambling thing added a whole new twist. What if JT's gambling? What if JT's gambling again? I speculated. That would explain why he needs money. He might have been talking to an accomplice on the phone that night. I wonder why he would risk calling from the inside of the bed and breakfast with all the rest of us. My ear. I feel like I'm starting to get another ear infection, and that's never fun. Breakfast with all the rest of us around, though. I don't know, George said. George didn't seem that interested. Hey, Bess just came in and started poking me in the arm. I think that means she wants to talk to you. I'm going to give you to her and do another saltwater rinse. My mouth is killing me after all this talking. Same, George. Okay, but if you remember anything else, be sure to... Yeah, in the Druidiverse. Nancy? Bess's voice interrupted. Hi, George. George already took off for the sink. She's being a real wuss about the whole thing. I grinned. It sounded as though Bess might be getting sick of babysitting duty. So how's your week going? I asked her. Don't ask, she sighed loudly into the phone. But hey, tomorrow night is your glammo formal ball, right? Aren't you excited? Aren't you totally excited? Thrilled, I replied flatly. Actually, I've barely thought about that. There's too much going on around here. I quickly filled her in about that day's fire, realizing I hadn't mentioned it to George. Did George tell you what she found out about J.T. Jefferson? I finished. It's funny because there's a game, Nancy Drew Message in a Haunted Mansion, some of you might remember from the time we played through all of those last summer. There's a game where she stays at a bed and breakfast and it catches on fire, and she's trying to help fix it up for different reasons, not for charity, but just like to help the owners. And it's funny because for a second I was like, I wonder if that took inspiration from this book, but this book came out several years after that game, so maybe it's the other way around. I don't know. Let's see. Almost done. We've got about 50, 60 pages left. Less? That's good to know. I hadn't mentioned it to George. Did George tell you what she found out about J.T. Jefferson? I finished. Yeah, I think so. Bess sounded distracted. Hey, you never told me what you're planning to wear to the fundraising gala. You were supposed to let me help you choose something, remember? Oh, yeah, sorry. I vaguely recalled her mentioning something about that before my departure. Anyway, I just brought the floral print design I got last year. The pink and white tulip dress? Bess sounded horrified, but that's not formal at all. It's okay, the info just said to dress up as much as we liked. Just that I heard the sound of voices in the hallway, outside my little cell. Look, I think the others are coming. I should go before they find me here and accuse me of slacking off, but call me if you guys think of anything useful, okay? The next day was our last on the project. When we arrived at the theater that morning, there seemed to be an impossible amount of work left to do before the place would be ready. But miraculously, by the time the hands on the clock over the former snack bar hit 4 o'clock, most of it was done. The walls all sported fresh coats of paint in cheerful colors. The new flooring had been laid in the old theater area, and the donated furniture was in place, and the men had replaced the broken light fixtures and taken care of a bunch of other last-minute repairs. We're getting there, people, Cindy said as we all gathered in the lobby, which was now painted a vibrant shade of blue. I think all we have to do is sweep the floors and hang the shades, and we'll be... What about the main bathroom? Ashley broke in. We haven't been able to do anything in there because of all of Nancy's junk is in the way. I'm about to start fist fighting some fictional characters. For those of you who were not here, they stole her nice room in the bed and breakfast out from under her, gave it to somebody else, and then forced her to sleep, like, in the, like, cramped little backstage area in this old theater. The ears have more effect on the body than people realize. I know all too well about it. Take care of it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I need to do a rinse. Ooh, my neck just popped a little bit. I've had lots of ear infections over the course of my life, and it's just like, you just feel like hell all over, and you're just like, oh, it's because my ear is out of whack. Great. Cindy gasped. Oh no, I almost forgot about that. Nancy, why didn't you remind us? She turned to stare at me accusingly. Nancy is living through a series of unfortunate events novel, is what's happening. I didn't bother to respond to that. I'll go move my stuff, I said patiently. No, I'll need you to start scrubbing the walls in there so we can paint as soon as possible, Cindy announced. Wayne can haul your things over to the B&B, right, Wayne? She smiled at him sweetly. Sure, Cindy, Wayne said eagerly, lapping up the smile like a starving puppy. I'll go do it right now. As Wayne slung my bags over his shoulder and took off, the rest of us started sprucing up the bathroom. Cindy directed Deirdre and Ashley to removing the cot and other furnishings, while JT got to work checking the bathroom fixtures and the 3 younger girls, and I wiped the dust and cobwebs off the walls. By the time Wayne returned 10 minutes later, we were almost ready to start painting. Less than an hour after that, with all of us wielding paint brushes, the ratty little place where I'd been staying looked clean and bright and almost presentable. Hey, too bad this place didn't look like this a week ago, I joked, feeling the first glow of true teamwork I'd felt all week. We all would have been fighting over who got to stay here. Deirdre rolled her eyes. Right, she said. Come on, Ash, it's getting late. Let's go to the showers before the brats hog all the hot water. She jerked her chin in the direction of the younger girls, who ignored her as usual. The cousins disappeared, leaving the rest of us to touch up the last few spots and put the paint away. I guess I'd better get going too, Cindy announced a few minutes later. It will take me a while to get ready. It's very important for someone like me to look my best at a big event like this. You guys can finish up the cleanup and the other stuff, right? She didn't really give us a chance to answer, hurrying out of the room immediately. My heart sank as I realized we still had to sweep the entire place. I put away the drop cloths, the other equipment from painting earlier and I put away the drop cloths and other equipment from painting earlier and hanged shades and curtains in all the windows. I think that's supposed to say hung. I found like I found a couple other typos at this point. I get a little, I think it was Ellery who said I have a little serotonin. Or somebody in chat said I get a little serotonin when I find typos in published books. It's like, haha, I gotcha. With all the other volunteers dropping like flies, these tasks were looking bigger and bigger. Still, I knew I had to stay until it was all done. I'd made it this far. I certainly wasn't going to quit now. I didn't want to let Hazel down. We split into teams, with Audrey helping the men hang the curtains, while Lacey, Megan, and I cleaned up the painting stuff. The work went pretty fast that way, especially since all of us were so focused on getting finished that there was little talking or goofing off. Soon after the last of the shades were up, I noticed that JT had slipped away without a word to the rest of us. The 3 girls noticed too. Hey, how come we're still here while everyone else keeps leaving? Audrey complained. We have to get ready for the party too. Yeah, we don't want to look like we've been stuck in a dirty old theater all day, Lacey quipped. Go ahead if you want, I told them. We're almost finished anyway. Wayne and I can finish up. Thanks, Nancy, Megan cried. See you at the party, Audrey added, sounding excited. I smiled as they rushed off, chattering eagerly about what they were going to wear. Looks like it's just you and me, I told Wayne ruefully. Come on, we can get the sweeping done quickly if we each take a section of this place. Then all we have to do is a little last-minute picking up and we're done. Wayne nodded, cracking his knuckles and then grabbing a broom. It's getting late, he pointed out. If we don't finish in time, are you planning to skip the ball and stay here? I considered it, I admitted. I'm not much for fancy balls, but catching myself just in time, I realized I'd been about to spill the real reason. I wanted to keep an eye on things tonight in case something mysterious happened. But she's Cinderella. She has to go to the ball. The words from that overheard phone conversation kept dancing through my head. I already know the perfect way to sneak it out right under everyone's noses. All we have to do is figure out a good way to make the switch and all the money will be ours. They're going to do it at the ball. Go to the ball, Nancy. What if the plotters... I don't remember. They might not be, but that's what I assume. 1, 2, 3, 4. Make a wish. It's 12:34 where I am. Plotters were talking about doing something at the gala. Maybe they were planning to steal the donor checks that would be coming in, or perhaps they knew about something expensive, a fancy piece of jewelry belonging to an attendee, a piece of art from the ballroom that they intended to switch for a fake. The possibilities swirled around in my head, making me dizzy and a little sick with the fact that I had no idea what, if anything, to expect. Realizing that Wayne was waiting for me to finish my sentence, I forced a smile. I don't want to miss my chance to meet Jake Perrault, I said, faking a sort of Deirdre-esque giggle. He's totally hunky, and I'm looking forward to talking mysteries with Hazel, too. Wayne looked slightly perturbed, and I wondered if I'd gone overboard with the Jake thing. Well, I think we're just about done here, if you don't mind. I think I'll run over to the house and grab a snack before it's time to leave for the shindig. I think he's in on it, and he's upset that Nancy's gonna be there because he knows she's a good detective. Bad editors letting typos go through. Yeah, it happens. And it's weird because I'm sure, like, I don't really know much about book publishing, but you would think that eventually they'd have to print more batches, and then, like, it should be even rarer to find typos, because if a reader finds a typo, they could just take it out in the next one. I have no idea. Oh, okay. I bit my lip hoping I hadn't made him feel bad, or too non-hunky. Non-hunky, what a word. I'm sure there will be plenty of food at the fundraiser, though. I can't wait that long. See you in a few. He took off for the door, leaving me alone in the old theater. The place was very quiet, only the ticking of the clock breaking the silence. I breathed in deeply, enjoying the pleasant sense of fresh paint, cleaning products, and floor wax. Then I walked around the place, taking in what we had done the past few days. I grew up in a house that was constantly in a state of DIY repairs. I know exactly what that smells like. It's almost a nostalgia in and of itself for me. The transformation was pretty incredible. I hadn't really appreciated it before because I'd been too busy working on it, but we'd really turned the grimy, abandoned theater into a cool, colorful place where any teenage girl would be thrilled to hang out. As I made the rounds, I took care of a few finishing touches here and there, fluffing pillows and adjusting pictures and mirrors and furniture just so. That's how making a movie feels like. You don't appreciate it until it all comes together at the end. Even my videos feel like that. It's like you don't really appreciate it while you're working on it, but then right at the end, everything comes together and you're like, ah, we did that. With duct tape, anything really is fixable. Finally satisfied that the place was as nice as I could make it, I headed to the door. Checking my watch, I realized I only had half an hour to shower and change before it was time to leave. She needs mice to help her. After a brisk walk across the field, I let myself into the bed and breakfast and stepped into the sitting room. None of the others were anywhere in sight. Instead, a weird, smoky odor greeted me. With visions of the previous day's fire flashing through my head, I hurried further into the room and let out a gasp. My party dress was stuffed inside the fireplace, engulfed in flames. Oh, no. Chapter 11. Burned. All I could do was stand there, staring open-mouthed out at the remains of the only party dress I'd brought on the trip. It had obviously been burning for several minutes when I'd arrived, and was far beyond hope of rescue. The acrid smell of smoldering fabric soon brought cries and running feet from elsewhere in the house. "Whew, what's that stink?" Ashley exclaimed, hurrying down the stairs, wrapping wrapped in a bath towel, an annoyed expression on her face. Is Nancy cooking again? So then you do the cooking, bitch. Sorry. Cindy was right behind her, dressed only in a camisole and a fitted off-white skirt that looked weirdly unfinished, as if someone had only bothered to stitch a few hems here and there to keep its double layer of fabric together. I stared at her for a moment, vaguely wondering if this was the fashion disaster dress Deirdre had been complaining about, before remembering that she'd mentioned something about a hoop skirt and realized that the odd-looking garment had to be the slip that went underneath it. Then my mind switched back from the others' clothes to my own. What was I going to do now? That was my dress, I said numbly, as Deirdre and the younger girls appeared on the stairs as well, all in various states of dress. A moment later, Wayne wandered in from the direction of the kitchen, licking what looked like the remains of the chocolate cake I'd baked for yesterday's dessert from his fingers off both hands. Your dress? Deirdre repeated. What are you talking about? Oh, she glanced toward the fireplace, and I could almost see the light bulb go on above her head. Nancy says light bulb go on, because light bulb go off doesn't make any sense, because it's turning on. Wow, okay, that's not exactly what I would have picked out, but why'd you burn it? Seems a little extreme. I didn't burn it, I replied between gritted teeth. I don't know how it got there. My point is, it's the only thing I brought that's appropriate for tonight. Okay, if you call that appropriate. Ashley exchanged a glance with her cousin, both of them looking amused now that they'd caught up on what was happening. Or were they just catching up? Could they have something to do with burning the dress? I wouldn't put it past them. Themselves. Maybe this was Ashley's way of making sure I wasn't going to give her any competition for Jake Perrault's attention tonight. Probably not, I decided almost immediately. The cousins were both pretty sneaky and selfish, but it seemed unlikely that either of them could have done this. Ashley was soaking wet and dripping bubbles all over the steps. It was obvious she'd just been in the bath, and Deirdre had seemed genuinely confused at first. I already knew she wasn't much of an actress, so that made her a much less likely suspect as well. Then who? The dress hadn't jumped out of my suitcase and into the fireplace on its own. Someone had sabotaged me on purpose. I glanced around the room, noting who was present. Ashley and Deirdre, Cindy, who was glancing at her watch and looking impatient as the interruption, the 3 teen girls who were already wandering back up the stairs, Wayne, who seemed more interested in his chocolatey fingers than in my problems. That meant everyone was present except for JT, who was nowhere to be seen. Oh, well, Ashley told me cheerfully. Guess you'll have to stay home in your usual ugly clothes then. I was horrified to realize that she might be right. I couldn't go to the big fundraising ball in jeans and t-shirt. As Bess had pointed out on the phone, even my humble floral print dress had been veering on too casual. I don't suppose one of you guys has anything extra I could borrow, I asked Deirdre and Ashley hopefully. I should have known better. Exchanging another smug glance, they shook their heads in unison. Sorry, Nancy, Deirdre said, not sounding sorry at all. I'm afraid I don't have anything at all that would suit you. Me either, Ashley chimed in, smirking at me. So sorry. I glanced at Cindy and the teens, but I didn't even bother to ask them. Cindy was half a foot taller, and several dress sizes skinnier than me, and the teens were all completely different shapes and sizes as well. There was no way anything of theirs would fit me, even if they had an extra outfit. Thanks anyway, I muttered dispiritedly. As the others dispersed to wherever they'd been before, I wandered over and stared at the charred remains of my dress. What was I going to do? Spotting my bags piled haphazardly in a corner of the room where Wayne had dropped them, I hurried over and grabbed my phone. I dialed George's number first, and then Bess's, hoping for some useful advice, but there was no answer on either line. Isn't George kind of like the tomboy? Like, wouldn't you not call her first in fashion emergencies? Isn't that more Bess's territory? Sorry, guys. Hang on. I thought about trying Ned next, but I didn't bother. He was helpful in all sorts of situations. Tell yourself that, Nancy. But I suspected he wouldn't be much good in fashion emergency. She's like, Ned dresses like ass. We don't need him. Of course, the problem was that this went way beyond fashion. If I couldn't make it to that ball, I wouldn't be there if anything happened. And now I was more certain than ever that something would happen. Why else had someone deliberately sabotaged my chance of attending the fundraiser? I paced back and forth around the room, trying to figure out what to do, but there didn't seem to be a good answer. My dress, I think Wayne did it, because he was asking about her going and then seemed disappointed, so I think he tried to sabotage her. Let's see if I'm right. I paced back and forth across the room trying to figure out what to do, but there didn't seem to be a good answer. My dress was beyond repair. Nobody could or would loan me anything appropriate to wear. It was too late to make it to a store in town to buy a new outfit, not to mention that the only vehicles at the bed and breakfast were Wayne's minivan and JT's truck, in which we were all supposed to ride to the party. But I had to go to that fundraiser. I was the only one who could warn Hazel that something fishy might be going on, like someone trying to steal those donation checks, for instance. Before long, the others started wandering down the stairs, now fully dressed. So you didn't find anything suitable to wear? Cindy asked me as she stepped carefully down the staircase. She was now looking resplendent in a burgundy satin gown featuring a voluminous old-fashioned hoop skirt that covered her weird-looking slip. Too bad. Guess you'll have to stay home. Ashley was right behind her, dressed in a white dress so tight, I wondered how she could breathe. Too bad, so sad, she said with a cheerily sing-song voice. Maybe there's something good on TV tonight. Oops, I forgot, no cable. Cindy laughed and swept off in her skirt in the direction of the kitchen. Hey, Wayne, she called, did you load up on the cash jug like I told you? Did you load up that cash jug like I told you? All done, Cindy, Wayne replied, appearing in the doorway. He had changed into a suit and tie and looked quite handsome. He gushed over Cindy's dress for a moment before leading her out to check the minivan. I think secretly he is the boyfriend, and she's trying not to draw attention to it, because they're guilty together. Or at least I hope they're guilty. At least Cindy. I don't like Cindy at all, obviously. I could hear laughter and footsteps overhead, and I guessed that the rest of the gang would be ready shortly. That didn't give me much time. Listen, tell Cindy not to leave without me, okay? I told Ashley hurriedly. Huh? Ashley had been staring at herself in the mirror over the mantel, but now she turned to stare at me. What are you talking about? I'm going to the ball, I said with determination. I worked hard all week. I deserve to go. I may not have a nice dress to wear, but at least I can put on something other than grungy old clothes I've been working in all day. Anyway, just tell them to wait. I won't be long. I hurried out of the room without waiting for an answer, grabbing my bags on the way. Since Cindy was already dressed and ready, I headed straight upstairs to Sunrise Suite to avoid the crush in the second floor bathroom. Once there, I pulled out a clean pair of khakis and a button-down shirt I brought in case the weather turned cool. Laying them out on the bed, I grabbed a clean towel and headed for a quick shower. Don't wear khakis, at least wear jeans. Chat, back me up on this. At least wear jeans. Jeans are not suitable for formal, but at least they're not khakis. Putting on clean clothes wouldn't help much if I was still coated in ash, dirt, paint splatters, and dried sweat from the day's work. It couldn't have been much more than 10 minutes later before I was out, feeling clean and refreshed. I was towel drying my hair at the sink when something made me wander over to glance at the window. I was just in time to see a puff of dust and ash as Wayne's minivan pulled out of the parking spot in front of the house and took off towards the main road, with JT's truck right behind it. My jaw dropped as I realized what was happening. They were leaving without me. Bitches. What has always fascinated... It's another clipping from the article that we're reading throughout this book. Part of what has always fascinated me about such matters is trying to guess what people are capable of when times are desperate. When a true emergency or moment of truth arises, people must react one way or another, and the result isn't always what one might expect. Will the weak, retiring, shy person rise to the occasion and save the day? Will the person who has always seemed brave and strong, whether in the face of crisis, praying for a miracle or a wave of magic wand to save the day? It seems impossible to know such things until one is at the moment of decision. Okay. Keep making sure that nothing is breaking. I'm worried that something's gonna break. I have trauma from something breaking earlier tonight. Sorry about that. To the rescue. I started out at the B&B's front door feeling helpless. I stared out the B&B's front door feeling helpless. It had been about 15 minutes since the others had left. I was fully dressed and trying to decide what to do. Unfortunately, my options weren't looking very good. I could walk to the far side of the island and across the bridge, perhaps thumb a ride from there to the hotel, but that would take an awfully long time. Recalling that I'd seen a few bicycles leaning against the wall by the back door of the bed and breakfast, I glanced in that direction, wondering how much time that would cut off of the trip. Just then I heard the sound of a motor approaching. Spinning around, I squinted hopefully towards the road. Maybe the others were returning for me. That hope faded quickly. Instead of Wayne's minivan or JT's truck, I saw an unfamiliar white sports car speeding down the road in my direction. It turned into the B&B driveway and pulled to a stop right in front of me. I barely had time to wonder who it could be when the doors swung open and Bess and George stepped out. To say I was stunned would be a major understatement. I just stared as they hurried towards me. Had they read my mind somehow and knew I needed help? But River Heights was an hour's drive away. Whose car is that? I blurted out as they climbed up the porch steps. Okay, so maybe it wasn't the most important question that needed answering, but it was the first one that popped out. George glanced back at the white car. It's Sebastian's Mustang, she said, her words a little fuzzy as if her mouth was filled with marbles. He drove it here from college. Your brother? But wait, why is he home from school now? I thought he had a job up there. Okay, so George is the middle child with an older and younger brother? Is that what's happening? That might be what's happening. He does, Bess spoke up, answering for George. I suddenly noticed she had a slightly sheepish expression on her pretty face. We called and asked him to come home for the weekend and babysit. But why? And why are you two here? My head was spinning, and I was having trouble putting two and two together. Bess was looking more sheepish than ever. Well, when I heard what you were planning to wear to the ball, she began suddenly. She turned and hurried back to the car. Reaching inside, she pulled out a large garment bag. With that, my mind cleared, and I recalled how alarmed Bess had sounded on the phone when she'd heard what I was planning to wear that night. I couldn't live with myself if I didn't try to come to the rescue, Bess said, climbing up the porch steps. So I called George's brother to come sit with the kids, and since he'd just gassed up his car, we borrowed it to drive out here and bring you this. She held up the garment bag. Please don't be mad, but I really think this dress will be much more suitable. She let out a startled squeak as I grabbed her in a big hug. You have perfect timing, I told her, relieved at the thought that the evening might not be totally lost after all. Huh? Now Bess was the one who sounded confused. I quickly filled her and George in on all that had happened since the last time I'd spoken to them. They were shocked when they heard about the fire and theater, and even more so the fate of my dress. Sorry, doing a check real quick. Hang on. Yay, I can hear things. Nice. Okay. I bet it was Deirdre. George sounded grumpy. She was holding a little metal dentist tool, which she kept using to poke at her teeth. Gross, Bess shuddered as she glanced at her. Do you have to do that? She turned to me. She's been digging around in her mouth with that thing during the whole drive here. She turned to her cousin. The dentist said to lightly massage, George, not pick. Never mind that, I said, heading for the door. Don't worry about your teeth, George. I got a ball to get to. If you want me to put that dress on instead of just going like this, we'd better get moving. The others left ages ago, and I don't want to miss anything. We headed inside to where Bess pulled out the dress that she'd brought. As soon as I saw it, I was ready to stick with my khakis, after all. It was much dressier than anything I would normally wear. Made of soft, almost translucent, silvery fabric. It had a big, full skirt and fitted bodice that twinkled with tiny jewels, but Bess wielded me into it, and once it was on, I had to admit it looked nice. The dress might not be my cup of tea, but it would fit right in with the gowns Deirdre, Ashley, and Cindy were wearing. Once I was dressed, I was more impatient than ever to get going. Bess insisted on doing a quick but careful job on my hair and makeup. Finally, she seemed satisfied. She said, stepping back and capping the pink lipstick she'd just used on me. She stared at me with satisfaction. You look gorgeous. Quite a transformation, if I do say so myself. Thanks. Now can we get going? I asked briskly. I gathered up my skirt for the walk to the car. Wait, Bess was staring at my feet, now visible beneath my raised hem. What about shoes? Of course, the shoes. Glancing down, I saw that I was still wearing sneakers under the fancy dress. Oops, I said. My bags are up in the bedroom on the 3rd floor. My white pumps should be there. I'll get them. Bess raced upstairs, leaving me standing there watching George pick her teeth with his little her little metal tool. Bess returned a few minutes later, breathless and empty-handed. Are you sure you didn't bring them downstairs or something? She asked. I searched through both your bags, but there was no sign of them. Do you think whoever burned your dress burned the shoes too? George asked, with the most interest she'd shown since arriving. She poked around in the ashes with one of the fireplace tools. Wait, I said slowly, a vision of my room at home switching into my head. In it, I could see my packed suitcase, my jacket, and my white dress shoes sitting neatly on my pillow. Oh, I think I might know where they are, back at home on my bed where I left them. Oh, Nancy, Bess threw up her hand, sounding frustrated. I should have known. Why didn't I bring along a pair of my dressy shoes just in case? They would have been a little tight on you, but better than nothing. Never mind, I said. As long as I keep my skirt down, nobody will see my feet anyway. And this way I'll be more comfortable, especially if something interesting happens. Maybe we could stop by a shoe store on the way, Bess said. Trib Falls has tons of them, and I'm sure at least one will still be open. Deciding to ignore her suggestion, I gathered my skirts again and headed towards the Mustang. Come on, I called over my shoulder. I'll drive. Bess and George both started to argue about that. For some reason, they don't really trust my driving skills. They must have heard about me driving in that game, and that other game, and that other game. But they were interrupted by the roar of another motor approaching. Who's that? George asked. Though nobody lived on this island, I thought nobody lived on this island anymore. They don't. I stared down the road until the approaching vehicle came into clearer view. That looks like Wayne's van. I wonder why he came back. Wayne pulled up and leapt out. Nobody else was inside the minivan. Nancy, he cried. You look nice. Where did you get that dress? Who are these people? These are my friends. I made a quick round of introductions. They're going to drive me over to the fundraiser. Oh, are you sure? I mean, I was just there, he shrugged. Pretty boring, really. That's okay. I'd still like to go. He looked kind of anxious. I wondered if his dreams of dancing the night away with Cindy had been thwarted already. I hoped at least she hadn't been too cruel in turning him down. Well, I'm just about to head back to there myself, Wayne said. Cindy just sent me back to fetch something. I can drive you if you want. Thanks, I bit back a grimace. So Cindy hadn't let him down easy after all. Instead, she was still using him as her personal servant. Nice. But I'd rather not miss any more of the party, and these guys don't mind taking me. Right, Bess put in cheerfully, shooting Wayne one of her most dazzling smiles. We'll have her there in a jiffy. Thanks so much for this offer, though. That's so sweet of you. No problem, Wayne smiled back. For a moment, He seemed a little distracted by Bess's attention. She tends to have that effect on people, especially men. But listen, can you just wait here a second? I might need your help. Thanks a million. He rushed off into the house before we could answer. I was feeling impatient. Time was ticking away, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to happen. I just didn't know what. Are we really going to hang around here and wait for him? George mumbled, jabbing at her gums with her dentist tool. I thought you were in a hurry. Quit that, George. Bess winced and turned away from her. What do you think, Nancy? I don't know. Before I had to make a decision, Wayne reappeared in the doorway. Hey, he called to us. Cindy just called on my cell phone while I was inside. She said to tell you the new bridge is finished, just opened this afternoon, so I guess, so you can go that way instead of the long way around. Uh-oh, that sounds like a trap. Don't do it. Don't go. We still running, chat? It looks like we're still running. It looks like nothing's broken, and it looks like we're still running. That's good. Okay. Really? Cool, thanks. That'll save us some time. First, the miraculous appearance of my friends, and now this. It seemed my luck was turning. Nancy, stop being so trusting. Yeah, I'm still here and listening. Okay, just wanted to make sure everything was still running well. I'm keep being paranoid that it's gonna break again like before. Oh, and don't bother to wait for me after all, Wayne added. I'll be fine on my own. See you at the ball. He turned and hurried back into the house with a shrug. I climbed into the driver's seat of the Mustang, not giving my friends a chance to argue about driving. Bess had left the keys in the ignition, and I started the motor right away. Hop in, I called in the half-open window. Hurry up, it'll be midnight before we get there. Chill, George grumbled, opening the passenger side door. Look, Nancy, when Sebastian said we could use his car, I didn't know you'd be driving it. He never needs to know, I said, revving the engine, and Bess climbed into the back seat. Don't worry, Grandma, I'll be careful. I love that Nancy's a terrible driver. Soon we were speeding toward the new bridge. Okay, when I say speeding, I suppose one could interpret that literally as well as figuratively. I was feeling impatient and anxious as well as a little distracted and wondering what might be happening at the fundraiser. Anarchist Nancy doesn't drive adhering to the law. Plus, it was getting dark by then, making it a little harder to see anything beyond the beam of the headlights. But I wasn't too worried about any of that. As soon as we crossed the new bridge, we would be in the heart of town. Then it was only a matter of minutes before we reached the Palace Hotel. And we were almost at the bridge. I was busy going over potential mystery scenarios in my mind when George let out a shriek. Ah! Nancy, stop! She screamed. For once, her voice was clear and loud despite her tooth issues. Startled, I jammed on the brakes. The finely tuned sports car skidded a few yards, then jerked to a halt, quivering slightly. I turned to stare at George. What? I demanded. What's wrong? She was staring straight ahead, her eyes wide with shock. Bess leaned forward from the back. Her hand was shaking slightly as she pointed out through the windshield. Look, she said. I looked. The car's headlights were shining out across the water of the river. Ahead, I could see the beams and supports of the new bridge stretching across the water. Most of the way across, anyway. My eyes widened as I saw that the bridge was still incomplete. It ended a few yards short of our shore. The front tires of our car were only a foot or two from the spot where the land abruptly dropped off 20 feet above the water's fast-moving surface. We'd almost driven right off the edge into the river. Murder attempt! We have another clipping from the news article, from the newspaper article. The fundraiser was everything I'd dreamed of. It was like a fairy tale. Handsome gentlemen escorted beautiful ladies and dressed in gowns of shimmering silk and satin onto the dance floor where they twirled about in one another's arms. I was thrilled to be there, though a part of me remained worried. Would the suspicions I had come to fruition, ruining the fairy tale for everyone, or was it all just a silly illusion concocted in my own storytelling head? Only time would tell. These clippings are, this article that we're reading throughout the book is being written by the Nancy's favorite author, who is a mystery novelist. We met her back at the beginning. She has a very... I guess I should have been reading it in her southern grandma accent, but I haven't been because it took me a second to catch up. Chapter 13, A Night to Remember. I can't believe that guy told us the bridge was open, Beth said, for about the 10th time. I know, George said, also not for the first time. She shifted her tooth-poking tool to her other hand, and I really can't believe Nancy's lead foot almost ended us up in the drink. Good thing I was paying attention. Somebody else says it. I get it from my grandma. My grandma always says in the drink when she means, like, in the river, and so as a kid, I always said that about, like, Mario when I would, like, fall into the water. Alive. Ooh, that sounds gross, Laser. I'm so sorry to hear that. That sounds traumatizing. Good thing I was paying attention. All three of us were shaking from our close call with the unfinished bridge, even more than 20 minutes later, after driving uncharacteristically slow across the old bridge and into town. At first, I'd been concerned about Wayne, planning to stop and let him know not to go that way. However, by the time we reached the bed and breakfast, his van was gone. Since we hadn't passed him on the only road to the new bridge, I suspected that meant he must have gone the other way, and that meant he probably knew his advice was false when he shared it. Another one for the suspect list, I murmured, easing the Mustang to a stop at a red light. Nancy, you got like 30 pages left. You gotta figure this one out quick. Hey, Maddie. How's it going? What in the world? Yeah, it does have Around the Twist written all over it. Finishing up our book, Maddie. How are you? Huh? George glanced over at me. Never mind. But my mind lingered on Wayne as the light went green, and I pulled through the intersection, turning left on my way to the palace. What would he want to hurt? Why would he want to hurt us? Or was he just trying to stop us from getting to the ball? Could he possibly be the one I'd heard on the phone? Was he plotting to steal Hazel's charity money? The old brick clock tower in the center of town was striking 11 as I eased the Mustang to a stop at the curb in front of the Palace Hotel. Bess was back to fretting about my shoes, but I barely heard her. The hotel was glittering with lights, and several well-dressed people were disappearing through the glass front doors. I took a deep breath, hoping I wasn't too late. Are you sure you guys don't want to come in? I asked my friends as I handed Bess the car keys. I'm sure Hazel won't mind even if you're not dressed up. No way, George said immediately. I'd rather sit in the car all night than go to some boring dress-up party. Bess giggled. No need for that. We can wait at that coffee shop across the street. She smiled at me. I'm sure the ball will be fun, and I'd love to get a look at Jake Perrault. Oh, and Cindy Alnoy, too, but there's no way I'm showing my face in a fancy party dressed in jeans and a t-shirt. But we're just a phone call away if you need us, George added, holding up her cell phone. Thanks. I climbed out of the car, carefully gathering my skirts to avoid tripping over them. Wish me luck. Moments later, I was stepping through the hotel doors into a hushed red carpet lobby. The doorman pointed me down a side hall towards the ballroom, and I made my way there, being careful not to lift my skirt too high to reveal my shoes. It's like Father of the Bride when she gets married wearing sneakers because her dad owns a sneaker shop or a sneaker factory. Never check texts. Oh, I wasn't told I had any text by my phone. I'm very sorry. Number 5. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. We have to move Mad Maddie Mondays. That's fine with me. When do you know when you might want to move it? Expect a package from me, hopefully sooner than later. Oh, thank you. Send it before... Oh, thank you, Paolo. Probably, or just call them much sooner. Yeah, either one would work. Although, yeah, we could, if we can move it, that might be a better suggestion since we kind of need the time and we're already, like, it already takes us so many streams to get through a game. But I'll leave it up to you, whatever works. As I neared the gold-painted ballroom doors, which were propped open, I could hear the low roar of talk and laughter from the crowd inside. But the foyer area outside the door was empty at the moment, and I paused to look around. The walls were swathed in rich velvety fabric, and classical music was softly playing. Garlands woven out of ivy and tiny white flowers were draped over the doorway and around the area, giving the whole place a fairy tale sort of feel. I'm glad you got a job, though. That's fun. Time would be good, but I got a million things already scheduled. Okay, we can just call them earlier. Yeah, very excited. Yeah, we can just call them earlier. We might even, planning to call them earlier, we might even maybe start them a little earlier. I don't know. We'll have to figure it out. I'm sorry we're having this conversation here because I didn't see my text. Sorry. Draped over the doorway and around the area, giving the whole place a fairy tale sort of feel. Very appropriate, I thought with a smile, thinking of Hazel's distinctive writing style. This place looks like it could double for a castle. One of her historical mysteries. I just hope I can make sure this fairy tale has a happy ending. The only other decoration in the foyer was the big glass jug I'd found, which stood proudly on a fabric-draped table off to one side of the doors. A sign was propped against the jug's milky green, translucent glass side. Its swirling hand calligraphy letters read, invited attendees to donate any spare cash to the cause, that though indicated that checks should be dropped off at the office at the back of the ballroom. It also said that Hazel would break open the jug at the stroke of midnight to see how much money was inside. The jug was already almost filled with bills, with scattering of coins at the bottom. I was carrying a tiny purse that matched my dress. It contained a cell phone, lipstick, and a few bills. I pulled out a $5 and dropped it in the jar, tucking it as far down in the narrow neck as my fingers would allow. Then I headed for the doorway. The ball was quite a spectacle. If I hadn't been so worried about what might happen, I would have enjoyed it thoroughly, despite my usual disinterest in fancy parties. Tall golden candlesticks lined the dance floor, the flickering wicks echoing the shimmer of the overhead lights. More ivy garlands twisted up in the large room's plaster columns and lined the front of the bar and refreshment tables. Fresh flowers were everywhere, their sweet scents mixing with the smell of the candles. Dozens of people were enjoying themselves on the dance floor, while many others mingled along the edges and sat on gold and velvet chairs in the corners. It didn't take long to locate Hazel. When I entered, she was chatting with a small group of men in tuxedos. As soon as she spotted me, however, she excused herself and hurried over, the skirt of her midnight blue taffeta gown swishing around her legs. "Nancy," she cried, "you look lovely, and I'm so relieved to see you. Young Deirdre said you weren't feeling well and probably wouldn't make it tonight." Deirdre said that? I forced a smile. Well, never mind, I'm here now. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Looks like you have quite a turnout. Yes, Hazel glanced around the room with a smile. I'm so grateful that people want to help, but never mind that for now. How did the project go? Cindy tells me the place looks wonderful. It does, I assured her. I think the girls will really enjoy their new home away from home. Marvelous. And how did you find your co-volunteers? Any issues? This time I decided not to hold back. What did I have to lose? Besides, Hazel should probably know the truth in case something did happen that night. Most of them were fine, I said. A few were a bit unusual. I was mostly thinking about Wayne at that point. Why had he made such a point of sending us to the unfinished bridge? Now that I thought about it, it seemed awfully convenient that Cindy had just happened to call while he was inside. Maybe he'd made up the whole conversation, but why? It just didn't make sense. Hazel sighed. Yes, Cindy is quite a character, isn't she? I blinked a little, surprised. I suppose you could say that, I said carefully. I've known her socially for years, Hazel went on, gazing into the distance as if talking to herself, but ever since her divorce, well, let's just say that living without a rich man to support her shopping habit doesn't seem to agree with her. She caught my eye and laughed, suddenly seeming a bit ashamed of herself, of her own gossipy comments, but I'm sure it's most difficult for her. In any case, it sounds as if she really came through for me this week. Sounds as if she must be difficult for her, really came. As did you and young Wayne and those lovely girls. And, of course, the whole project would have been impossible without Deirdre and her generous father. Oh, I pricked up my ears. While I was still pretty sure that Deirdre had no connection to the current mystery, maybe Hazel was about to provide an answer to the mystery of why she'd volunteer for the project in the first place. Yes, Mr. Shannon's firm made a very nice donation towards the cost of the materials and whatnot, Hazel said, but of course everyone involved in this project has given generously according to his or her own means. For instance, I think it's absolutely wonderful that JT donated so much of his time and effort to the project. It must have been difficult for him, especially so soon after paying his debt to society. I suppose it was his way of living down that whole mess with the no-good relative. That's how I met him, you know. Hazel was talking fast, and I was having some trouble digesting all the information she was giving me about my fellow volunteers. Based on what she was saying, it sounded as if Cindy hadn't made out nearly as well in her divorce as I thought. Financially, that is. Interesting. That made her much more of a suspect than before. In the possible fund swipe, though, I wasn't sure it explained the theater fire or the rest. Then there was JT. It seemed that Hazel had already knew all about his criminal past as well as his family connection to the Riverside arsonist. Did that mean something? My brain tried to sort things into a logical progression. Motive means opportunity. Phone call, fire, theft. I was about to ask a few questions about JT when Hazel suddenly turned away and waved at someone behind me. Look, Nancy, she said, there's my son, Jake. Come on, come. I'd love to introduce you to him. A moment later, I was shaking the hand of the most handsome man I'd ever seen in real life. Sorry, Ned. Don't be sorry to Ned. Ned deserves nothing. Short Monday streams would work best, and then once every 1 to 2 months I pop down for a weekend and we record some stuff and do a Saturday bonus stream if that works. That sounds good to me. That definitely sounds good to me. I don't know what I'll do with myself having all those extra hours of sleep on Monday nights. Just kidding. Jake Perrault was about 25 years old and 6 feet tall with lush black hair, piercing green eyes, and gleaming white teeth. Basically, he looked every inch the movie star in his spotless tuxedo. If Bess had been there, she would have swooned. Not that I knew what swooning is exactly, but I'm sure she does it and would have done it. It's so nice to meet you, Miss Drew, Jake said. My mother's been raving about you all week. The corners of his eyes crinkled slightly when he smiled, giving him a rakish sort of look. Thanks. Call me Nancy. All right, Nancy. So, how did you get the theater to turn out? How did the theater turn out? Awesome. LOL. Just kidding. I never sleep at night. Excuse me, you two, Hazel broke in. Nancy, you can fill him in. I just remembered I need to check in with the office about something. She hurried off, leaving me chatting with her son. Once I got over his Hollywood looks and charm, it wasn't long before I realized that Jake Perrault was surprisingly smart and interesting, quite unlike his Hollywood bad boy image. We chatted about the project for a few minutes, and he seemed genuinely interested in hearing all about the new renovated theater. My mother will be so excited to see it, he said. When she finds the free time, that is. Her heart is big, but her time is short. I laughed. Sounds like my dad, I admitted. He's an attorney, and he's so busy. And, excuse us, a loud voice drowned out the rest of my comment. A second later, Deirdre shoved me aside so roughly that I almost tripped over the edge of my own skirt. Her cousin was right behind her. Hello again, Jake, Ashley cooed, fluttering her eyelashes at him, in a decidedly non-subtle manner. So here's where you disappeared to, and just when we were starting to get to know each other, and having such a nice time. Yes, so sorry about that. It's pretty crowded in here, isn't it? Jake shot Ashley an apologetic smile. Well, never mind, Ashley smiled back, looking a little swoony. We found each other again now. I was already backing up, ready to leave her to her flirting. I felt bad leaving Jake in her clutches, but I figured he was a big boy, he could handle it, and I had more important things to worry about. Yes, but I'm afraid I'll have to leave you two charming ladies yet again, at least for a little while. Jake widened his smile, to include Deirdre. You see, I was just about to ask Nancy to do me the honor of a dance. Already thinking about what to do next, I almost missed what he'd said. It was only when all three of them turned to gaze at me. Well, in Ashley's and Deirdre's case, it was more of a glare. And I turned back to what was going on. Dance, I stammered, taken by surprise and not quite knowing what to say. Sure, I guess. Great, come on. Before I quite knew what was happening, Jake had taken me by the arm and swept me off into the throngs of the dance floor. As we found a free spot on the floor and started dancing, I couldn't help feeling amused. If my friends could see me now, I wondered what they would say when I told them about my dance with a movie star. Bess would probably beg me for every detail. George would roll her eyes and pretend not to be interested while listening to those details. Knowing Ned, he would pretend to be horribly jealous while actually using the whole thing as an excuse to tease me mercilessly. I couldn't wait to tell them. Oh no, he's definitely jealous, Nancy. Don't let him off the hook. Oh, it's extra years off KH though. Oh well, we'll still do the streams. That's the important thing. We'll just move things around a little. During hours of Kingdom Hearts, my guess is you've added years to your life. Oh yeah. I mean, we're still gonna do the Kingdom Hearts streams. We're not gonna abandon them. It'll just take more streams because we'll just stream for shorter periods of time. Meanwhile, I couldn't wait to tell them. Meanwhile, I was tempted to ask Jake whether he'd really been stuck with this sudden urge for a dance or if he had just been a handy excuse for a quick escape from Ashley, but I decided that wouldn't be tactful. Instead, we chatted a bit more about the project before changing the subject to his mother's writing. I've read all of her mysteries, I told him as we swayed in time to the up-tempo song that was playing. I haven't had a chance to... Swaying to an up-tempo song. I wonder... Okay. That was playing. I haven't had a chance to read all of her latest release yet, but I'm really enjoying the one before that. You mean Terror in Tremaine Tower? He chuckled. That's one of my favorites too. Do you remember the scene when the servant smuggles the Countess her pearl-handled pistol beneath his kilt? Sure, that was a great scene. He grinned. That incident was inspired by a real-life moment in the life of yours truly, he confided. When I was about 6 years old, I wanted this particular toy water gun and thought it was terribly unfair when Mother wouldn't buy it for me, so I tried to smuggle it out of the shop by sticking it in my underwear. I laughed. Oh no, did you get caught or did you get away with it like the servant did? Caught and sentenced to many weeks of extra chores. He shrugged. Of course, in Mother's novel, the whole thing turns out to be a red herring, since the servant later proves to be one of the good guys. But what's a mystery without a few red herrings? That's true when it comes to mystery novels, I admitted. In real life, though, red herrings can be a real pain in the neck. Probably just 3-hour streams. That's probably perfectly fine. I don't see anything wrong with that. Yeah, but it just became many more streams to a game. But yeah, I think maybe we should have like a weekend where like a Sunday or a Saturday we just play as much as you come over and we just play the game like all day. I feel like that would be a good move for like Kingdom Hearts 2, since that's a longer game and you know all that good stuff. He raised an eyebrow. Ah, that's right, he said. I'd almost forgotten. Mother told me you're an accomplished amateur sleuth. Very interesting. Thanks, I smiled at him, liking him more and more. He wasn't really anything like I would have expected. Based on his image, I'd anticipated a sneering, self-centered guy, but in real life, Jake Perrault seemed pretty normal. Like someone I could easily imagine hanging out with my friends and me back in River Heights. He cocked his eyebrow at me. What? He demanded. You're staring at me like I'm breaking news. Did I lose all your respect with that water gun antidote? No, sorry. I laughed, realizing I had been staring. I was just thinking how surprising people can be. I mean, your mother is pretty much exactly how I imagined she'd be, based on her books, but you? Well, I guess I was expecting something different after seeing your films. Disappointed? I come by on Friday night, record something, and then stream a bunch Saturday, then leave Sunday morning. That sounds good. We could either record or just donate all of the time to streaming, whatever we decide to do. Either one works. It'd be the same amount of crashes, just spread out more. Yup. Not at all. I smiled at him. I don't really like bad boys anyway. Really? Good thing you didn't know me in my younger years, he said, winking playfully. That water gun thing isn't the only stunt I pulled as a kid that made it into Mother's novels. There was this one time I spilled grape juice on the new rug and tried to hide it by claiming the dog drank it and then threw it up, or the incident when my mother found me with my hand quite literally caught in the cookie jar. I didn't have a chance of talking my way out of it. I gasped. Excuse me, I blurted out, backing away from him. What he just said had fitted the last puzzle piece into the place of my head. I have to go talk to your mother about something. As I turned and hurried away, I could hear Jake calling my name, sounding confused. I felt bad about ditching him so suddenly, but I knew I could apologize and explain later. At the moment, all I could think about was finding Hazel as soon as possible. Excuse me, pardon me, I mumbled, pushing my way through the dancers as politely as I could. Finally, I made my way to the floor, but there was no sign of Hazel anywhere. Recalling what she'd said about checking in with the office, I headed for the back wall of the room. Soon I found myself in a long, narrow hallway running behind the ballroom. It seemed to be a sort of utility area containing the restrooms, offices, and various other unmarked doorways that I assumed had closets or passages to other parts of the hotel. To my surprise, I almost immediately ran into Ashley, who was otherwise in the otherwise deserted hallway. Having fun stealing other people's men, she asked when she saw me. I ignored the snippy comment. Have you seen Hazel? I asked her breathlessly. I need to find her right away. It's very important. Sure, Ashley replied, glancing around the hallway. I just saw the old woman heading through the door there. She pointed to one of the unmarked doors, barely pausing long enough to mumble my thanks. I raced over and yanked it open. I was all the way through before it registered that it was pitch dark in the room. A moment later, I bumped into something and fell over with a clatter, and my nostrils were assaulted by the strong smell of bleach and cleaning solutions. I belatedly realized that I'd just rushed into some kind of supply closet. Before I could react, I heard the door slam shut and lock behind me. Bitch. Ren and Stimpy. Oh, Ren and Stimpy. Such a... Oh, this is several pages of this. Okay. The ball was going splendidly. The turnout was most gratifying, and everyone seemed to be having a wonderful time. Nancy had arrived rather late, but finally joined us, looking quite spectacular in a lovely princess-cut silver dress. Unfortunately, by the time I spoke with her, I'm afraid I had been partaking in some of the bartender's delicious tropical specialties, and my tongue had been loosened a bit. Due to that, I confess I made some quite unladylike, inappropriate remarks about one of her fellow volunteers. While I was certain that Miss Drew had the discretion not to repeat such gossip, further reflection indicated that I should apologize for my indiscretion, as I did not want her to think less of me. Although I'd always had my doubts about the morals of the individual in question, it simply wasn't proper to share such thoughts with the others. And so, after completing my business in the ballroom office, I went in search of Nancy to tender the apology. However, she was nowhere to be found. My son had seen her most recently, but could only report that she'd suddenly fled from him in the midst of a dance, and for no apparent reason. That seemed odd, and I wondered if she might have been taken ill again. A check of the ladies' lounge showed no sign of her. As I emerged from the lounge, I encountered her friends, Deirdre and Ashley Shannon. but they could shed no light on the mystery of Nancy's disappearance. By then, the midnight hour was approaching, and I decided that my apology would have to wait. It was nearly time to repair to the vestibule where Cindy had set up a little ceremony scheduled for midnight. The cash jar had been her idea. At first, I'd been dubious. It seemed somehow excessive to ask for cash donations after our guests had been so generous in buying tickets for the ball, and in most cases adding another check on top of that. But when I got a look at Cindy's setup, I thought that my misgivings had been unfounded. Through the glass of the receptacle Cindy had chosen was thick and cloudy with age. I couldn't see that the jar was filled nearly to the top with bills. At that point, I was nearly overcome with the wonderful munificence of the attendees and what that money would mean to the lives of those disadvantaged girls. By 10 minutes before midnight, most of our guests were gathered around the cash jar. I began with a little speech thanking the guests and describing the results of our project. Then I introduced Cindy and the other volunteers, and they stepped forward to take a bow. Nancy was still absent, but I did my best to push that thought aside. It seems a shame to break such a unique old jar, I commented as Wayne stepped forward to hand me a heavy mallet. It's for a good cause, Mother, Jake said as he stepped forward to assist me. He patted the narrow neck of the piece that was the jar's only opening. How else can we open? How else can we get the money out? Through a straw? That made everyone laugh as the clock struck the first chime of midnight. Jake and I swung the mallet towards the old glass. The jar split with a satisfying crack, allowing the bills within to spill out onto the table. The next few minutes were rather confusing. I should endeavor to recount them as best I can. I don't recall who the first to start murmuring suspiciously, but Ashley Shannon's exclamation was burned into my brain. "This isn't real money," she cried, grabbing dozens of the bills in her fists and tossing them in the air. "Not most of it, anyway. It's just life-size pictures of dollar bills printed on computer paper. There was a confused uproar as we all realized she was right. I heard murmurings from the crowd, some directed towards me. For my part, I was frozen in place, unlike the sassy heroine in my stories. I knew not how to react to the turn of events. Then Cindy spoke up, her lovely features twisted with horror. "But the money has to be real. I stuck several genuine 20s in there myself when I first arrived this evening." "Duh," young Audrey spoke up. The inadmittedly casual vernacular of today's teens. Yes, duh. What common newfangled lingo. "Don't you get it? Someone probably stole the money and replaced it with fakes to hide the crime long enough to get away." At this, Cindy looked more anxious than ever. "What if they're after the checks too?" she cried. "With all of us out here and nobody in the office," she gasped. "I better run back there and make sure the checks are still safe." As she hurried off, the crowd's murmurs grew louder. People were looking around suspiciously, clearly trying to ascertain who had left the party early. For my part, I remained immobilized with shock. Who could have done such a thing? It was like one of my stories come to terrible life. Cindy returned moments later, looking flustered. "The checks are gone too," she reported. "I searched the whole office. They're not there anymore." The situation was growing more outrageous by the moment. A few people seemed instantly ready to blame the 3 young teens who had helped so much with the renovations. I myself felt quite certain they weren't to blame. But before I could speak in their defense, Wayne stepped forward, looking nervous. He cleared his throat. "I don't know if it means anything," he said, "but I noticed JT is nowhere to be seen." "And JT didn't steal that money," a new voice announced with authority. The words were there were surprised gasps from the crowd as I turned to see Nancy Drew standing in the doorway. "Huh?" Wayne responded. "I said JT didn't steal that money," Nancy repeated coolly, "but I know who did." If I get off stream pretty much as soon as this book is finished, kind of hastily, it's because I have a 2 o'clock block today that I don't want to be late for, so... not to let anybody think I'm rushing out on anybody. Chapter 14, The Stroke of Midnight. "Hey," I shouted, pounding on the closet door. "Ashley, let me out of here." My only answer was silence. I pressed my ear to the door, trying to figure out if she was still out there, but couldn't hear a thing. Stepping back, I took a deep breath and glanced around. It didn't do much good. The only light in the space was a sliver coming from under the door, which left too dark to make out anything other than vague shapes around me. Nancy got shoved in a closet and locked in there in the first ever Nancy Drew book, which was also the first book we ever read on stream. Which left it too dark to make out anything other than vague shapes around me. By feeling around carefully, I found a light switch near the door. When the overhead bulb sputtered on, I saw that my initial guess was right. I was surrounded by bleach bottles, mops, brooms, spare light bulbs, and other paraphernalia of the janitor's closet. I searched the shelves and boxes for something that would help me pick the lock, but came up empty. It was only then that I remembered I had one tool with me that would almost certainly do the trick. My cell phone. I pulled it out of my handbag and quickly dialed George's number. Bess answered after a couple of rings. I could hear the clatter of dishes and the murmur of conversation in the background. Hey, Nancy, how's the party going? Did you meet Jake Perrault yet? Yes, but never mind that right now. I have a slight problem. I quickly filled her in. There was a moment of silence. Huh? She said at last. Deirdre's cousin locked you in a closet? Why? Good question. I shook my head for a moment, wondering if there could be a flaw in my earlier brainstorm. I'll have to figure it out later, after you get me out of here. See, it's really important for me to talk to Hazel before midnight. I'll tell you all about it later, but I think I've solved the mystery. Gotcha, Beth said immediately. We're on our way. Tell me where the closet is exactly. After we hung up, I paced as best I could in the tiny room. It was close to midnight. If I didn't get out of there soon... Just when I wasn't sure I could stand it any longer, I heard activity in the hallway outside. Bess? George? I called. Yeah, yo, George replied. So which door is yours? Bess added. George saying yo is funny to me. I knocked on my side of the door to guide them. Soon I could hear them just outside. Hurry, unlock it, I urged. The doorknob jiggled and rattled. I stood there, ready to race out as soon as it opened, but it didn't. Hey, Bess called, sounding worried. I don't think we can get it open from this side either. It looks like it was locked with a key. All I could do for a moment was stand there in disbelief, silently cursing the hotel's old-fashioned charm and hardware. Now that I thought about it, I vaguely recalled noticing big, picturesque brass keys sticking out of some of the locks in the hallway. Ashley must have turned the key in the lock and then removed it and taken it with her. Just then I heard the distant muffled sound of the town's clock tower pealing out the first stroke of midnight. That brought me back to my senses. Listen, I called through the door. If I can't get out, you guys have to find Hazel for me. There might still be time to stop the crime that's about to happen. You'll have to tell her. Hey, a new voice interrupted before I could finish giving my friends the solution to the mystery. Who are you guys? Didn't you hear we're supposed to, like, dress up for this thing? I immediately recognized Megan's distinctively teen drawl. Hey, Megan, I called. It's me, Nancy. Those are my friends. They're trying to get me out of this closet. Nancy? The girl voice sounded. What are you doing in there? Nancy, it's okay. You can come out of the closet. Sorry. Never mind, I said, but my friends have to go do something for me. So could you do me a favor and find the hotel worker to let me out of here? The girl laughed. Why bother? I said. My heart sank. It seemed I couldn't catch a break. Here, give me that thing, and I'll get her right out now. My heart leaped again. I wasn't sure what Megan had meant by that thing, but the next thing I knew, the doorknob was rattling again. A few seconds later, there was a soft click of gears, and the door popped open. Megan was standing there in the hall with George's little metal teeth scraper tool in her hand. Voila, Megan said, with a grin. Then she turned to hand the tool back to George. Here you go. Gross, George surveyed it with disgust. I can't put it back in my mouth now. I grinned back at Megan, grateful for her lockpicking skills. Yay, Megan! Her life of petty crime had certainly come in handy this time. Isn't that the hope for all of us? But at the moment, I didn't have time for more than a quick, heartfelt thanks. The clock had finished tolling the hour, and I knew it might already be too late, but I had to try. I sprinted down the hall and out across the deserted ballroom. When I burst into the foyer, I was just in time to see Wayne step forward. Look, I don't know if it means anything, he said, but I just noticed JT is nowhere to be seen, and JT didn't steal that money. I blurted out, ignoring the startled murmurs from all around me. I took another step forward. The broken glass jug was lying on the table, fake money pouring out of it. I was relieved to see that it had cracked into a couple of big pieces instead of shattering if the latter had happened, it would have made it a lot harder to back up what I was about to say. Huh? Wayne responded. I said JT didn't steal that money, but I know who did. My friends and Megan arrived behind me, out of breath and looking confused, searching the faces of the crowd until I found the one I wanted. I pointed. It was Cindy! What? Cindy exclaimed indignantly as the murmurs grew even louder. You're crazy. Why would I steal that money? She looked so outraged that I felt a twinge of doubt. Then I glanced to the broken jug again, and the twinge dissipated. That's the big question, isn't it? I said. For a long time, I didn't think you had a motive. That's why I didn't pay much attention to you as a suspect. But tonight I heard something that leads me to believe you might not have the money to support your lifestyle. That sort of situation can make people do all kinds of crazy things. Cindy crossed her arms over her chest, glowering at me. I have no idea what you're talking about. I will never forgive this writer for how they spelled Cindy. She said haughtily, how dare you make that kind of ridiculous accusation with no proof? Nancy! Hazel looked troubled, perhaps not quite as shocked as everyone else. You're making a very serious accusation here. I smiled at her. Motives aside, all the proof anyone needs is right here in this room. See, Cindy is the only person present who could have pulled off the theft. Not only did she have access to the office and those donation checks. So what? Cindy interrupted. Anyone could have sneaked into the office and grabbed those. As I was saying, I continued patiently, in addition to that, you're the only one who could have stolen the cash. I could feel the crowd's eyes upon me as I walked over to the table. When I picked up the piece of broken jug that included the narrow bottleneck, I saw that it was still intact. Phew. Taking a deep breath, I turned to face the onlookers. Did Hazel just break the jug in front of you all? There were nods and murmurs of assent. So what? Wayne called out. That doesn't prove anything. Give her a chance, George mumbled, sounding annoyed. That means someone had to get the real money out through this opening. I tapped through the bottleneck. As you can see, it's pretty narrow. Too narrow for most of us to fit our hands through. I learned that when I first discovered the jug back in the old theater. To demonstrate this, I shoved my hand as far into the opening as it would go. It got stuck somewhere around my knuckles. So you've got fat hands, Cindy said dismissively. So what? Let me try, Hazel said, stepping forward. Her hands were narrower than mine and went all the way through, but her forearm got stuck before her hand cleared the bottom of the neck. This feels dangerous. This is broken glass. They gotta be real careful. "2 a.m. here, and my brain is my brain is completely checked out. Yeah, this book is, it's time to wrap this sucker up. Several other people tried, including Deirdre and Ashley. Ashley's hand got stuck in about the same place as mine. Had Deirdre managed to get her slender forearm most of the way down, mine had. Deirdre managed to get her slender forearm most of the way down, but her elbow stuck in the opening. I couldn't reach too far this way, she commented, waggling her fingers experimentally, pulling her arm out against. She shrugged and pointed to Megan, who was watching with Lacey and Audrey nearby. But what about her? She looks skinny enough. I'd been expecting this. Come on up and give it a try, Megan, I urged. The girl looked suspicious. Hey, you're not trying to pin this on me, are you? She said. Maybe I should have left you in that closet. Don't worry, I winked at her. Nobody's accusing you of anything. It's just an experiment. She still looked wary. I'm picturing 3 Sunnies from California Diaries. I don't know if that might just be me. Probably just me. She still looked wary, but she came forward. Her small hand slipped through the opening easily, as did her arm, almost all the way up to her shoulder. See? Cindy crowed, sounding relieved. Maybe now you'll drop this nonsense about me and we can find the real thief. Hold it, I warned. Grabbing the other broken piece, I held it up to approximate the complete jug. Megan's arm is thin, but it's not very long. She wouldn't be able to reach anywhere near the bottom to get the bills out. If she'd done it, or one of her friends who were about the same size, there would have been real money left in the bottom half of the jug. I glanced at Hazel. Was that the case? Jake answered for his mother. Nope, he said, sounding interested and slightly amused. No real money at all, except a $5 bill that looks like it was up near the top. Somebody must have stuck that in after the thief cleared out the rest. By this time, I wasn't the only one casting suspicious eyes at the very tall, very slender Cindy. That's Nancy's $5, by the way. She was starting to look more nervous than annoyed. Go ahead, my dear, Hazel urged gently. Try it on for size. Let's see if Nancy's theory has any merit. Yeah, go ahead, try it, various onlookers called out. Give it a try, Cindy. Let us see if your arm fits. Cindy tried to protest, but she was soon shouted down. Finally, she stepped forward, looking disgruntled. Fine, she snapped. Give me the stupid bottle. I'll hold it for you, I said, not wanting her to grab it and smash it to stop the experiment and destroy the evidence. Go ahead. She shoved her hand through, but stopped with her wrist barely past the top of the opening. My arm's stuck, she repeated, yanking the bottle piece away from me. See, I can't get it in. I frowned at her. It was obviously she was faking it, but I wasn't quite sure what to do about it. Let me see. Jake stopped forward. Before Cindy could react, he grabbed the bottle piece and slid it further up her arm. Now look, he said, with most charming Hollywood smile. It fits just fine, see? At that, because it's Cinderella. I got you. Cindy suddenly seemed to give up. She shoved her whole arm through the opening and burst into tears. Fine, she sobbed. Are you happy now? I'll call the police, Jake said, pulling a cell phone out of his jacket pocket. Cindy yanked her arm loose of the bottle and turned away, still in tears. I almost felt sorry for her. Then I glanced at Megan, Audrey, and Lacey and remembered how she tried to bilk them out of their, I don't know what the word bilk means, money to support their center, not to mention Hazel, all of us volunteers, and the other good people in the room who'd given their hard-earned money to the night's fundraiser, and all the stuff that she did to Nancy. That's not cool either. But Nancy's too nice to be thinking about that. If you check the slip under her skirt, you'll probably find the real cash there. The missing checks, too, I told Hazel. I may not be up on the latest fashion myself, but I noticed her slip looked kind of weird. It took me a while to realize she left herself plenty of loose fabric under there where she could tuck her loot. Bess nodded, catching on, and that hoop skirt would hide it perfectly, she said. She could walk out of here with them right in front of everyone, and nobody would be the wiser. Very clever. Deirdre's eyes widened. Oh, she exclaimed with obvious relief, so that's why she decided to wear that hideous outfit. Last chapter, guys, and then we can all skedaddle. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for the Friday stream. Happily Ever After, Chapter 15. So I still don't get it. Jake took a sip from the coffee cup in front of him. What was it I said that helped you figure everything out? I shrugged. A couple of things, actually. I said the light bulb went off in my head. Nancy, you said light bulb went on before. That was correct. When you mentioned getting your hand stuck in the cookie jar, that made me think of almost getting my hand stuck in that cash jug. And suddenly the whole thing made sense, and I knew why Cindy was so psyched about the jug when I found it. She realized it would give her the means for the perfect crime. Then I also remembered your story about hiding the toy in your underwear, and I remembered that weird-looking slip and realized how she planned to get away with the money. There were a few giggles from Bess, George, Megan, Lacey, and Audrey, all of whom were also crowded into a booth at the diner. I smiled too. It did feel a little weird to be sitting in a nearly empty diner in the middle of the night in this strange town talking about Jake Perrault's underwear. Happens every day at the Waffle House. It's done. It is very cute. I'm about to get off, Darth. Just wanted to finish up real quick. The fundraiser had broken up soon after the police had arrived, so we were keeping Jake company while his mother talked to the police and then finished up at the hotel. It was almost 2 a.m. Hey, it's almost 2 a.m. here. But luckily the diner was open all night. Wait, George spoke up, her words still slightly fuzzy sounding. I guess Bess and I are still catching up here, but how did you know someone was planning to steal the fundraising money at all? That phone call, Bess answered before I could speak. Remember? She told us she heard someone talking about making a switch and something about money. Right, I said. The trouble was I had no idea who I'd heard on the phone, so I spent the rest of the week trying to figure it out. Without much success, I must admit. We're just lucky that Cindy got greedy and decided to go for a few extra bucks with the cash jar. She claimed that was Hazel's idea, but it turns out she was the one who suggested it. I shrugged. If not for that, I might not have figured it all out. At all, especially with all the red herrings in this case. I glanced over at Jake with a smile, recalling our earlier conversation. What's a red herring? Audrey asked, looking up from her dish of ice cream. It's something that seems to be a clue, but isn't, I explained. See, for a while, I was assuming that everything strange that happened during the project was connected, but some stuff turned out to have other explanations, like the theater curtain catching on fire, for instance. I glanced at Megan, whose face was turning an interesting shade of red. You know, don't you? She blurted out. You know I started the fire. I had a hunch, I admitted. It was an accident, the girl said, tears glistening in her eyes. I was sneaking back to the behind the curtain to play with some matches. Really stupid, I know. The only ones who knew about it were these guys. She gestured to her few friends. Lacey nodded. And maybe JT, she reminded Megan. He almost caught you that time, remember? I nodded too as another piece of the puzzle slid neatly into place. So that's why he looked so angry with you after the fire, I murmured, more to myself than to Megan. That's not the worst thing we did, though, Audrey said abruptly, looking sheepish. Did you figure out that Cindy paid us to go along with her when she switched the rooms? No, I admitted I hadn't, but that explains a lot. I wondered why you guys were so quiet about that switch. You certainly didn't keep your thoughts to yourselves when it came to most things. The trio grinned and exchanged a glance. She wanted us to make your life more difficult, too, Lacey said. To distract you, she said. We didn't know why, though I swear. Yeah, we just thought she didn't like you, Audrey added helpfully. Megan nodded. Thanks, girls. We felt bad about it later, since we ended up liking you a whole lot more than we liked Cindy and the others. We kept talking about telling you the truth, but we never did. Remembering the times I'd spotted them whispering amongst themselves, I nodded again. They'd had a lot of secrets to hide. Beth giggled. Poor Nancy, everyone was conspiring against you. Sorry, Megan said. She might forgive you, Jake said, raising a mischievous eyebrow at Megan, if you promise not to make matches a game. Don't play with fire, kids. Why are they talking about underwear? This isn't Model Land, right? That's what I said. No, it's long story. It's part of what helped Nancy solve the mystery. Sure, she said, looking a bit starstruck and having a famous actor lecturing her. I promise. Maybe Hazel can make sure there are some resources at the news center to help her, Beth suggested. Great idea, Jake said. I'll be sure to talk to her about it, if you really mean the promise. He added with another glance at Megan. She nodded vigorously. That fire was a huge wake-up call. Yeah, Audrey added, and she totally corrupted us into covering for her and keeping her secret. She's a bad influence, she giggled at Megan, giving her a shove. Too bad Cindy couldn't see how crazy she was acting, I mused. I guess the thought of possibly giving up her ritzy lifestyle after her divorce made her nuts. I'll say, Bess agreed. She was so addicted to it that she was willing to rob a charity to keep it up. That's low. We all nodded at that. Cindy had confessed to the police, and that she and her not-so-successful after-all new boyfriend had concocted the whole scheme after finding out about the charity project. Oh, so Wayne wasn't in on it. Interesting. I guess she panicked when she found out about your reputation, Jake told me, cupping his hands around his coffee cup. She was afraid you might sniff out what she was up to. That's why she stuck me out in the theater by myself, I guess. That made it less likely I'd overhear something I shouldn't or stumble across anything incriminating. Like that fake money you found, George commented. I took a sip of my water. She hoped to keep me far away from her plans with help from her unwitting accomplices, Wayne, Deirdre, and Ashley. Yep, I see it. Copy. We've got 3 pages left. I will make it, I promise. Thank you. Ashley. Where was I? That's probably why she worked me so hard, so I'd be too exhausted for any extracurricular sleuthing. And just in case, she also wanted to keep you away from the ball, Bess said, shuddering slightly. So she ruined your dress, then tried to send us for an unscheduled swim in the river. Wayne helped her with both of those, Lacey announced. I heard him confessing to the cops. Yeah, he was crying, Audrey added with a slight smirk. I, too, had overheard Wayne's tearful confession. I don't think he realized she was lying about the bridge when he told us. I said she'd sent him back to the bed and breakfast to make sure I was still there, and when he found me dressed and ready to go, he panicked and ran inside to call her and see what to do. That's when she came up with the bridge thing. Wayne was so smitten with Cindy that he didn't question anything she said. I guess she may have called him back after we left to warn him not to go that way himself. Bess looked thoughtful. Okay, one more question. Who locked you in the closet? Oh, that was just Ashley. I rolled my eyes. She thought, Jake was paying too much attention to me. What with dancing and all. Jake chuckled. Oh dear, I'm sorry about that, Nancy. Crazed fans are just a part of my life. I sometimes forget not everybody is used to dealing with that sort of person. I'm just so famous. It's okay, I said. I got out in time. I smiled and winked at Megan. That was almost a lucky break for Cindy, though, George pointed out. I shrugged. That's how mysterious mysteries are in real life, I said. Unlike one of Jake's mother's novels, they don't always play out in neat and tidy ways, with all the clues making sense and everything. They tend to be all sloppy, like this one, with plenty of close calls and coincidences and red herrings. Sounds kind of cool, Megan said thoughtfully, and it was fun helping and everything. Yeah, maybe we should be detectives when we grow up. Lacey glanced at her friends to gauge their reactions to the idea. Audrey grinned. Well, we'll be the greatest detectives ever, just like Nancy. I smiled at them, suddenly feeling like a good influence in their lives. If you really think you might be interested in something like that, make sure you study hard in school. And my words trailed off as I noticed someone coming in through the diner's front door. It was JT, looking a bit uncomfortable in his fancy clothes. He called to a waitress for a cup of coffee, then took a seat at the counter. Excuse me, I told the others, sliding out of the booth. I'll be right back. I hurried over. He heard me coming and glanced up. Nancy, he said, looking startled. Didn't see you there. Was just going to grab a cuppa before the drive home. I won't keep... Is he English? No one says cuppa here. I stopped in to say hi before bed. Love you, Avery. Thank you, Kane. Appreciate you. Yeah, sleep well. Don't let the bed bugs bite. For the drive home. I won't keep you, I said, but I might not see you again after this, and I wanted to apologize. Huh? He looked surprised. What for? I took a deep breath. For suspecting you of being up to no good, I admitted softly, not wanting the diner staff to overhear. See, I found out about your record and your nephew. That was enough to make me think you might be involved in some of the stuff going on. I guess I should have remembered that the old rule about people being innocent until proven guilty. JT shrugged. No problem, he said. I don't blame you. For a moment, he seemed ready to stop there, but then he spoke again. In fact, that's why I'm here. Always felt guilty about how things played out. Like my checkered past might have set my nephew on the wrong path, you know? That's why I wanted to help put things right. Maybe too late for us Jeffersons, but not for some other troubled kids out there. Oh, I like him. I understand, I smiled at him, touched by his words. I think that's very noble. I guess I misjudged you even more than I thought. He extended his hand. It's been good to know you, Nancy. Ditto. I took his hand and shook it. When I returned to the booth, the others were still discussing the night's action. Mother is already talking about writing up the whole adventure for True Crime Quarterly. I guess that's what we're reading here. Jake was saying as I sat down. They've been bugging her to submit something ever since her story about the Riverside arsonist. Hey, she should talk to Ned's dad, Bess suggested. I bet he'd love to run her article in the Bugle, too. Jake nodded. Sounds good, I'll tell her. Talk about a perfect happy ending, I said with a grin. What could have been better than appearing as a character in one of Hazel Perrault's stories? And here's the end of the article that she wrote. And so, there you have it, dear reader. Thanks to Nancy's intrepid sleuthing, the day was saved and the fundraiser was a wonderful success. Of course, not everyone involved lived happily ever after. Cindy and her beau pleaded guilty, and thanks to their attorney, Mr. Shannon, they received only light sentences, and perhaps learning from an important lesson. At least I, for one, fervently hope so. I'd always known that Cindy was the type of person who never did anything without thought. She would gain from it, which explained why I was suspicious all along of her motives for joining the project. But like the troubled girls who are now enjoying the new center, I retain hope that she can learn from her errors and turn her life around. to take lemons and make lemonade, as they say. Rehabilitation, not punishment for the criminal justice system. Hell yeah, she is based. Which brings me back around once again to Nancy. Under the most oppressive of circumstances, she managed to remain on the task and to help others without thought to her own gain. That is the mark of a true detective and a good person. And it's why I sincerely hope that Miss Nancy Drew always finds herself in the midst of living wonderfully, joyfully, radiantly, and oh so happily ever after. The end. That is super cute. That is a super cute book, I thought. You guys will have to tell me what you thought of it in the comments and the VOD, because I have to go quite abruptly. I'm so sorry. Good night, everybody. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you to the mods for keeping us all in check. Thank you, everybody, for checking in and saying hi. I will see you guys tomorrow. You know, all the various things. I appreciate you. Sleep well, stay safe. Good night. Good night, Derprex. Good night, everybody. I appreciate you. Good night, everybody.